Welcome here to a very, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We are here ready to go with the start of this amazing week coming forward. RMC, I'm excited for this.
so excited. We don't even know what's going on anymore, bro. Yeah, I mean, it is the top four, the final four. We're all hyped for this with some of the highest stakes we could get as well, Orbital. Let's do a quick rundown of where we're standing right now. We've got at the top VKS waiting on Sunday. We've got Pain waiting tomorrow, and we've got for today Red Canids versus Loud. Two teams who have been really explosive this split. Started kind of rough, but they've scaled up, and the stakes for today, Orbital, not just a top 3 finish, but a ticket to LA to the cross-conference regional championships.
It's an amazing ticket to have, especially for these two storied orgs that you were very excited to chat about. You can see them right now. Loud specifically running the lower bracket right now, 3-0 against multiple teams. You can see Fluxu W7M took them down there in the low bracket round 1, and then we just saw them take down Furia last week, and what some might say is a little bit of an upset, but today you can see the stakes there. And then of course for Red on the other side, 3-1 over Leviathan, coming in here hoping for a chance at revenge against Pain Gaming.
Yeah, it's kind of funny actually how they kind of got here. Loud, unfortunately, due to tiebreakers and the way things started, they started in the lower bracket, so they didn't have the extra chance. Red's in the lower bracket because they beat Pain in the very last week of the sort of pick and play phase, and then they thought, hey, we can do it again. Spoiler, they couldn't. And therefore they're down here now making the run back. And we talked about sort of the stakes for specifically these teams making top 3. It's arguably the most important thing because of the cross-conference regional. But on top of that, too, it's interesting because both these teams, their opponent, if they win today, will be Pain Gaming. And they have a lot of history with Pain Gaming, right? Like there's Red, who's already played them twice this split, going for a third time. 3-3 is their current game start. And you've got Loud, who's the historical rivals of Pain Gaming. It is the sort of match of the multitudes, the biggest matchup, and they're primed to have it yet again.
And that's the scary thing about it. Not only that, with that on the line, I'm looking at it in, you know, the ticket is there, but even for the players themselves, you mentioned the orgs and you mentioned, you know, the matchups with Pain specifically. Even the players themselves have been here for a long time. They're ready for some revenge against Pain and against each other, right? We got FMB, Doom, Kaze, Rebello, Frosty. Some of these a little bit newer names to the Red roster, of course, but even for Loud on the other side, names like Robo, names like Root, names like Redbird. These are all players that have been honed in, waiting for not just a local victory, but an international one. And if they make it here to that lower bracket finals, all of a sudden, you have that golden ticket, you have a much better stamp on your name, maybe one to carry on your legacy or one to end and show off the end of your career.
And it's kind of interesting, we talk about some of these newer players coming in. Red and Loud were two teams that made some arguably risky changes. Going to Split 3, they actually changed up their roster. We've got Doom, Kaze, Rebello being promoted from Red Academy onto the main roster. And for the side of Loud, we had sort of Griffin and Jewel coming in, taking the place of Shinny and Tinone's mainstays in sort of the Brazilian scene for League of Legends. And all of them have stepped up in their own way to kind of make this work. And you contrast that to the orgs themselves. Both Red and Loud are big orgs within the scene. Red having been around a lot longer, whereas Loud post-franchising showed up. That was like after 2021, but they've made their own scene. In fact, we've got a bit of a graphic kind of showing the matchup between these two teams. The fact that Loud, you know, they've got 4 championships under their belt despite coming in more recently. And it was more recent too that they got their last title back in 2024 Split 1. A lot of this team was here for most of it. Robo was here for the entirety of it. Root for 3 of those wins. And for Red Canids, they've got 3 championships under their belt as well. The last title also post-franchising 2022 Split 1. Now, the matchup between the teams are interesting because Loud has won all of them up to last year, where Red suddenly won that series. And earlier this split too, the two teams did match up in week 2, and Red also walked away with the win in that best of 3. So, you know, historically, Loud's been better. More recently, Red's been better in these matchups.
And if Red has anything to say about it, it might continue along the way. That's what we're really excited to see here on the day, to see if they can continue their own legacy and get that chance overall. So RMC, I have to ask you once again, are you excited? Because I am. And, you know, I'll let that be a question that hangs in the air a little bit more because I want to dive a bit more into the matchups themselves. We have so many players that have stepped up into the matches. I mean, Robo specifically, if you're watching, if you're a Loud fan, of course, you know Robo as the heart But on the flip side, Kaze has looked amazing so far, not just in the previous series, but across the entire split, has been this mainstay force that we've enjoyed.
Yeah, and let's start with the loud side of things, because you mentioned Robo first, right? Robo is the Brazilian GOAT, kind of. I mean, there's lots of Brazilian, there's this BRTT, you know, there's Ranger, but Robo is the undisputed king in that he's got the most titles under his belt. 7 titles. No one's matching him right now. BRTT, I think, was sitting at 6. Prior to that, 5. So he's just a little bit below that. And Robo, this split has been having a monster split. While the rest of the team has struggled at times, Jewel needing to kind of bid down, Griffin needing to also kind of get on the same page, Root struggling the early split, Robo has been performing right from the get-go. And in playoffs, Hobo, right? It's Hobo. He's going to be the guy who's going to step up and carry. For Red, when you look across their team, F&B's the veteran, and he's the one matching up against Robo, but eyes are being drawn to Kaze in the mid lane instead, a bit of the mercenary king, the guy who's played in the LA, in, you know, now LTA South, he's played in LRN, LRS, CD, he's been all over South America, and he's got a habit of winning, and here in the LTA South, he's been looking like the best, or if not the best because Mirio exists, top 2 mid laner in the region, bar none, and when you look at him matching up against Jewel, who has been struggling in the laning phase, yeah, it gets really explosive, and it does feel like the late game might come down to who can carry harder, Kaze with his lane leads or Robo with his playoff buff.
And to me, that's a big little worry. I will say this as someone as a mid lane main myself. If I were to face anyone like Kaze, I'd be terrified. I would FF. I'd be like, yo, put me on something that's not on the same screen. I would be horrified. You can even see it here in the stats specifically. This ain't Jewel. Of course, we got to look at Robo, but look at Kaze, the KDA specifically, in a lot of positions outshining, and whether you call that down to the teams themselves and the play styles and how the matches regularly work out, Kaze by metrics just stands out in all essences.
Yeah, their stats are actually somewhat comparable, actually, which is surprising, and they do stand out from the crowd. Their kill participation percentage, favors Kaze slightly, but look at the DPM, for example. We know that Kaze is very explosive. We know he does a ton of damage, but so does Robo, and their damage shares for their teams, considering it's like a 5-player team, both of them are doing a quarter of their team's damage. Their GD at 15 is also an important stat, because it shows that they're both kind of winning their lanes right now. Now, Kaze has an advantage for being in the mid lane. It's easier for him to access the rest of the map, so he's been able to impact the sort of early skirmishes a lot more. But Robo, when he gets out of lane, has always been that sort of wrecking ball that has been able to 1v4, 1v5 zone out enemy teams.
Well, of course, with that being said, and with the idea of Kaze and Robo getting some very fun matchups, we have the draft for you on the screen. Red will be starting out on the blue side, Loud on the red side, with a couple tickets on the line to go travel outside of the LTA South area. We're going to go ahead and dive on in. Already a couple champions banned away that are understandably Ambessa, as well as the Oriana and the Rumble. These are all high-tier champions that Loud have used multiple times across the entirety of their split. But the Yunara is surprising, and I love it for Rebella, having already played it twice, I believe.
Yeah, I think being blue side in game 1 has a lot of advantages. I love the bans that came through. The Oriana specifically to target Jewel, his most played champion, and the one I think he's most comfortable laning on. But the answers from Loud, the fact that we're seeing sort of Nico being banned away, Galio being banned away, I don't know if those are necessarily meta bans. And giving Yunara, who's the strongest AD carry in the patch, yes, she got fixed a little bit, but she's still probably the strongest AD carry, and I'm still not convinced that's a great answer. The answer, at least not in the 2v2, it does feel like it's been coming from the rest of the composition, where if you see a Yunara on the other side, you just pick things that can dive, that can CC her and shut her down, and that's where the Wukong comes in for Griffin, one of his favorite champions, most played this split, and also part of that triumvirate we're seeing in the jungle of, you know, Pantheon, Wukong, Xinjiang.
And then you match that with the mid lane matchup for Jewel, getting that very, very early on. You were talking about how do we lock down the Yunara? Well, you get one of the old and I want to say one of the last remaining point-and-click CC attempts. Now, granted, it's not pure point-and-click. It's an EW, but you get a route down there at least somewhere. Of course, looking on the flip side, you talked about the Zinzao, you talked about a lot. You already got Yunara, so you're going a little bit further down that jungle pick list. You grab this Garden, which is still great CC. Do not get me wrong. But still layering it in, and then going for that Azir. Kaze bringing out the Emperor to start off the series.
Yeah, that's very interesting to me that they did opt for the Skarner instead of the Xinjiao, especially when Doom has played more Xinjiao than he has Skarner this split. a lot of times they're just trying to burn through sort of the OP picks early on in game one because it is full fearless. You kind of want to deny it away from them from the enemy team later on. Skarner serves a similar purpose though. You want a nice tanky front line for the Yunara, for the Azir, who can kind of carry through these fights, play that back line. Loud though, the Rise, if anything, is slightly uncharacteristic because it's not a diving champion, but with the Realm Warp, it does allow you to position that Wukong and other potential divers. The Renekton, I think, fits much better. Goes in with that Wukong, gets into that backline, looks for diving, and I wouldn't be surprised if Root decides to opt for something like a Kaisa to go diving with the rest of the composition. But so far, his preferred answer into Yunara has been Sivir. So if Red have done their homework, maybe we see a Sivir ban come through.
Yeah, 4 games of Sivir so far. Very, very adept on that champion, at least just in this split alone. Focus, though, is targeted in different directions. For Loud, looking in that top side, banning out that Scion, trying to get FMB in a little bit weaker position. But as you called, is it going to be a Sivir ban? We already have the Corki. It's understandable. Corki can be a menace, can have a lot of burst potential as well. So maybe you don't want to deal with that one. But of course, as we just mentioned, heavy focus on the top side. Double tank banned out. Granted, K'Sante can go every which way. But against a Renekton, it can be problematic. So I like the focus by Loud here.
Yeah, they're trying to make sure that they don't get a free scaling pick up against the Renekton, who can survive early on. They really do want Robo to get that advantage. And we've seen Robo often run away with games. It feels like every playoffs, every time we hit sort of elimination phase, he's got that one champion. It's been Renekton in the past. It's been Olaf in the past. It's been Jax in the past. So the Renekton a very comfortable pick from him. Loud, though, need to pick their bot lane here. The AD carry is known. You're playing into a Yunara. I feel like this is where you pick it. They opt for the Varus. Okay, despite the nerfs to poke Varus, Varus still sits at the second best AD carry on the patch. But into the Yunara, it's a little bit interesting because you don't want to interact with her. You're probably going to go poke Varus if you're running the Varus here. But if you're doing that, then who's shredding through the Skarner? Who's shredding through potential tank top side if FNB goes tank? Gnar is not the tankiest, so lethality Varus is perfectly fine for that one.
Go ahead, run it up, and see if you can even layer in that Chain of Corruption, which will be nice. Again, we go back to it. Gnar is picked, so the first time we're seeing it here, I believe, in the playoffs. This is a 3.5 as FMB is going to be trying to throw down here, and he's been playing stuff a lot like that Yorick, a lot of that pushing that individual prowess. So to have the Gnar here, once again, is, I mean, I love it. I have bad fears of it overall, but FMB is going to try and put it to work. Of course, last pick here is something that has been relatively left alone for most of the draft. It is going to be that support role. The Alistar was banned out earlier, which is why we are seeing that role picked up here. One of the classics on either side of the pockets, so it's also taken away from Root and Redbird. Redbird has played it before, but has something like the Rakan still in your pocket if you so wish.
Yeah, and frankly, I'm okay with that. I feel like the Rel is a much more defensive pick. It fits what Red wants to do a lot better. They know Loud is going to be engaging into them, so they don't need long range engage. Whereas for Loud, while Rel would have been very good follow-up for Wukong while it gets enabled by the Realm Warp, there's just so many other engage options. Redbird ultimately goes for the Rakan, something that can cover a lot of distance very quickly and really follow up with Griffin, or potentially be the primary engage for his team. So yeah, I think the drops in game one, pretty solid for both these teams. I think they got what they wanted.
Yeah, we really wanted to see our faces just one more time. Listen, we really, really like our faces. Or maybe we just like seeing RMC. RMC being the GOAT here, obviously, and enjoying life as much as others. And you can even see here, the players are getting set up for this one. Redbird stretching out, getting that coffee or whatever they're deciding to drink as they are playing for a chance to step up for the trophy, or at least one more step closer to that championship.
Yeah, and look, I know Riot, or Riot Americas as a whole, kind of set this up as the real champion is the team that wins the regional championship. But here in the South, we've always loved our domestic cups. And I think a lot of these teams, a lot of these coaches are focused first and foremost right now on that cup you see in front of you, that domestic cup here in the LTA South, and everybody wants to win it. We talked about sort of the history of Red and Loud, Loud being the dynastic team, the only team who has won 3 back-to-back, 4 back-to-back splits, and Red, of course, wanting to kind of catch up in terms of the trophy count move from 3 to 4. Pain as well, the oldest org, you know, they aren't at the top either. They want to get another championship, another trophy, and then contest INTZ for that coveted 5 titles, which nobody else has in the South, at least not in the Brazilian side of things. And VKS, CL wants to fulfill his promise. I don't know if CL can win the entire LTA, but right now, he's looking pretty good for the LTA South. And that's what he promised, was that this year, VKS was going to win something.
And that's what you're hoping to throw down here. So let's go ahead and dive on into the game because, listen, the bracket can only go so far as long as the players continue to get wins or losses depending on which fan side you're on. Go ahead, see a lot of them.
Oh,
wow,
wow.
that is a fight and a half, whether on or off the Rift. I feel like that is a very, very dangerous game to play there, but I 100% respect it. We are on to the Rift for Red Cannons going up against Loud here in the lower bracket semifinals.
Yeah, man, I think it's cute that like fans from opposing teams can have a good
Romeo and
relationship
Juliet
like that.
in one of the senses right there.
I don't know if it's Romeo and Juliet. I mean, we'll see. Depending on who wins, maybe unfortunately the Red Cannons fan might be sleeping in the doghouse tonight.
Oh. Now I'm just sad. But look, listen, if it gets the team to win, it gets the team to win. You'll take that all day long. Looking at the start of this draft, though, and the start of this game, we mentioned before, we've seen a history of very slow play, especially with some of these more scaling champions here. You see the Azir, you see the Yunara. Yes, you can fight, don't get us wrong, but give it a little bit of time, give it a little bit more punch when you do want to bring the head-to-heads together.
And I blame partially the changes they made with minion timing in the mid lane and when it crashes. Mid lane roams.
Yeah, you got to get
lot.
up for work a little bit earlier, right?
Yeah, they clash at the same time as the side waves now, so it's a lot harder for mid laners to roam out. The jungle changes as well make it very inefficient for you to try and go for early ganks. Falling behind on first clear really sets you behind in general, and then you lose tempo. And look, a lot of people didn't like the lane swap meta. I like the lane swap meta as it is now, but it unfortunately has made the game a little bit more boring because if you have a disadvantageous matchup, you just kind of move out. So yeah, the early games have been a little bit quieter, and when I see things like a Wukong as well, that does not inspire confidence for me for the early game. At least we're seeing Robo and FNB trade. These two top lanes have been around, it feels like, forever. This is an ancient matchup, and you can tell right from the get-go, like, they know what they want to do. They want to trade. They're not just going to sit back and farm.
Well, it's not just that. They know what player tendencies are there as well. There's something to be said, and I love the fact that you pointed out that they've been around for a while. They matched up multiple times. You start to get a very good understanding of not just the micro mechanics that a player likes to rock with, but also just their mental focus. I love seeing a lot of different interviews where you literally hear a player being like, yeah, I played against this guy for like 3 years. I know he tilts if I do this one specific thing. I'm going to do that one specific thing and watch him crumble.
It's kind of funny too, because FNB is really solid mentally. Like, we don't often see FNB kind of crumble in the top lane. And Robo, even if he crumbles, next moment, you never know what's coming with Robo, right? Like, we joked about Hobo, right? Like, it's Robo. There's the other side of it, which is it's Rob's day, right? Like, on one hand, like, he could carry you. On the other hand, he could crumble. He can do both in the same game. So, if anything, I think both of them know how that's going to go. Root taking a lot of damage on this trade from Rebello Frosty already. And we touched a little bit on the fact that, okay, Yunara best AD carry in the patch. Varus probably second best. We actually don't see the Varus Yunara matchup very frequently. A lot of times, teams would rather save the Varus for a different game. He doesn't have that great a matchup. Yes, you can try and outpoke the Yunara, but once the scaling starts to kick through, it does become a bit of an issue for the Varus. And if there are tanks on the other side as well right now, it still feels like players are not willing to switch to the on-hit Varus. They still prefer the lethality Varus, even though it has been nerfed and it doesn't have great answers into tanks.
It's also just, it's also, for me, a little bit more understanding of, yeah, we're going to go ahead and really show our hand. We are playing for a little bit of the early game. We want to try and duel back out and get that advantage. But, of course, that advantage is not in your hand when you're forced to burn cleanse early. Yes, Griffin did win out, getting the double scuttles there. But Root losing that cleanse early means Rebello and Frosty have very nice engage options if they so wish to commit. Current moment, though, no. Just try and get some HP, burn the mana, and push the waves.
I'd even love to see Doom actually just roam down into the spot lane, get some action going. Back when they were in CD, in the Brazilian Tier 2 scene, you'd often see Doom actually gank into the mid and bot lanes to kind of get things rolling. And the mid lane as well, just to get Kaze rolling. We are up against a Ryze. Ryze has really amazing sort of pushing potential, especially once he's picked up the early tier, once he's picked up the Lost Chapter. But he also does have to kind of get himself out there in order to do so. And the early damage a Ryze puts out is not that significant. His best bet is to just kind of Rune Prison you and run away. But if you can burn a flash out as a Skarner, that's absolutely massive. And it really sets up Kaze to potentially look for that level 6 Shurima shuffle into yet another gank.
It would also mean that we actually get to see action from the junglers. We saw the junglers quite literally just cross through mid, not give a care in the world. I saw Griffin take a minion, bro, and then took XP off of that. Like, nah, you don't do that to Jewel, of all players, that really wants to have a good game. Someone that, you know, his throughout the entirety of Split 3, we said, hey, you know, not had the greatest moments, has been more of a facilitator. At the end of the day, I mean, we watched him try and play and, you know, be that backbone for the team. But you're against Kaze, of all people. You want to have a good series here.
Hey man, if you picked Ryze, you kind of surrender your laning, right? So that's all I'm saying. Like Ryze skills on 2 items, basically. You need to get the Seraph's Embrace and you need to get the Rod of Ages stacking. And until it fully stacks, you're not really that effective as a champion. And when you look across the Griffin, and first of all, the champion he's picked, right? Wukong wants to get to level 6 to get the Cyclone. And before that, he doesn't have any hard CC in his kit, so he's just kind of damaged. He wants to rush at level 6. You want to give him XP. And then you look at the player piloting. It's Griffin, man. This guy is sensational. He's been such a perfect fit for Loud. Loud is a superstar team with a rookie with the superstar attitude. And you love to see Griffin kind of pop off. So if you're going to feed somebody and funnel in some early gold, I do feel like Griffin's a great choice. And I love it if it is a conscious decision by Jewel saying like, okay, I will give you my resources. I'm not sold that it is. It could just be Griffin, like you said, going by and saying, hey, sneaking one, peace. Like, but I love to think that it's Jewel making a team-oriented decision here.
I can agree with that one. However, the team decision as well on the flip is continue getting that scuttle. That is now going to be 3 scuttles straight that have been taken. So Loud are putting a lot of emphasis here, especially on the early game with these rotates with Robo now in the bot lane, to make sure no silly business goes down. You were mentioning Doom with some of those ganks. Those ganks aren't going to happen without some very nice drifting, maybe through some walls.
Well, jungler's almost 2 level 6. Griffin really power farming with that CS lead is already 6 now. FNB not quite able to dodge the arrow, but Root doesn't have nothing out yet. It's just 2 long swords. It's not really kind of doing anything to discourage FNB here. And FNB in mini Nair form is range. He's okay with this matchup. He's farming perfectly fine. And heck, he's even getting push.
It feels very respectful. I have no other ways to put it. Like, yes, we mentioned that teams play slow, but this is almost like respect for the teams themselves, understanding that if they make one wrong move, things can go very awry very quickly. And I like it. I like the respect being handed down. Both teams are kind of playing by the book. And again, for me, someone that likes to get spicy, that might like to cheese my solo queue a bit. Respect for the teams and, you know, the history of winning and possibly being that giant pain in the backside here in game 1.
Brother, if I want cheese, I don't want to see respect. I want to see just like absolute disrespect. Connie just going nuts and like, I can handle this, you know, like diving in there, making things happen. I think part of this is also a function of the composition. So we touched on the compositions a little bit in draft. Red, they've got really good dive composition, but it does take time for it to come online. We touched about the Rise, we talked about the Wukong a little bit. The lane swaps also mean that Robo isn't able to exert himself quite as much as you normally like to see a Renekton do early on. They do, however, get first move on the Grubs, despite not being level 6 in the dual lane, which makes us a bit of a surprise. I do think Red candidates have slackened a little bit by letting that go. Red also have some skill on their side with the Yunara, with the Azir, which is maybe why they're saying, okay, that's fine. We won't contest you early. We will let you get Grubs, we'll trade for Dragon, we'll go for late. And once we get enough health on our Gnar, on our Skarner, once we get sort of 2 items on Yunara and Azir, that's when we'll want to look for that front to back. So both teams kind of willing to just handshake the early game without the pressure of saying we have to win early in either draft.
And that's going to make for what I also enjoy is called the stat check of the game. You don't meet for, 14, 15 minutes, and yes, you know your power spikes, you know all that, but you don't know the strength of your opponent until you clash heads and go, oh yeah, they actually hurt quite a bit, and it takes a little bit of time. I usually say it's like 5 to 7 minutes, but here in the early game, might be 12, 13, 14 before we see that first head-on clash between junglers or the entire team as per usual. Right now, though, both junglers are meeting of the minds somewhere in the mid lane. You can see Griffin trying to cheat out at level 7, hasn't really had an opportunity to use that Cyclone, but now she's on the other side as Doom is winning inside the bush. Griffin is about to be caught out inside their own jungle. Quick impale drawn to the box side and just trying to get everyone around. A little bit of a late clone out, but there's going to be the Azir ult, bringing out the Emperor's Divide. Another Cyclone knock everyone up, but it's so clean by Red. 4-on-1 means Red cannons get first blood.
Griffin, I salute your sacrifice to give us action and entertainment, but that's, I guess, why we're talking so much about respect.
Is it truly a sacrifice? Like, dude was waiting right there for a while.
Oh, he died, so yeah, he was a sacrifice. Was he a willing one? No, but he was still sacrificed. And that's why, I guess we were talking so much about respect earlier, Orbital, because we saw precisely what happens when you're not paying attention to who is where. And Griffin's been that confident. Speaking of confidence, Frosty might have overstepped.
No. Yeah, Frosty about to be burned down a little bit here. Jewel ready to go. Nice knockup once again. No flash available. Run into the hills, but Jewel this time getting a kill in the mid lane and now swinging the gold in their favor in that head-to-head.
Okay, that's really painful, actually, for the side of Red, because it took them... Like, that was a really good ambush that they pulled off with Doom sitting in that bush, but that happens once, right? Like, that's Loud having transitioned through mid lane that many times, thinking, we're fine, thinking that, okay, we can get this, we'll be okay. Jewel's going to get down here, but if he doesn't flash, I don't know if they get this.
No, and the fact that FNB actually turned around makes them understand as well that it's a flash-for-flash situation. If you're not flashing, I'm not flashing.
Yeah, and no flashes traded for now. Robo just gets the lead. He's diving.
Oh, wow. What a read by Frosty. It's a flash over the wall, and it's still a 1-for-1, though. Robo definitely didn't expect Frosty to be there, but it's still good. Kill for both top laners.
Okay, and if you're Robo, you're happy with that, right? FNB got the early lead, answering 1-for-1 is good. Redbird, he's got flash too.
He does, and is able to flash over the fat part of the wall. Very nice to stay alive, or else that would have been the feat of warfare going over to Red Cannons.
There we go, bro. There's the action we wanted, we craved. Yes. The teams are now willing to start pulling the trigger a little bit. And frankly, I'm not quite sure what the trigger was. Like, it's not like they suddenly unleashed ultimates. They just kind of went, okay, well, we just want to try and make these plays. And it's a 2-for-2. There is a ward up there, but Red has multiple members sitting up here to cover Rebello as he chips away on that turret. And the gold was actually starting to favor Loud a little bit with how the laning was going. Jewel was not being pressured. Robo was winning out. But with these series of plays, Red has caught right back up. We get to see the dive as well. Robo is very confident he can go for this with the Dominus. And if not for the fact that Frosty gets the Magnet Storm down, that would have been an easy kill for Robo. As it stands, Robo still finds the 1v1 with Frosty there, with Frosty burning Magnet Storm. And that's why I said I think Robo is happy with what he got in that 1-for-1 situation, in that 1v2 situation. He still walks away equal.
And I think also understanding that there was a high chance, a high variable, considering Frosty had just died beforehand, right? Like, you had to have some idea with a lot of these lane swaps and a lot of these positions that Frosty might have been in the area. So I think the understanding of, I want to get that kill, either way, I'm going to take the tower dive. Huge respect to Robo. Right now, though, we are looking at the next step of this game. Minute left on Dragon to come back up, which is an Ocean, not exactly the most tantalizing Dragon. Well, as a solo Dragon might be one, but it is going to shift a lot of that focus, maybe down to the spot side. Herald won't be up for another couple minutes, so it will be the only global objective on the map to take.
Yeah, FNB really trying to pressure with the advantage that he has for now. Robo with an interesting start as well, rushing the Tiamat for his Renekton, and that's not usually what we see, but it does give him a lot more pushing power, I think, to try and answer the range of FNB and threaten. He's diving right in from the get-go. Oh, okay, I see what he did. Oh, it's a Strikebreaker build. That, again, is a bit unusual, but I think Robo is very used to this particular sort of build. This is what he used to do in the past as well. I actually used to use the Prowler's Claw to actually gap close, which isn't a thing anymore. But now he's using the Strikebreaker to just slow down FNB so that he can get on top of this Mininar and punish. If he gets on top of FNB, he can run him down. That's what we kind of saw with that teleport into the bot lane and that movement speed boost.
Oh, and I love this call right now with the focus shifted down to the bot side for Loud. It's top side where the fight breaks out, and Jewel burning that flash, using the phase rush to stay alive. Very nice job, however, power pushed to Red Cannons, and now we're seeing that tower race right now. Plates are going to fall, so both towers are sitting on about a fifth of their HP. It will be Loud, though, pushing with 2 to gather first brick.
Yeah, and the fact that Jewel didn't go down the top lane is kind of massive. Kaze took a lot of turret damage trying to go in for that dive, and Doom didn't even stick around to really help the turret. He only came in a little bit after, so that gives first break over the way of Loud. That's one of the feats that they're able to pick up, and Red and Loud on top of that, getting to adapt as well, go right to that Dragon, continue that stacking. They've managed to desync the Herald as well, so they'll actually be able to recall and contest this Herald. I don't think Red can burn it down before Loud at least pokes their head into that area.
And another matter of fact is the vision, right? Loud have actually stuck with this pink ward on the top side as well. Normally, I would, if we see the Herald focus for someone like Red Cannons, you would see a couple ward shut down, which they're just now doing. So for Loud, it's not only that they can recall, they even have vision. If they need to push, they will. They will go ahead and charge their way in. At this moment, though, a little bit more leisurely. They're more focused on that mid lane, get the waves under their control, which I do appreciate at this time and a half. For Redbird, though, you're saying we just want to bring that fight on in. Good crash down coming in from Frosty. A pinch by Doom, though, as that's going to be the quickness to pop on out, and Redbird has to run. Cyclone landing onto Redemption coming in very, very quickly. So everyone gets to live, and the arrows dodged out at the end. Frosty staying alive.
It feels like Doom just constantly finds his way into bushes that Loud's not expecting. Ripper went in thinking, okay, we got this. And then when Doom came out, the numbers were massively disadvantaged. But Redbird's Rakan, it's just so slippery, able to answer back. Now Kaze has to be careful. He's caught out.
Oh, and I don't like that. The rest of the team had actually backed away. And Kaze just kind of walked in there, was trying to deter, but because we're seeing so many fights on the other side and the fight in the mid lane, it was different. Robo, having tried to jump in on the bot side, FNB lives with great kiting, neither want to expend flash just yet, but at the end of the day, it is Herald still in the bank for Loud, meaning they have collected 2 of the 3 feats.
Yeah, great for Loud to be able to pick that up. And more importantly, I think they got a Herald as well. And considering how even this game has been, trading back and forth, Herald might be what it takes to change things up. Jewel.
Very nice realm warp. Understood the TP was coming in with Griffin right on the bank. It's a great call down. You even have the empowered recall. It's fine. On the flip side, though, FNB has earned their tower pressure after that little mini fight on the bot side.
Yeah, Robo might need a little bit of help. So far, these top laners have been mostly left in isolation, but we're seeing that even with the Strikebreaker, it's not enough to be able to match the Gnar slowdown. And for Robo, he can't even clear the waves fast enough. Every time he steps up, he's losing chunks of his health right there. What is that, 15, 20% down? And Doom's ready and waiting on the side to look for a potential dive. That bot lane turret is kind of low, and just a couple of hits from FNB would be enough to take it down.
Oh, not just that. If you add in Doom on the back end, it's a whole different story. And for Robo to lose out on that flash in this way means FNB, anytime Mega Gnar is up, will be looking for a chance and a half.
At least he traded it for Doom's Impale, so Doom can't be looking for that massive engage. And I think Red is starting to hit the point where they do want to be looking for team fights. They've got the Kraken Slayer for Rebello. They've got the Nashor's Tooth for Kaze as well. They can start fighting front to back. We do see in the small cam that FNB takes the bot side turret. It's going to be answered immediately by Loud on this top side. Do we see TPs come down for a bigger fight? Griffin looking for Kaze.
Ooh, flash in, forcing that Empress Device. It won't be available. However, the full weight of power is coming on in. Another Cyclone dance above. A nice triple knock behind. And that's the entirety of Red. Knocked up, suppressed, and denied of their lives. The chase of Griffin's the last 3 behind. But welcome to the Loud train as they chase on in for tower number 3. Kills and kills. Another dive afterwards. Round number 4 was not what Red were expecting. Yes, some will fall, but it's a near delayed ace, and Loud take a stomping lead.
True, TPing back into mid immediately for the push as well. They want to get another one, Orbital, and that will be 3 turrets in rapid succession coming through from Loud. Tell you what, this reminds me, we talk about the weight and history of these organizations. This reminds me a lot of Dynastic Loud. This was what back when Croc was playing, when Tinones was playing, this sort of explosion in the mid to late game, except a little bit faster. Jewel hasn't even completed his 2-item power spike. That Rod of Ages is not fully stacked, but I love that they were willing, ready to pull that trigger. They burn a lot of the ultimates in the early fights, and this fight starts off with Kaze having to use the Emperor's Divide early, defensively, and the team looks to re-engage. Keep in mind, there's no Impale either, so there's no hard CC or massive AoE CC to come through. You're just trying to fight with bodies and with damage, and while we do see Kaze and Rebello pump out the damage, heck, that's why they pick up any kills on the back end of it, they're under threat, under fire the entire time. Sticking around for this turret just felt like greed. You saw how quickly it went down with the Herald charge. It's a 5v3. If that turret, when that turret goes down, it's completely not safe anymore.
Just behind, you can see the flags being flown.
That's a new one.
I'm interested. I was like, that I haven't seen that before, but it's a nice one. I like it, and the respect to the teams as well. As Loud now with their extended gold lead, 2 items completed, Dragon on the table, they're looking they're ready for fight number 2. They took so much and they want to play. Battle lines being drawn, but Dragon has started up, down to about 7.1k. Being burned, Realm Warp on the other side. They're looking for a flank option, but who are they sending in? They're sending in Robo with the dominance and allowing Griffin to get a flank option again. Emperor's Divide, but this time it hits everyone, and that allows Red to turn it right around. A fight for a fight is what they say, and not a single one will fall
Kaze?
until we see Kaze go in. And then Kaze says, okay, we give you a piece back. Don't smite that a 1. Another kill on the back end as Redbird somehow got FNB. I don't know how from the grave you do that, but Jules said, I'm strong now. 2-item power spike, able to get some answers back. It's still a dance, though.
I wonder if it's redemption being popped by Redbird.
No way it was a redemption kill. I haven't seen that in ages.
I mean, we didn't see it. That's the problem. We don't know it was a redemption kill. Because I don't even think FNB hit anything. So I don't know what would have aggroed him. The wave was pushed up. It was really, really rough. And for Red, considering how that fight started, that's a really rough way to end it. Loud, this is illegal. You don't have your jungler.
You do not.
Oh my goodness, they're going to get away with
but
it.
now you brought in 3. Otacon will reset a little bit. Another TP coming in. This is almost an extension of the previous fight with Loud saying, hey, we did it last time. Red says, we want to do it to you. In comes a redemption yet again, getting so much value out of that thing. And with Griffin respawning and rushing their way back, it has been secured. What you just said, RMC, that Red, that was rough, that now turned almost to disaster as Loud claimed the Otacon buff.
Yeah, and that's more important than the Dragon, unfortunately for Red. I really did like what Red did, and we saw the difference between having your ults and not having your ults, right? Look at how Red layer their CC, the Emperor's Divide, to cut the fight, and then the Impale thereafter to find the critical targets to make sure that, hey, they're not able to let their carries just free fire in safety, and because of that, Red win the fight. No, they're not going to show us how FNB died.
I'm watching the mini-map. Oh, he recalled on top, I think, of a ward. That's a standard redemption. Recall. That had to be redemption. So Redbird calling that one out. It is, as you said, RMC. Very, very nice. But I also like what you said right there. Understanding that currently the game is in that kind of free fall moment right now. And Red and Loud understand that the pacing is picking up very, very quickly. We're at 22 minutes. That gold lead is now shut down to about 1.8. It's going to pick up pace whether you like it or not. And it's going to see who is at that 60, 70 mile per hour, 100-kilometer race speed and ready to take this game on.
Yeah, and it's an interesting situation we're in because normally this is where Rise is fully online, right? Rod of Ages fully stacked, Seraphs and Base picked up, Jules having a quietly, really solid game. 3-0 and 6 has caught up in CS, has been a menace in fights.
Amazing.
But the problem is Rise as a champion does not interact well with Red's composition. The Realm Warp is a key tool to get Robo, to get Griffin, to get Redbird into back lines. But Jewel himself is a short-range mage, playing into an Azir and a Yunara, both of whom outrange him. And he's got to play in range of the Skarner, of the Gnar. There's a lot of CC to come through. Yes, you're tanky, but you're also going to be under fire the entire time. So it still feels like it's going to come down a lot to execution and how these fights roll. And based on how the Otacon went down, maybe it comes down to decision-making as well. I love the nerve on Loud to actually go for Otacon after that. It came down to the wire. Griffin barely got there in time before Red did. But he did, and he got Otacon as a lead. The 1.5k gold, I don't feel is significant enough to be the deciding factor in these fights just yet.
All about what decision do you make, and does the rest of the team follow it as well? And right now, that's FNB recognizing that, hey, I don't want to be here right now. So far has been picked on in more ways than one, and it's always in the mini-Gnar form. That first team fight, by the way, FNB got annihilated in mini-Gnar form on the top side push, and this time as well, it's now on the bot side. No FNB means no tank, at least for the moment, which means it's a good push to come out here. Of course, it's just a wave in, and Red are able to put 3 here on the bot side.
Yeah, well played from Red, though, and being able to collapse back well. They sent Kaze to handle the top side, and their job here was just to wave clear. They knew we weren't winning any fights. Just get enough wave clear to make sure they dissuade the dive, and because it was Robo split pushing top side, Loud didn't have a tank to really tank up a potential dive into the bot side. Griffin is not tanky. Bro went for Trinity Force and Sunder Sky. He's all about the deeps, all about the damage, all about the threat to the backline. And Redbird didn't go tanky either. He rushed the redemption, which, hey, got him a kill, but it also does mean that he can't be the one to tank up dives just yet.
I love how animated Griffin is, by the way. I don't know if you've seen it a few times. I've noticed it, but I didn't see it the entire time. FNB sent words back, but almost every time we see Griffin, Griffin on screen, he is so animated. He's so excited to get into these. I don't know if that's just win power. Hey, we're in the lead. We're going to keep pushing. But maybe making shot calls and very excited and in anticipation of what is to come for the future of this game specifically. We saw some things going down as well. Red trying to gather a lot of vision in this side because Baron's up in just about 15, and that's what they're looking at now.
Yeah, I think Griffin's just a very animated person, and that's why we love him here, but also a very effective communicator. I think one of the things, too, to point out, like when they show him on that camera at the bottom there, is a lot of times you'll see him talking whenever they're showing him on camera. As a jungler, he's always been known, even in NA, to communicate very, very effectively and give lots of information to the team. And I think that's one of the big reasons why Loud has looked a lot better with Griffin stepping in. After Croc left, frankly, they looked kind of lost. As good as a jungler as Shinny historically has been, I think his communication style maybe didn't quite fit the team. He didn't quite have the same vision as Root did for the team. And now Griffin coming in, I think, has fit in a lot better. Maybe it's experience from playing in the LCK Academy scene, but it seems like he's fitting a lot better with Root right now. While we were talking as well, Loud did pick up their second Drake of the game. It's a minor footnote at this point. It's only their second Drake. Yeah. Baron is the focus, as you can see on screen.
It's all about that fight for how many control wards can you take out before someone gets mad and dives you. I mean, you can see it there. Root even dancing. Look at that. That's a pink ward in the middle of the lane. If that doesn't scream, I want to know where everyone is, I mean, that's pretty impressive all the way down the line. Of course, with that dance, Red weren't willing to commit. Right call, but for Loud, that allows them to reset, spend their gold. We can see a lot of it being handed into the fact that Griffin was able to pick up that tier 3 boot status, get a little extra MR shield in there. He's going to be playing as such for Red. Just find your momentum. They're pinging out the back end, but they still need to group up, and they still need to have the entire weight and force of the team to work with.
Yeah, FNB right now trying to find Robo. If FNB can win out the side lane push conclusively, it sets up Red for a much better Baron push. Because right now, Loud got in there later, cleared out all the vision, and Red, they're scared to walk in. They know that Griffin sat there ready and waiting.
Well, who's ready to follow through? It's actually going to be Rebello, who's cut off from the rest of the team. Realmore coming in with just the Wukong, but that's all you need. A quick piercing arrow from the back end takes him away. Impale slows down the fight, but Doom knows it's all doom and gloom right now. Redemption to help it a little more. Emperor's Divide does nothing. You just hop that wall and keep on fighting. It is Loud once again to take 3 names and leave losing none.
Redbird trying to walk towards Baron, runs into the Sun Disc, takes 2 turret shots. But that's fine. Red is still in a great position. FNB is going to go mini. He can't walk in there. Frosty's got no damage. So it's a Loud Baron. And overall, I like to say that Loud's patience was rewarded. That wasn't about patience. Griffin saw the angle. Man went in solo. Didn't even have to burn Flash. And he went on the tanks. It was Frosty and Doom he went for. But it worked. It caused Red to split very awkwardly. And the realm warp we talked about for Jules' Rise. That's why you pick the champion. It's not for the skilling. Instead, it's the Realm Warp that catches Rebello off on the side. Rebello thought he got away from Robo. Nah, the entire team was ready, willing to get in there. And Doom trying to bail out his AD carry. That's just another free kill. Red should have just disengaged, walk away. But them wanting to help out ends up biting them in the back.
RMC, I think you called it out earlier, and it was perfect. You can even see here, watching in the room, it hurts. You know it hurts, especially when you draft something like Yunara, this strong ADC. And to watch it be 1, 2, and 4 right now sucks. But you have to give it up to Griffin. You mentioned that shot calling, you mentioned the experience. It's showing that snap decision making. Hey, I'm going to go for it. And if we get the kill, it's great. If we don't, well, we'll find a way out of it. That snap decision has led to this kill lead, to this continued pressure that Loud are now putting down here on the bottom side.
I think it's one of the situations where stats are lying very heavily. Griffin has the worst KD on his team right now. Like, he's only got 7 kill participation. That's so untrue, though. Griffin's the one pulling the triggers on all of these fights. He's just not getting kill credit. And in a way, it's perfect play, perfect utility play, right? You're setting up your carries to kind of pick up kills of their own to not die. Granted, he does have the most kills on his team with the damage-oriented build he got. But yeah, it's really working out for Loud right now. They're getting advantages. Red haven't given up, though. They managed to push on that top side, find the inner turret. They're still pushing back. It's just that the gold lead's getting a little bit untenable, it feels like, for them. 4.5k gold deficit. 1.5, you can ignore with your composition. 4.5 thousand, especially depending on how it's split up, with that much of it on Griffin. That's almost an entire item up that Griffin has. And it's not Doom he's hunting. It's the fact that Kaze and Rebello have to be really careful that they're not getting one comboed by Griffin. If either of those melt at the beginning of the fight, Griffin will happily trade his life. Just the chaos he creates as well as that kill is more than enough for the rest of Loud to be able to win a fight. And if Loud wins one more fight, that's probably game.
Not just probably. I'm going to lean into the definitely in that back pocket. What I will say, though, is Kaze and Rebello, yes, they're getting, they're getting pinched on a little bit, not fully, but they do have damage stacking in. 3 items currently for Kaze completed. Rebello has 3, so if they are allowed to free fire, maybe we do get to see that team fight occur. Maybe we do get to see Red start firing back and close that gold gap that we saw earlier. I think Loud went from the 3K to the 1K, now, of course, right back to that 4 to 5K. Dragon is going to be up in about 20 seconds, though. And Loud are saying, hey, we want to be the first ones here. We want to be appropriately positioned. And we're going to find someone that should not be caught out here. Poor Doom has now sealed his own. And Loud are going to claim a 3rd dragon for themselves after they push this base. Are they just going to not care about the dragon?
Yeah, why would they care about the dragon? Right now, the big tank for Red is down. F&B is not in Mega Gnar form either, not even close with the Rage Bar. Loud are looking to just push in and even potentially dive as well. Only, again, if they had somebody who lead that dive. Robo is pushing mid lane instead of looking bot and Red. Okay.
Oh, there it is. I was wondering, are you just going to dive this? Are you just going to look for the fight? Another catch on the Kaze, as Kaze is forced to use the Zanyas, but in comes the chomp and a half. Root picks up that one, but now with another one down, it took a little bit too long and the tower is firing off. I was wondering if they're going to end the game right there, but they're taking a little bit of a safer route. Take the inhibitor tower, take the inhibitor behind, take the freestanding, and get ready for the resounding. FMB gets their first Gnar ultimate, it feels like, of the entire game, but it's only on 1 as now it's turned around once again. Doom just came back alive. Doom just revived, and you're right back to square number 1. Rebello set to square 0, and FMB is about sent to -1. Dancing between the Nexus and all. Loud are putting on a show and a half here for our viewing pleasure. They're below 10% HP on so many members. No way they dance this. No way they dance for the finish. But Jewel, the one at 75%, is saying, yo, we can end this. Stagger the kills. Walk your way to game 1 in 32 minutes. Loud take the opening game.
Oh, bro, we saw some numbers at the start of the pregame. we looked at it. Rit looked like they were the better team more recently. They won last year in a best of 5. They won this split in the early best of 3. But here in the elimination phase, in a battle for the final ticket to LA from the LTA South, Loud just looked better. They looked better than they did last week against Furia. They were clean on this one.
It's terrifying to think about. You mentioned the series last week. I said it to myself and to some other friends that I was talking about. It feels like they cheated their way into this matchup. If you look back 3-0, it was rough. And if you were a Loud fan going into the series, there were a lot of question marks. And you could see the laughter even on both ends for all these teams. It's, they are friends, but I have to agree. Loud looked amazing on the shot calling, on the execution, on the decision making, and it all started with that break in the top side. Whoever called that, whoever decided, hey, let's run 3 towers, 5 total kills, take a majority share of that top side, amazing from Loud.
And I love that, we got to see Rebello talking with Ripper, then smiling a lot. Ripper especially has been through so much, I feel like, in his career. Mans was on Loud, got kicked off Loud, and then got brought back onto Loud. And now we're seeing why they even thought about Ripper in the first place. He just needed a jungler who he could really, really pop off with. And you're saying, whoever made that call on the top side, my money's on Griffin or Ripper, because they were leading that charge on those dives, on those plays. And even at the end as well, Griffin's the first one in. But Redbird, his buddy, is right behind, following in with that recon. It's beautiful to see that. And for Red, this did feel a bit uncharacteristic from them. They felt very reactive, not very proactive. We're used to seeing when Red dominates, it's them going in first. It's them looking for the initiate, for the engages, setting up their team. That wasn't the case. It was always Griffin first. And I get it compositionally, right? Like, you had a comp that was going to soak the engage. You had the Rel, you had the Azir. But it just doesn't feel like a great fit for this Red squad, and I'd love to see Kaze on a more proactive champion, on an assassin, something with a lot more agency, where he doesn't have to rely on his team to do stuff. Instead, he gets to kind of cause whatever chaos he wants, and then the team can focus on protecting Rebello instead.
I mean, listen, when you get killed by Redemption, I also have some fears about going in for a fight. So, you know, that's just me, though. Right now, we are taking a look at this game number 1, and it's a thrilling way to start. I might have been confused at the beginning of this series, but I'm 100% sure we're in for a banger. Please don't go anywhere. The LTA South will continue in just a bit. My mind is clear, RMC. I have been brought to light about the fact that Loud apparently were resting. They are so far, by the way, not just a storied organization, but currently 7-0 in game score throughout their entire lower bracket run, in a surprising, to me, game victory here over Red, controlling from what feels like start to finish.
Yeah, and this giving me PTSD back to, you know, when they first started like winning non-stop, you know, as a 2022 split 2. They make that sort of they don't really make lower bracket runs. I think this is actually one of the lowest bracket runs that Loud has to make, but it's always this way where it feels like they're sandbagging the regular season, and then when it matters they start to come together and they start clutching up, they start working together. And again, I know I said this before the break, but Redbird's where my eyes are really drawn to in terms of improvement this split. This guy has leveled up so incredibly much, and he's causing so much chaos. He's getting so much control down. The vision control that Loud put down, I think, was a key part of their win over Red as well.
I mean, the comfortability as well with the Rakan and the Wukong. We've seen them do it and repeatedly across the entire season. At this point, listen, I got the script. It says they're going to win another one, and then, you know, they're going to have fun. But on the flip side, if we're looking at Red, there were a couple key players. I mean, we talked about Kaze being this kind of star player, and before this game has had a pretty exemplary track record. I believe double-digit kills throughout a majority share of this playoffs run, and looking really, really good there. I don't want to say that he played badly, but he was definitely targeted, very heavily focused, and making sure that, hey, the Azir can get off. I mean, so many defensive ults coming out. Now, we won't see it here, but that needs to stop. We need to see Red amp it up a little bit here in the draft.
Yeah, and Red got blue side as well. They got the Yunara pick. They got the Azir pick. They got a lot of the comfort strength picks that they wanted. And now, going to game 2, they are still going to opt for the blue side. We see the Volibear ban. A little bit of a change up from game 1. They've opened up the Orianna though, so I'm curious if that means we see Jewel just slam it. You know, the drafting from Red has raised some questions for me. I don't know why we're giving Jewel one of his best laning champions.
Well, and the fact is, they actually prioritize Robo on the top side. Robo has had 4 games on Rumble so far, at least from what I noticed in the previous, and FMB was like, hey, I want to take that away. And even the Hover, you can see Loud being like, yo, we can do this if we want to, you know?
Yeah.
You left Orianna for us. We are going to take it now, and we're going to enable even further a utility. There was a point, actually, in last game where you mentioned that, you know, Griffin is like this ultimate, you know, support-ish on this Wukong. I was looking at Jewel. Jewel was 3-0-10 at one point. Now you give him that Orianna. I am very excited to watch what can go down.
And the Trundle as well from Loud. I'm liking this draft that's coming through from them, because by picking the Trundle, you remove tank options away from the other team, or you kind of say, well, if you want tanks, you're going to need multiple of them, because one ain't going to cut it, I'm just going to subjugate them. Now, you do that after the Rumble is being chosen, and usually in current meta, we're seeing tanks come up the top lane. Support tanks don't count. They don't have the economy to get big enough. But against Doom specifically, Doom primarily has 2 modes. Utility, where he's playing things like Maokai, Sejuani, you know, to a lesser extent, the things like Vi as well, Skarner that we just saw, or he's got full-on carry. And they're saying, we want you to go on a carry because Griffin wants to invade you, punish you, and actually challenge you to a 1v1. And Griffin didn't get to do that much last game. He got to be a carry, but as we kind of said, it was more like a teamfight initiation carry. This time, with the J4, I like the compromise from Red, but it's still a very squishy composition to come through so far.
Difference being, they're not going to be waiting for Loud to come to them. This is a very forward-looking composition with the Aurora, with that J4, with that Rumble. That screams go in, and Robo goes, give me that Aatrox. Hey, I know what's going to be thrown down. I know you're going to be coming at us. Let's duke it out.
Yeah, Red wants to go in, and Loud wants him to go in. Red was like, come at me, bro. Like, I'll end your world, literally. With the Orianna as well. Orianna is a champion that plays very well playing backwards, where she can kind of throw the ball out, leave the ball there, and run back. Then you don't need a ball delivery system if they're going to come for the ball themselves. So Loud, it's kind of like the shoes on the other foot. Last game it was Loud trying to full send, and successfully full sending in the best way possible. This time it's Red trying to full send into what Loud have. And we already see quite a bit of beef with the Trundle, with the Aatrox as well. That's going to be effective into the Aurora. So the poke from Red is also not going to be that effective.
You know, it almost makes me think that we have the teams on the wrong side and Red actually chose Red side, and I'm just like, okay, you know, listen, you do what you want to. But this is also what I really like to see now, because we saw such a heavy shift towards that top side of the map. We now get double ADC bans, which we talked about Rebello actually having a very rough time on the Yunara, such a power pick and not really being able to get off ground. And now it's a heavier focus. We're seeing the Jhin plus the Lucian early game denied by the side of Red, and a little bit of utility long range towards that mid game. Plus the Misfortune behind, you can see where a lot of their tempered aggression is going to be, saying, we know you want the Wombo combo, we're not going to give it to you. And then the Corki is still banned away. A lot of respect to it.
I'm just really curious why we're seeing so much Corki priority from Red on the bans. Like, I get into Yunara. Corki's one of the champions who can kind of go toe-to-toe with her when she builds like the Ruin King sort of builds, where she's looking for the early fights. But in this game, like, Root to me is more of a skilling AD carry. And granted, you know, with the Aatrox topside, maybe they're thinking, okay, they want something early bot that can get that pressure to Loud topside to scale. But Loud's always been a team that's great at soaking pressure. Even when they were struggling with Shinny, they were still fine soaking pressure. Like, that wasn't the issue. It was more that they couldn't bounce back. So I expect to see something like a Sivir, or maybe not Sivir, something with a bit more mobility, like an Ezreal or Root here, where you can get out of those engages coming through from the likes of J4, from the likes of Bard.
Yes. And I'm actually really happy about this. We just watched Redbird lock in an Alistar, which we just mentioned Redbird has been playing exceptionally well so far. And at the start of this series, how do you deny an Alistar? Well, you don't take a Rel, you don't take an Alistar, you take Bard, which has risen into such high priority for a lot of supports recently. Great denial, great ult utility, but it's into the Alistar specifically that it is saying, bye Frosty, we know what we want. Not only that, you pair it with the Kaisa, massive dive in. The setup upon setup upon setup for Red Canids is so notable right now.
You know what would really screw Red here?
What's that?
Zaya. Just run Zaya. Like with the sheer amount of engage that Red has right now, Zaya being able to use the Featherstorm to avoid the Kaisa and just yoinking it in, it's going to absolutely shred Doom. It's going to shred Rebello. And sure, there's Kazuya and FNB, but FNB is probably still going to be up in your face as well in that overheat mode. Instead, we see the tried and true Sivir for Root. It's his most played champion. It feels like his favorite champion this split. I do have some concerns with this. While the Spell Shield is very useful to soak up the occasional bits of burst and whatnot to come through, it does very little against the Cataclysm Equalizer combo that comes out. You're still going to burn, and you have fairly short range. So Loud kind of opting a little bit into these team fights, not necessarily going with the hard counters, but instead going with the skilling and just saying, okay, we put you on a timer. Red, you have to win by 25 minutes.
For Red, they have to know that. Considering how the last game went, I feel like they understand the pressure, because this is I would dare say this is a 180 in compositional difference. This is very forward momentum, if we dive in, as you said, 25 minutes, I would hesitate and even add on a little extra pressure. You want to do this even faster than 25. Like, please do this in like 23, 24. Get crazy with it, get wins, because if I don't see them diving, I'm going to be so sad, personally. I want to see them, run the gauntlet. Granted, you're into Loud, who just took you down very, very convincingly, and there are ways to deny. Specifically, Redbird on the Alistar, greatest denial tool in the industry. So we'll see how it goes down. Right now, game number 2 on the rise. Loud and Red Canids, get hype. And if you're enjoying it so far, if you're enjoying the broadcast, if you're enjoying the show, please go ahead, give us a like, give us a follow, all that good stuff here on Twitch. Shout it out, follow us on the socials as well. Get amped up for these games, because this is just day 1 of the weekend. We will crown a champion by the end of it. And if it's your favorite team, if it's Red, if it's Loud, that's awesome as well. But there are 2 other teams on the docket throughout the weekend.
And it really feels like a bit of a Cinderella run that will have to come through for Red, for Loud, to be able to win it all. Because they're going to be playing potentially to win. They'd have to play 3 days back-to-back, and they'd have to win every single day. A bit of a tight call for them. But hey, we've seen teams build up a lot of momentum through lower bracket runs in the past. I think we've seen Loud actually kind of pull similar things off. Again, this is probably the longest lower bracket run they've had to do. But if they did it, it would be, in a way, making history once again here in the LTA South.
There are so many good Cinderella stories out there in esports and in gaming and in sports in general. And it's always fun to talk about them, right? But it's so weird to hear a team like Loud making a Cinderella run. It's just, I don't know. It's weird hearing like champions making a Cinderella run through the lower bracket. But it is true. They are going to have the Cinderella run, and it's a great way to start things off here in this series so far. And taking a look at the summoner spells as well. This is also something that we've seen a lot of the time. Alistar and Bard both running the Unsealed Spellbook. Makes sense, we saw it last game on the Rel. We're seeing it doubled up, so it's going to be getting silly with the Ignites, with the TPs, with everything in the bank.
And I feel like, Bard's one of the best users of the Unsealed Spellbook.
Oh, I swear I'll go a step further. The pioneer of running that Unsealed Spellbook, I feel like. Just get silly with it.
I mean, Frosty was one of the first to start doing it here in Brazil. So, actually, no, Jojo was first, before Frosty. So, yeah. But yeah, with the Bard, it makes a lot of sense, I feel like. You're not really tied in. The other thing that I love actually seeing from Bards is Electrocute, because of the sheer amount of lane pressure you can get down. And you can already see Frosty's walking face first into Redbird. Like, he wants to get this sort of lane pressure down, even though he's trading more health for it. If you can set the Sivir behind, set her skilling behind, it gives you more lane agency. One thing you have to be very aware of when playing against Sivir, it's not just her late game. You're actually also worried about her first item power spike, because once she gets that first item, a lot of times she can wave clear for absolute days, and then that just really helps in order to get to that late game, just to hold things out.
Yes, as someone that watched the old school Unsealed Spellbook as well, the days of also crazy utility trees. Oh god, the days of all the utility in the world. Unsealed Spellbook, I mean, has been adjusted over time. I remember a time when it was super OP, then they tuned it down, and now it's a little bit more within line. It's so much fun, and I am curious to hear what other people's thoughts on that summoner spell are. Right now, though, we're also looking at Root's HP and wondering how it's faring, as that's a very good root coming out of Frosty, and Rebella obviously showing that they want to correct some wrongs from game number 1 and look to take over this bot lane.
It's low-key bait. Between Spell Shield and Alistar passive healing, yeah, Sivir's fine. Like, Root's health bar, he just needs to not instantly die, and he'll kind of be okay. You know, you actually see he's now got more health than Rebello, despite losing that trade. Actually, before this support Unsealed Spellbook meta, where did we see Unsealed Spellbook? Because the one that I remember was when Froggen used to run it on a Nivea mid.
It was such cheese at the time, though. Like, let's be honest, when it was...
When else was Unsealed Spellbook meta?
I don't think it was ever meta, that's the thing. Like, when I say I saw it, I don't think it was ever meta. Like, this is the first time I've seen it consistently across games. A lot of the time it was used as kind of that shock factor back in the day if you needed that game 3 or game 5 amp up, and you had a specific pick. Like, I love the fact that you brought up Froggen, because Froggen was, like, one of the pioneers of a weird champ pool, right? The days of the Anivia, only he could pilot it to a certain extent.
Yeah, and nowadays when you see Anivia, it's like so shocking. We've seen it a couple of times in comp. I do think it has its place, just not in the current meta. We do see Doom roaming into the enemy jungle, looking to see if he could snatch something away, but Griffin's just been power farming as well. J4, not the fastest clear, so the invade not panning out onto too much there. Now Frosty being left alone in the lane. Desynced back timings from Frosty and Rebello here. I think they're trying to get away with this because Bard can heal himself up with those healing shrines. We'll have to see if it ends up paying off, though. If it does, the additional XP actually could be huge from the solo soak.
We're still going to see some time before, or actually, I think this is around the time where Frosty is going to start roaming around, start looking for those chimes, start looking for those lane swaps. Of course, TP's out for the mid lane, where Kaze and Jewel, who we really haven't talked about, Kaze being given what you actually kind of liked, which is a little bit more aggressive in the mid lane. Maybe not that assassin that you were calling for earlier, but Aurora does a lot of good damage early, enough burst and all. Gives a little bit more agency to Kaze, but it's against Jewel's Orianna, which we mentioned. Very comfortable on that champion.
Man, if there's one thing I learned from the Hitman series, it's that a successful assassination just means that there's no witnesses left alive. And Aurora can kill everybody, so definitely, I'd call her assassin if she's played right.
Oh my god, I love that series so much. It's silly. The amount of bodies that can be put into one basket, apparently, is infinite by Hitman logic. I may have used that a few times to clear a mission. Frosty, though, is on a mission right now. We're talking about the Bard himself, and he portals right on out. As we do see the Ocean Dragon being called down first, one of our more prolific first dragons to be fought over.
I'm curious if they actually go for it anytime soon. The bot lane's been trading very heavily, so maybe if they could find a kill down there from the junglers. Griffin, actually... Hold up, forget the bot lane. Griffin's just trying to sneak this one. He had to clear the ward that Frosty did just put down, so that might be enough to dissuade Griffin from going on this. I think a lot depends on what Doom wants to do, whether he decides to just rush straight into that Baron Dragon Pit, or not.
Well, now we get the high definition version of all this. We really get to see what's going on, so we appreciate it. As you said, it's not exactly a steal away, clearing out that ward and then trying to walk your way in, but because of that ward being dropped, I believe that was by Kaze, reading that appropriately and understanding that we do have to apply some pressure. This is already a good start, in my opinion. I don't think Red was ever really challenged or was challenging in game number 1. It was a trade of valuable objectives. So this time, are trying to challenge Griffin, are trying to challenge Jewel, not allowing this consistent trade of objectives to get out of control.
I think the attempt from Loud onto the Dragons actually benefited Red quite a bit on that, because they were slow to do that. They managed to pick up a bit more of the waves, because whoever starts up the Dragon as well is going to be taking a lot of damage. That first Drake hits a lot harder because you don't have that many defensive stats just yet, and Griffin was trying to sneak it with a solo. He ends up taking a lot of damage and doesn't want to stick around for that. So Red, just off of that play, pretty much, and laning prowess, get a 700 gold advantage. And in the top side, I feel like that's actually where a lot of it's sitting, ironically, which had nothing to do with the Dragon. FND is just beating Robo down again in lane.
Oh, you want to talk about that? Not only that, this is going to be a twofer type beat. So, and when I mentioned that, it's something that we don't always get to see, but it's nice when it does happen, is the fact that I mentioned before, Robo has had an exceptional time on Rumble, really does prefer playing that Rumble in options, one of his most played champions. FNB not only sold away, but to get a win on it as well would be very nice to have and be able to show once again that they are top of the tables. Now, last time FNB did have struggles moving into some of those team fights. Obviously, the Narbar is one of the most obvious and most recognizable when to fight, when not to fight situations. But now you got the equalizer, now you got a little bit more follow-up to that Cataclysm, so we like it.
Yeah, and I love that there is actually set up with the Bard, with the J-Fire. And we've seen actually, funnily enough, from Redbird as well, a lot of Bard plays in recent days where they're setting up with the ultimate and then the team kind of powers in after that. So if Bard is initiating first, then you don't have to worry quite as much about your team kind of getting trolled by that ultimate. Doom, though, getting caught in his jungle.
Oh no, does he have Flag and Jack? He should, no, I think he already used the Flag and Jack, so he had to burn Flash just to get out of the way. But that's the call down, and immediate boomerang around the side. So Root just picks up a freebie. Now Equalizer's so well down. Griffin is going to burn and turns to actually help out. Gets the heal on the back end, gets a catch on a Rebello, and now Jewel is in a 1v1. Differences abound though because Rebel is alone, so Rebello goes down. It's a 2-for-1, and Red don't want to give another. Loud with a great jungle catch.
And it's funny because last we saw Doom, he was actually invading and stealing away some of the small raptors away from Griffin contesting. We're just talking about how FNB has pride on the top side, and next thing we know, lane swaps happen, gets punished. Kaze has to blow between worlds to get out to safety, and Robo much happier with these late assignments out of nowhere. Loud firing back, and it's even scary when you consider that Loud has skilling in their favor too. So if they're able to find these opportunities in the early game, massive for them. Oh, Doom.
Oh, that
Doom
hurts.
saw Griffin there. He knows that Griffin was on Grub, so he knew that it was going to be a 2v1. I guess he just thought that Frosty and Rebello could get there faster, and they weren't tracking where Root was. Root more than happy to blow on the hunt to get there. And right here, the heal that came through from Redbird was so clutch. Keeping Griffin alive that extra second is what allows Root to kind of just get to free fire. Redbird gets to not have to tank things up, and it could have been a 3-for-3 if that heal didn't come through.
I also appreciate the fact that there is a lot more fighting here. You could see Root even going, hey, I'm going to flash over the wall. I'm going to get and do this kill. That's going to be a kill on both carries once again, like we saw back in game number 1. And then on the follow-through, you saw the tail end of it. That was a Dragon, the first of the game, going to Loud. So as much as we were talking about that Red were able to get extended, slightly extended leads due to the first Dragon fight, Loud still come out with the objectives. Yes, the Grubs went one way, but Loud got the Ocean Dragon to play and are now looking at a Chemtech a little bit later on.
Yeah, so if we look at it objectives-wise, net neutral, right? It's the usual sort of Grubs for Dragon trade, but the kills just going over the Loud nullifies a lot of the early advantages Red picked up. So really, truly a neutral situation. I think the biggest problem was kind of where the kills went. For Red, their early kill went into Bard's pocket, and look, Frosty getting the kill, not ideal, but if you're going to give it to support, Bard's probably one of the best supports to give gold to. But for Loud, they get on their carries. It's Jewel, it's Root picking up those kills. And for Root, you're just trying to accelerate the Sivir as much as possible. You saw what she did already in these early fights. Now, to be fair, Red didn't focus the Sivir. As the game goes on, I expect to see Red put much more focus in shutting Root down in these early fights, because he can do the most damage in sustained situations where he's not being targeted. Essence Reaver already picked up from Root. That's the start of the infinite wave clear route for Sivir.
It's the I hate life, I'm not going to look at you, and I'm just going to take my minions and leave. It is the most anticlimactic of ADC setups there, which I also love. I like farm, I like minions, and I like taking them down. Sorry, RMC. Same.
Okay, co-cast over, guys. You heard it here. Orbital wants to kill me, guys.
No, don't do that to me. What we are seeing is Redbird also getting a little bit silly. I know. We're seeing Redbird and Griffin, though, get a little bit more cheeky. After the initial duel with Doom, I love the fact that they're stepping in here. Not only that, Doom and Kaze are on the top side, now possibly getting pinched by Jewel, and that's why we see the flag and drag out. Root, though, with no flash, has to hold with the rest of the team. In comes Kaze, who's been farming up a sword, but it's not going to matter as you use the Zonjas. Was that a temper fate on top of your own teammate, which then enabled the kill? Griffin picks up one. Kaze's running for his life, and it's disaster for Red Cannons.
Wow. Orbital, you were talking about agency for Kaze on this Aurora pick, and I fully agreed with it. We did not account for Frosty's Temper Fate, because he took agency away from Kaze, and we're just talking about how Sivir later on needs to be shut down. I love the initial focus from Red. Doom knew what the assignment was. Take out Root. The rest of the team was not able to follow up, and Root lives in that situation. He didn't have flash. He was caught in a cataclysm. There should be no world in which the Sivir gets to get out alive. But right here, when Doom goes in, nobody else can quite follow up. Frosty is there, but where's Rebello and Kaze? He wanted to go between roads. He was supposed to hop onto Root there, but Tempered Fate shocked that that agency was taken away from Kaze, and high key, Kaze got into this fight.
No, 100%. You and I, we do not take these lightly, right? We try as casters try to be objectively. That was objectively like you got into by your own teammate. That is horrendous, and it feels so bad. And we know what happens when Loud sees that opportunity. We saw it back in game number 1, where it was a slight opportunity. We had seen Griffin, force the ult out of Kaze on the Azir before, and they ran with it. I am terrified to see what happens again. Again, it can change. But Loud have a history of doing very well when teams start to show mistakes. And that is what we just saw, a massive one. Loud now back on the field, about 2.5k in their bank. They're going to start rolling as they TP straight towards mid.
Yeah, and Rebello hates his life right now. Root, again, the kills for Loud. Another one went to Jewel, another one went to Root. Root now has the Berserker's Greaves over Rebello. So he gets movement speed advantage. He gets to choose when he goes in, when he goes out. And then his call's also already completed. He's looking to be able to complete that early and kind of get an item advantage as well. Redbird diving in onto Frosty.
And they can do this all day long. Like, they have the strength. Redbird's willing to trade his HP. No cares in the world. Look at that. Straight back to lane. Oh,
yeah, if anything, I think they're more afraid of the on the hunt. Jewel losing this one to Kaze. Well, trading equal for now and able to back up. I think the early Rod of Ages being completed is helping out a lot there. Aware Doom is here, and Loud has backup on the way. If they make this play for Red, it has to be off Frosty.
I'm not gonna lie, as a mid laner myself, I would have backed off. Like, if I were Jewel, I would have backed off when I see Doom stand. Jewel stood his ground and was like, yo, I just got chunked out for 50 by Kaze. Doesn't matter, I'm willing to sit there and trade. We can see the plate count as well. A little bit extra gold from the plates into Loud's pocket there. Very nice in that tone. So Red a little bit behind in that curve as well.
And it's actually starting to affect FNB's lane. FNB was winning early on, but once first item comes through, Robo picks up a Maul of Malmortius. He's able to soak a lot more of that magic damage and be perfectly fine. And because the rest of the team is losing, FNB is afraid to push out. Heck, while all that action was happening topside, in the bottom left, they showed the mini cam of what was happening in the bot lane. And Robo was proxying FNB, which is one of the reasons why he's actually catching up in CS right now and getting more turret damage. So for Red, the laning phase has become very disadvantageous for them. I think they want to get out of the laning phase as fast as they can. The only person who wants to stay in that phase is Kaze. And he's already got a big enough CS lead that I think that he should be looking to try and snowball a fight before Jules' Rod of Ages gets fully stacked.
And maybe that's why they're drawing out this fight into that Herald position. Not only are they trying to grab it, they're trying to force a fight here, and they will root, making sure to not get tethered with that spell shield, flash away to safety. Redemption again, holding, and Doom goes in with the Cataclysm. You are able to lock in 2, and you burn it for once. This time it's FNB to roll on in with the fire, and there's a proper Tempered Fate. Triple for Rebello. Possibly give it a 4th if you can. Robo can do nothing as Kaze gets a kill. There is the red cannons we've been waiting for.
Perfect delivery from Red Cannons. 5-star, was here on time, was fast, was beautiful. The engage, like that's exactly what we said we needed to see from them, and I am so glad they actually went in after Doom this time. I thought Doom was going to be dead on arrival. He was just getting melted, but he got the Cataclysm down, he got it on route, and FNB got cooking with that equalizer. It puts all that damage down, and this actually starts with Redbird getting aggressive. I thought Frosty was the one who did it, but he was just following up from that. And right here, Doom, he was just getting melted, but he gets the Cataclysm down. Even if he dies, his job is done. Equalizer burnt through almost everybody except for Robo, and Rebello gets the clean house. Triple kill for this Kai'Sa. We were just saying, okay, you're falling further and further behind the Sivir. Those are dark days for a Kai'Sa. You need to be ahead. Well, Rebello managed to do just that, and the extra kill, that went to Kaze. So almost perfect kill assignment, same as what Loud has been enjoying for most of this game thus far.
I'd also like to point out, if you saw that redemption go down, I wasn't keeping track. Frosty bought that, so that was the most offensive redemption, because you're only healing Doom, who's pretty much dead in the water. That did more damage than healing, which I love, absolutely. Very nicely done, well timed, well picked up, and it gives a breath of life to Red Cannons, who, again, in the early stages, that mistake by Frosty hurts the mental. To be able to bounce back, have a very nice Tempered Fate to get the team back on track, I think is a huge boon. Not only that, now influencing the rest of the lanes, this is Bard doing Bard things. Robo is once again getting pinched, and Kaze and Frosty are trying to take advantage. They're looking for another dive. Great tether along the ground, but that Malmortius is popped once again.
Lifeline is down. Doom's in the area, actually. They're doing...
Oh, are they...
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they're waiting for the
Herald.
rest of the team. This is going to be Robo, so it is about what can you get on the other side. Temper Fate is going to miss. In goes the Killer Instinct, and Robo does go down. On the flip side, though, huge boon for Loud, as they were able to pull a quick side punch, took down FNB on the bot side. So, looking for a tower match here, but Kaze is going to deny.
Yeah, I really like this play, actually. The series of events from the side of Red Canids. They also pick up the Herald while they're at it. As long as Kaze lives, it's worth it. He gets exhausted to start.
Oh, we were just talking it up, man. We were
move?
just talking it up. He gets to the far end, thankfully, because guess what? You have 1.5 items. You got a little bit more in the bank, and that means it's going to be Kaze living top tower first of the game, going to Red Canids. Now matched on the flip side, gold dead even.
Herald being dropped in the mid lane by Doom. They're gonna try and get another turret to get the advantage for Red Canids, but I'm still shocked overall that Kaze got a lot. Didn't burn flash, by the way. Between Worlds has been such a finicky ultimate. I feel like we've seen so many times when teams... Oh! River doesn't stop the charge. Oh, okay.
Okay, we can't blame that on him. We can't blame Redbird for that one. He tried to hit the eye.
Yeah, not enough damage. But he starts the dive onto FNB, which was being answered in the top side. And FNB just gets run down. This is what happens when you got a Trundle and you don't have a tank. And also a lot of squishies means that the Shockwave hits absolutely like a truck. I love if they show that the rest of the full up, but they want the replay on the top side. Robo knew he was dead. And by the way, this is something Loud is very used to. Robo ints, but it's tactical inting. He's drawing so much pressure up there. That's 4 people on that top side to make that kill compared to the 2 on the bot lane. Theoretically, that should be worth from Loud. But the follow-up play where Kaze TP's down bot as well to hold was what really slowed down Loud from being able to get much more after that play. And the fact that Kaze got the timing to slide between worlds so perfectly is rare. We've seen so many mid laners screw up the timing, reach the edge of the between worlds, and it ends. And then they're just in the middle of enemy team going, whoops, guys, I messed up. Kaze didn't even burn his flash to get to the edge, to get the pop back to safety, and still buy time the entire time. While they were hitting Kaze, they weren't hitting turret.
100% understanding of how this is played out, but Robo with the tactical inting is saying FMB, I can still do a decent amount of damage here in the 1v1. Remember, this matchup before, FMB was winning, but Robo says, I have the optimization now, and it's yet another tower dive. Good flash on the other side, though. FMB able to outplay, and you live! FMB makes it happen. Doom on the other side going to try and do the exact same, and you are! It's another between worlds, plus the slap in the backside. Rebello holds it on. Root spells, shields, a tempered fate, but my god, you still might go down here. Ain't no way you survive the tether and unleash damage. Yet another triple for the Rebel himself, Ace, with Rebello on top.
And Red instantly beelining for the Asakan. Like you said, TP from FNB to kind of join in with the rest of the team as well. Red firing on all cylinders, Orbital. We talked about giving agency to Kaze, but Rebello is the one who's popping off hard right now. 7, 1, and 3. And Root, run from it, hide from it, spell shield fate, if you will. But Rebello is inevitable. He will run you down.
It is horrifying to think that Red are in this position if you're a Loud fan, but for Rebello and Kaze, this has been a long time coming. You mentioned Rebello need a little bit of time. And you take a look at this fight, Doom once again laying their life on the line for a lot of this. You see him run on in from the downside and just immediately ults. Kaze, of course, another escape artist, but look at this. Tried to get away and turned right back around to the rest of the teams here. Let's go. Very nicely played. There's a spell shield, which I wonder if Root should have had, but I mean, this was excellently done by Red.
I mean, damn if you do, damn if you don't. I don't think Root's getting out of that situation either way. In fact, I think you maybe don't even bother blowing the barrier. FMB telling people to calm down, guys. It's fine. It's all according to plan. We still got this, and the Red fans popping off because that was a pop-off moment for Red. And the start of the fight too looked kind of iffy for Red, to be honest. I did think with the split coming through at first that, you know, Loud was going to be fine with it. Kaze was being zoned out, but I love Rebello's killer instinct, recognizing that, wait, hold up. Jewel can't kill me. He doesn't have enough burst. He's gone with the more shield safety route with the Saracen Brace, with the Rod of Ages. Once Shockwave is down, I can just run him down, and there's no route to save him. And that's precisely what Rebello did. And for Loud, they've got to take away the lessons from that. They've got to focus Rebello. They've got to make sure there are answers to Rebello. And a single burst of damage from Jewel right now is not enough. It needs to be Robo. It needs to be Griffin. It needs to be Root focused on removing that Kai'Sa.
unfortunately, there are just so many other options because Robo now has to be worried about the fact that FNB is starting to win these 1v1s, whether by 50% or 51. There's a difference in there, though, because right now Dragon's being started up. 2 Dragons in the pocket of Loud, everyone inside of the pit, Griffin backing off from the battle because they have no vision. Robo actually goes into the wall, and I don't know if that's where you want to be. Demonic Ascension is going to be used, but in goes the Cataclysm, and you're just dead, but the Temper Fate on the Dragon is going to slow things down. Root bounces over as well, but Jules not in the fight. Jules trying their best, and that means no extra damage. It's going to be neutralizations across the board for Red Cannons, and they say, hey, look, we are on you because you're in our jungle. Ain't no way you get away from this one. The chase, the damage, the destruction from Rebello. Kaze tries to streak him for the last kill, but Rebello hunts down the likes of Jewel. And it's only one with the snipe from downtown. Pop off, Rebello. Yet another ace.
Are we sure Rebello's on Kaisa? Okay, all the abilities have to be Kaisa, but he feels like the hyper skill in these fights right now. Like, Root got in that. Root has 2 items. This is normally when Sivir starts to hurt a little bit in the fight. Root got damage, but Rebello just got even more damage. And watch Rebello's positioning throughout all of this as well. He's getting in there. Icathian Rain, auto a couple of times, walk back out. But most importantly, he's never in a position where Loud can focus on trying to kill him. It feels like every time Loud have the damage, they can't spend it on this Kai'Sa. And we already said that, yeah, after the last fight, we know that Rebello needs to be the target. The exact same way Root's the target. But Rebello's just so much harder to pin down, even with On the Hunt, even with the movement speed buff. Rebello is just making better moves.
God. That sneak of the shot and FNB getting hype in there right now, as you should. By the way, that was perfection. That was perfection.
Where's our Rebello cam, though? Rebello's doing all the work, and then we keep showing FNB's reaction.
For Rebello, it's the regular 9 to 5. That's why they're not showing the cam. The mayor's just going to work right now.
That's crazy. Rebello's a rookie. Like, genuine, true rookie. Unlike Doom, he's never split time up here in the LTA South. Unlike Kaze, he's never played in Tier 1s anywhere. This is his first time, and Rebello is just absolutely crushing it this game. If he's just treating it like another 9 to 5, like, that's crazy. Like, Brazil produces so many good AD carries, and just feels like Rebello might be the next one to kind of come in here to be that next Titan, to be that next Ayu.
I hope we get to see the rise of Rebello, and this would be a great way to kick it off. You take down one of the other storied teams in here, and yes, Red Cannons are on paper kind of slated to be that victor, but not only that, you know, Kaze, elevating Kaze to get another great game in here. Kaze, who has been that star throughout. Rebello stepping up and saying, I can be a shining star as well, because we know that we have to be almost a dual threat for those to come. We still need to win this series, of course. Robo on the back end, though, looking for a flank option as another fight could be breaking out here, and it is. Jump on in. Quick equalizer behind, and in goes the Between Worlds, as this time Doom gets the gloom and more, sets him ablaze with the firepower that is Red Cannons. Rebello with the dive. It's the icing on top of the 3-tiered cake, as this game 2 is all Red Cannons. Ace number 3 over Loud.
Forget the Baron. We're just going to push right in with the 5-0 clean ace. 9,000 gold advantage of ball. Red Cannons play that to perfection. Orbital, I don't know if we're going to get a replay of that last fight, but the timing on it. Red, FNB, and Doom finding the perfect angle. Okay, we probably will, because they're not actually looking to end. Root's coming back up. Ribbit's coming back up. Honestly, I thought they could have done it. Like, Loud did it last game, but Red are playing it safe instead. The pings are coming down on Baron. I think they're Loud pings. Oh.
Listen, RMC, you don't show replays of what already happened. I mean, that's the same thing that's happened twice in a row already. Why would we need to see that? Why do we need to see something that Red have done almost textbook 3 times in a row, it feels like? Okay, we do get a replay.
It's got to be for a reason. But look at the end gauge. It was literally on the hunt being popped by Root. It was Redbird going in, and the moment they went in, Red went bet. We were just waiting for this. Now you've used your sort of movement tools, your mobility tools. We know that you can't run away anymore. And immediately Cataclysm into Equalizer combo. They cook that Sivir. And with Sivir down, they just don't have enough damage. Robo is getting zoned on the side already. And Robo, too, was not in a position to be able to follow up. So, yeah, Rebello gets another free fight. Why do we get the replay, Orbital? Because it's just that good. And we want to see it over and over again.
True. Listen, when it comes down to some of these, it feels like the most cut and dry counterpunch that Red Cannons are throwing. As soon as they see that, you know, that haymaker coming in, liver shot, easy pickings in there. It's destructive. And Loud are on the other side of the fence. You mentioned before that the drafts themselves feel like we saw, you know, completely opposite sides, like both teams doing 180s. We're seeing 180s of the results. The teams that are actively drafting into a more reactive stance are being forced into a position where the reactions just aren't there. We're seeing this Baron being taken, obviously being taken as well, and Loud can't do anything. The only thing they can do is pick up their consolation prize of the mid tower.
Yeah, it's a large influx of gold, but it's still a 9k almost gold difference between these two teams. Red now wearing the Royal Violet, going to be looking, they're actually pushing Loud out. That's Loud's mid lane, and they're being completely zoned out right now. Remember, mid lane doesn't have an inhibitor, so that's going to be super minions with Baron if Red are looking to push down mid. What are these pings? Where's Red going? Are we, like, bot side push is a long way away, mate. We are resetting. Okay.
So many questions. So many questions for RMC. I love this because we are actively in this stance where we are seeing the largest gold lead, I believe, of this series so far, right? 8k in the bank. And I 100% agree. Red can do whatever they want. They could have pushed another tower. They could have pushed something in. And yet they opted for what is arguably the least aggressive but most safe option, which is spend the gold that we have and reset for something?
You've got 2 minutes left on Baron, bro. I swear, if Red ends up getting Soul, if they get Elder, they trolled to get that at that point. Like, we are taking the long route. We are now doing a 3-lane push, a 1-3-1 split to come through. That is dangerous for Red. They can still get picked off by the likes of Loud, but Kazi just getting picked. Nah, I got this. Robo half health from this, and this means everybody from Loud congregated into the bot lane right now just to hold this push. Meanwhile, Red are sending Rebello to speed up the mid wave. They've got F&B still pushing that top side, and bot side in a 3v5. They're not at any risk of getting picked right now. They will get this inner bot lane turret, and there's nothing Loud can do about it.
Oh, I was wondering about that Kaze, making sure to slow down, and Redbird's all alone. Unbreakable Will is going to keep Redbird alive, but it hurts to see FMB now flashing away from Robo, but it's a chase out because Root was in the way. With that split, everyone went topside, which now means this Baron that is just about to time out, or at least for another minute, is going to be used to break down this bot side inhibitor tower, plus the inhibitor as well. Rebel is stepping up to see. The rest of the Loud is here, so they are able to defend their open inhibitor right now.
Redbird loses 40% of his health for just walking up and looking at Frosty wrong. And Red, okay, they are pushing it. It is slow. Yeah. It is methodical, but it is high pressure. Don't forget, Equalizer Cataclysm combo is still available. Red, oh my goodness, almost just killed Robo right out. If anybody from Loud drops right now, Red just pushing an end.
At this point, it doesn't matter. Even if you do, Equalizer goes down on top of the Cataclysm. And now the damage around the Between Worlds brings it as Kaze runs the show. A Shockwave lands to draw some HP, but the Temper Fate holds strong. Everyone on the side of Red Cannons throws a win right back in the face of Loud. And we got a series on our hands. Ace, fourth, game 2, game 3 on the horizon. RMC, this is fun.
It is, and it's kind of what we expected between these two explosive teams. It really does feel like for Red and Loud, what we've seen from them in this elimination phase, they've been growing relentlessly throughout it, and whenever they get a lead, they know how to snowball it. Yes, Red took a couple pit stops in order to make that happen, but like you said, it was safe play. They never really threw. They're just kind of taking their time with it. And going into game 3, this does raise a lot of questions. It's been very volatile. The wins have been very, very one-sided, and I'm curious if teams start indexing a little bit more towards the early game. Maybe we stop seeing all these scaling picks come through and a bit more like, okay, let's get some early junglers. We can get some ganks going like this J4 that we saw Doom pilot. Let's get maybe the Lucian, Corki. Maybe that's why we're seeing Red ban that out, because they know whoever gets an early lead, whoever wins lane, often wins game.
It's terrifying to think about. And I mean, I'm sitting here also going, you know, what else are we going to draft that gives that engage tool? We just watched a lot of that engage go down for the side of Red Cannons. They played it extremely well. And you look on the other side for Loud, it was a little bit more reactionary once again. So there are so many little pieces that fall into place that I sit there going, as much as we talk up the Corki, I still don't know what's going to happen. Now, granted, Loud could easily pull the blue side and try and take that away. if we see that position happen, what else do we see open up besides that Corki, besides some of those other options? What do you assume Loud are going to try and pull out? Especially because Robo also lost his Rumble in the top side. He's not allowed to play that.
Yeah, I mean, we've still been seeing a lot of Yorick come through in the top lane, be a very high prio pick. Sort of a weird prio pick. Actually, no, not in game theory. I was thinking Pyke for both Redbird and Frosty since they're the Pyke players of the league, but probably not till later on. Lucian might become a bit more of a prio. Jhin, these sort of more laning focused champions to come through. Things that can take over early. Misfortune might be another one for all we know. We did see Misfortune kind of be an option teams have looked at. She did get buffed on the patch a little bit for her skilling. So if anything, we've seen so far bot lane be a later prio. I think it's going to start moving up as we're seeing a lot of the early power picks in the jungle in the top lane being taken away.
Yeah, go ahead, focus on that early game and hopefully take a victory, as either way, either team will need 2 more punches on their ticket if they want to go ahead and move on to the plane to get to LA. We'll see who gets that at least 3rd place finish by the end of today, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. 1-1 is the score, and only one team will be able to move on to 2-1 until we probably get another tie, and we're looking at a game 5. I hope so, at least, because these two teams have been on fire, and they really want their ticket to the cross-region, or the regional qualifier in the regional finals, I should say, because that is going to be a treat all on its own. LTA North, LTA South, everyone competing for the glory.
Yeah, but before they can even get their Orbital, again, this is just a top 4 finish. They're battling for the 3rd spot, yes, but yeah, it's 1-1. We're effectively reset to a best of 3, something that these teams have done before, and we did expect it to be close. We are seeing it now. During the break, I did see that Peter Dunn had posted on Twitter about how don't panic that, you know, Red lost game 1, because that's how Talkers likes to draft. He gives everything OP, and then it gets easier to draft later on, and it does feel that way here in game 2. It feels like a lot of the preferred champions by Loud is being played. I'm starting to worry a little bit for Jewel in that mid lane. What does he have now that the Ori is gone, now that the Rise is gone? He's got Annie, but I wasn't that big a fan of the Annie.
No, and Kaze is starting to look a little bit better every single time that we watch this game go on. That Aurora, like, yes, there were some issues, don't get me wrong, but that wasn't Kaze. That was, you know, Frosty making Kaze look bad. Kaze has started to roll a little bit further on, started to look a little bit better, and we saw the control come out. The variable that we talked about for Loud really showed in Red as well. Controlling those dragons, controlling a lot of those, you know, making sure to set up before and then execute on that vision controlling plan.
Yeah, it's funny you talked about Kaze, because I would love to pull up the damage stats from last game, because Kaze actually topped it at 31.5 thousand. And Rebello, very close, 31.2, but Kaze did a lot of damage despite not getting kills. Unfortunately, we're in to draft right away for game 3. Players are eager to get into this, and Loud has finally opted for the blue side. I'm not sure necessarily how I feel about this. Like, on one hand, yes, you get your power picks, but after this game 3, I don't know how much Loud has left in the tank. With the Pantheon ban, Xin Zhao is the other of the triumvirate still available. He's picked up right from the get-go, and with that, you know, it does somewhat limit Red's options. I don't expect to see that hyper-scaling sort of jinx to come through when you've got to deal with Xin Zhao can ignore her.
What's surprising as well is this is a hover that Red basically banned out twice in a row in that phase number 2 as well. They are actually fully committing to this Corki so early on, and last 2 games, we've seen an amp towards the top side of the map. We saw top, jungle, mid pretty much exclusively picked up across there. So to see the Corki, I mean, this could be a Kaze pickup as well, don't get me wrong. Could see that flex in there.
True. I
gotta agree, there are some differences here. Not only that, the Ambessa, the Volibear, and the Gwen all banned out. These are adjusted from games 1 and 2. And this is that look into a little bit of shift as we get another shift into a Scion topside FNB ready to farm.
Yeah, a bit of a special to come through, and that I do feel like poses a bit of a problem for Robo. You could go something like a Jax, which is a bit of a Robo special as well if you want to try and outscale, or at least match the scaling, have the damage side of the scaling to be able to deal with that Scion later on and to dive backline. So I think it's a good combo. Yep, okay, literally Jules Champo is drawing up. We've had the Ori, we've had the Rise, he's going for Annie. Annie will do great into Corki. Corki's fairly short range. He'll be playing in Tiber's range. But what's it gonna do against a Scion? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we see, Leandries being built on this Annie, because they need something to shred their Scion.
Yeah. That is rolling down the champ list, and if that's actually...
They're baiting you, Rose. Don't buy into it.
Yeah, they are. That is crazy to think about. The fact that we're rolling down the champ list, which is gonna allow talkers to have a very comfortable time here in the draft. Already layering that CC, understanding that there aren't that many carries left. ADC pool, I would almost assume, is going to be pinched here. The supports, you already rock through a lot, but Redbird has already played a lot of their favorites as well. You talk about the Alistar, you talk about the Rakan, those are top played so far for him. And what are you going to fall back on? The Rel, that was already taken away. I don't think you want to run a Pike into this, so target, root a little bit, get him a little bit off comfort still. Last man to come through, ain't no way. No, talkers, don't do this to us. Don't. Okay, a Braum band away.
Okay, and with the Nico band, I was kind of thinking Nautilus is the other engaged support that's still open and available. Funnily enough, Frosty actually hasn't played Nautilus this split, and I kind of get it. Nautilus is rather squishy for an engaged champion, but I don't know how many more options you have. Potentially you can run with something like a Renata, Kalista, for example, in the bot lane. Kalista has finally worked here in LTA South, and Rebello was the one to pull it out last week with the win. So if they do want to opt for that, I could see it happening as well. You can it's not the best tank buster, but it's also not the worst, and you can hold your own against the likes of a Corki.
Side note, I am terrified for Kalista when Wazda comes out. That is all I'm going to say about that. Looking at another portion, though, with the Akali ban, this is a possible understanding that Corki, you know, can still go into that bot lane, so you don't want to give over that assassin. You don't want to cause that breakout champion. ADC banned out here, the only one so far for talkers and the rest of Red saying, hey, we don't want to deal with that Lucian. We don't want to deal with that early game burst. We want a little bit of time to try and deal with you. Last ban to come out here. What is Loud focused on? They focus on the mid lane a bit. You could go back to that focus, or maybe you look towards somewhere else. I believe we're still looking for a jungler as well. TF, deal with the mobility. Kaze has a couple games of TF on there. Okay.
I actually think Dissipate is one of the easier Kaze champions to deal with, so I'm surprised that they went for the TF ban here. I would happily, if I was Loud, I'd happily let Kaze play it. Especially into an Annie as well. You can match the range until he gets that rapid fire cannon. Kaze with the Talia hover. It's a good pick compositionally to create space to force off the fairly short range that Loud has and to be able to poke. But I just don't feel like it's a Kaze champion that has as much threat into the backline. And right now, Red has next to no threat in the backline. Unless, and I guess Doom has to kind of pick something in the jungle that's going to be able to threaten something like maybe the Vi. It's still open and available. Personally, I'd love to see him pick up a Neferi here to be a bit of a damage threat.
Yeah, I would actually agree. I was about to say I want more damage from Red here. Like, I love the front line, I love the engage, but they don't really have true potential. And granted, on the other side, it's the same thing. You're drafting a Senna here, which is a heavy scaler, and then you draft the Nautilus behind. So this is understood. This is in that kind of a position, but these are very low damage output. This has bursts, but the only consistent one damage source that I can see right now is going to be that Corki. I mean, Talia has some afterwards, but Corki's the main one that's going to be like, I love this. I love just pumping out damage the whole time.
Yeah, and honestly, the Loud comp could be very, very toxic against Red because he can just out-sustain them. The big goal here is for Jewel to burst out Rebello. Hey. If the Corki is dead, the sustained damage from Red drops off the face of a cliff. Yeah, especially with Doom going for his more comfort Sejuani, which is great at setting up a team. But it has no damage. So it does feel like a lot of this game might just come down to, can Jewel pop Rebello? If yes, win. If no, got trouble. Because the Senna, her damage does scale up later game, but it's not very high. She's a lot more about just sustaining through a lot of things. And with the Xinjiao, with the Nautilus, with the Cho'Gath, heck, if you build Annie a little bit tanky, it's not the end of the world. I have seen Liandry's Backfire Torch and Rylai's builds that make her weirdly hard to kill while still pumping out a lot of sustaining damage through fights. So definitely options here for Red to play this out, and sorry, for Loud to play this out, pardon me. And Red is the one who I'm a little bit concerned about lack of damage to come through.
By the way, side note, if we're talking about like weird tech, I just saw an Anivia top tech that apparently is running through some of the solo queue areas. Very, very specific, but it's so funny watching champions get weird with very different builds, different play styles. And gotta agree, if you're bringing something like the Annie, go ahead and rock out here, but we'll see what goes down, as this might not just be a wet noodle fight in the top lane, but across a lot of other lanes as well. Red Canids once again up against Loud. These two teams hoping for a chance at glory and at least third and more. The gambit is put upon us. You can see a couple fans out here from Loud as well. Very, very fun at the end of the day.
Was that guy a Red fan too? Like, he wasn't wearing a Red jersey, but he wasn't wearing a Loud jersey. And when his friend there put out the Loud sign, he was just like, nah, I'm not doing this. I'm not supporting Loud.
Absolutely not. We ain't doing this. We're on to the Red for game number 3 of 5. Whoever wins this one just needs one more win to cross over. And I'm just, you know, the last few games have been like 13, 14-minute waits until we get a lot of the action. How long do you think we wait to get action this time? I know you called for a little bit more early game aggression, but these don't feel early game? I don't know if that makes sense.
We did see last game get a little bit faster. Game 1, I think, was like, about like, what was it, 12 to 14 minutes? Last game, it was around the 10-minute, just before the 10-minute mark. So I'm hoping that we see more lane action, especially when I see Leona and Nautilus in the bot lane as well. Like, both of you want to go in, right? Right? Like, level 2, just go.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're both sitting here like, yeah, we want to see engage, but like, where's the damage coming through? They're going to be battling it out for a full minute before someone goes down, man. They're going to be sitting there just like dropping, what is it, 20 HP at a time. I hope. What we are seeing is a little bit early invade though, so maybe not in the damage profile, but Red really getting cheeky, went in to try and hunt for Griffin. Griffin understanding, hey, don't want to be here, went towards that top side, starting on that blue buff.
It's just real information, and Red gets another ward as well onto Griffin's Raptors, so they'll be able to track where the Xin Zhao is going, which I think makes sense. Well, Sejuani can gank early. She's got the CC pretty much right from the get-go. Xin Zhao brings a lot more damage early on. Speaking of damage...
Oh boy. Welcome to the shred of HP. Rebello starting up with that Spitfire action, just very, very annoying shrapnel at the end of the day, but it's a start. Level 1's hot already burned for Frosty, already looking to try and dance to get on their faces.
I think with the change to Corki a couple patches ago, where his Phosphorus Bomb doesn't hit quite as hard, the Gatling Shred I think is actually more effective. And you're seeing that whenever Redbird is looking for these engages, he's going in there. And level 1, because he started with the hook, he doesn't have the Titan's Wrath, the shield, to be able to nullify damage. Unfortunately for Redbird, I don't know if it gets much better necessarily at level 3. He's got a window at level 2 where he has a shield and hook. And usually we see Zenith Blade as well as the Shield of Daybreak for Leona. So she doesn't get her Shield Eclipse till level 3. But once she does, she's honestly better at engaging the Nautilus. Because Nautilus just has a point and click. That's his advantage.
Once again, we get a look at all of the lanes as we do see a little bit more toss and go. I wonder if it is that feeling of, hey, we can fight a little bit more. Doom, though. This is the first time I think we see all 5 on the map because the junglers are just mere meters away. The pixels are so close, and Red is dancing on in. There's going to be the jump, level 3 on level 3, and Griffin not too aware of this one. Frosty now coming around the side. Redbird is there to help out, but Loud run off of his own red buff.
And I like this from Doom as well, because Doom had the merit start, so he got his red buff, which is more effective in these early fights than the blue buff. So because of that, Griffin doesn't want this. In fact, Griffin might lose more. No. He's getting zoned off his Krugs.
Oh my god, we wanted action! There's the burn, baby! First blood at 3 minutes. I wanted action, I got it. Give me a second. Give me a second one. Yes, the second is down, and that's Rebello's first of the game.
Isolated in his lane. He's walking up. Brother, you do not get to leave the safety of your turret. Sees Frosty and Rebello coming from behind, recognizes that, yeah, let's just stay safe and not die. My lane is already tossed and washed. Rebello gets one of the kills. Doom picking up the other one and is going to spread that love around the map real quick.
Oh, man. 7 minutes shaved off of when is the action going to start. I appreciate it. You know what? I will 100% take that all day long. Red Cannon's already showing up here, and especially considering we're seeing some other lanes have a little bit of a mix. I love this jump over the wall.
And to be completely honest, I think Griffin should have been aware and expecting this to happen. You just got zoned off your red buff. You're half health.
Oh
we're right back into a fight.
I love the fact that they're doing this, but remember, Redbird's the only one that got a little bit of action on their back end, and especially since Rebello and Frosty got the wins earlier, you're going to feel okay. Of course, you burn the barrier out and the flash, it looks like, out of Rebello, so you're going to be okay on that point.
I'm just wondering how that kind of even started for Root and Redbird, because Redbird was a level down. He was level 2. He ticked level 3 at the end of that fight, so they just opted into that. It must have been Rebello being low on health or something. Robo doesn't know.
Yeah, much like Robo here, very low on HP, has flash available, tagged out here, good flash away. A little bit of a knock-up, but no follow-through with the tower, so Robo's able to stay alive.
That's experience right there. You don't get that sort of nerve to just hold your flash for days unless you've inted multiple seasons.
I wasn't expecting the last few words, I'm not gonna lie, but that was there's experience in
genuinely, yeah. Like, you can see Robo's nerves. He knows exactly when he's shafted and when he's not, because he's done that so many times. He's pushed up way beyond what he should be. And that's just the Cho'Gath matchup. When you pick the Cho'Gath, you do % health damage. But the early laning, it's hard to match into Sion's like shields and his ability to sustain. Cho'Gath sustains by killing minions, but you're being zoned off the wave a lot of times. So that's normal. It's later that you get much stronger. And therefore, it's surprising to see Robo kind of push out that far. But he did it. And he survived, so win, I guess?
Yeah. Well, it's also a win as Kaze baiting out about 30 seconds here for Griffin and Redbird, trying to play on the timer, play on top of the ward. that was placed there earlier. And we haven't mentioned it because Kaze and Jewel haven't really had a death yet. But we've seen the action as now we get to see Tibbers being dropped. And this is the action that we were kind of waiting for. Jewel and Kaze at one point were both, I think, under 100 HP, which saw them both peel off. But Jewel's done fairly okay, matching in the CS department and still standing their ground.
I also feel like this is just the level 6, like, hey, I'm just trying to equalize my lane. Maybe I want to go for a quick recall, drop out just to chunk out your opponent. Both Kaze and Jewel have already used the teleport, so yeah, I think Jewel's trying to match, and then both of the mid laners are going to recall off of this, go buy the items, and come back in. And that does kind of leave the junglers at odds and ends as well. Hold up.
Oh. Love
FMB?
the charge, love the chase. Jewel with another great stun. Flash to sidestep to Griffin helping out. And Jewel will live to tell another story.
But I really like the engage from Red there. Over the way FNB came down with the Weaver's Wall. It should have been a kill. Huge props to Jewel for surviving, but the idea was good. It does give Robo a little bit of time up top, though, to get some plates. But if that created space for Doom to get Dragon, I think I'm on the Red side on this. I think the Dragon's better than just a single plate early game.
Oh, all day long. I would agree with that one. It's a Hextech Dragon as well. A little bit of attack speed, a little bit of ability haste. Nothing crazy, but it's enough to give you a little bit more. Ooh, hey, who knows? Maybe that 5% attack speed is the difference between getting an auto off and not. At the same time, as you mentioned, it is all about that macro. You were mentioning it before, and we wish that we could have taken a look because it has been a macro-centric game and series between both these squads.
Yeah, I think Loud, their macro has improved a lot. I think actually where they were struggling towards the end of the dynastic run with Tinones on the team, with Croc on the team, was that they were kind of just slacking off in their macro and going for late games and just kind of saying that we can outhands at 30 minutes. But especially in this elimination phase, Griffin coming in and clicking with Redbird, I think has allowed Loud to really get a stranglehold over these objectives for the most part. Whereas Red has been getting a lot of objectives by just playing faster, playing stronger, and now that's not the case. We talked about Cho'Gath outskilling a Scion later in terms of damage. I did not expect Robo to force a flash at level 7.
I don't think that's something that you would like to see, but that feast was way too scary to think about here. Griffin as well trying to start up those little grubs, but not getting the leverage that they would like. Robo's wandering down though, so this could be another macro-centric move that we've seen before in both sides and have both different outcomes. In comes Rebello though, wandering in from the top side, and it will end up with Doom collecting, so it went over to Red. Of course, there's another slam down as Kaze eats Tibbers for the second time in a row.
Now Griffin wrapping around, see if we can try and find anything, but Red not being baited by this one. Red actually not even finishing off the grubs. They took 2, and then they backed off, which is interesting. I don't think they were under that much threat. Robo actually used the feast at some point, I'm assuming on maybe grubs, or maybe he got some damage. Frosty?
I wonder if it's because of this. They say, hey, we're going to go ahead and look at a fight. That's going to be a quick shove back.
Okay.
And Redbird does what Redbird has to, which is sacrifice for the team. That is now 3 kills in a row. Jewel's out. Remember, no flash available. And that is yet another to Red Cannon's book, 4 in a row.
Coming out into the mid lane, he's not going to be able to find anything on Kaze. We'll just have to farm this up. And Orbital, we were just talking about how Loud, they, up to this point, they've been doing a lot of sort of good macro plays, making a lot of good movements around the map, and often that's how they kind of get their leads. Red are just brute forcing it, and because they're better, it works. That is kind of a mix of the two. Like, I think Red is making smart map movements, but really, they're just catching out Loud on a lot of these sort of 50-50s, right? Like, this starts as a 3v3, and it's not like either team is going to be receiving reinforcements early. They just recognize, hey, we're stronger. And Nautilus is squishy. We aren't that worried about Jewel, so we can kind of go on this. And I actually don't even know what Jewel has built, but he's not hitting hard. I know they nerfed Annie's Tibbers, but they made it up elsewhere. What's he got? Ooh. Sapphire Crystal, Darksteel with no stacks, Amp Tone. Okay, yeah, that's why it feels so bad when you compare it to Kaze, who, sure, Kaze dipped into the tier, but he's got that Lost Chapter, and Talia just has more sustained damage aside from Tibbers' Aura Burn.
And I wonder, I didn't fully see the completion. I wonder if Kaze went for the Lost Chapter first, because first completion of boots, like, I understand it's appropriate, but that also signifies a little bit of pain in there. So Jewel is just sitting there going, okay, yeah, I'm not going to have that much damage. item completion, though, for Robo on the top side, it is going to be the hard steal. We know this. We love this 20 CS up. Robo is going to be feeling real good about that one, but it's going to... You're hoping for a couple stacks behind it as well. We're hoping to see that 100 stack at some point.
I mean, do you love hard steal? I find it like the most boring item.
It's not the fact that it's boring. It's just, for top laners, it's the kathunk of HP getting that stack in there, okay?
True, and to be fair to Robo, he does need it to keep up with the infinite scaling of a Scion. Part of me almost wishes FNB just went for hard steal to match and just get held doubly, like twice as fast as Robo. That'd be toxic. But no, he's instead going for one of the burn items, whether it be Unending Despair or the sort of Sunfire Cape FNB. Okay, he wasn't going to cancel that, so Jewel gets the base off safely and picks up his Lost Chapter. So maybe now they can actually look to skirmish a little bit. Dragons come in 15 seconds. It's an Ocean Drake singular, not... it's a singular, you're just trying to get it off the map, but so far Loud has not been able to contest from these objectives, and if anything, they're getting picked in rotation before they're even really set up for this. Like this, they're getting picked in rotation!
I was about to say, this is poor Jewel just like, bro, I can't leave. No one's helping me. I'm a poor Annie. I've gotten bullied for a majority share of this game, and it's only going to continue. Look at FNB. FNB's chilling right now like an absolute villain. And we're seeing something that we don't always see on Sejuani, but for Doom,
Brother Frosty,
it's a consistent factor. While Doom is solo taking the dragon with a Sejuani, Griffin is stabbing into the bush, seeing if there's a very quiet champion around.
He didn't even have to see. Frosty wasn't in bush. Brother Frosty was chilling outside the bush. So Griffin rounds the corner, sees him. Frosty sees Griffin and goes, "Oops." that is unfortunate, but despite that sort of slight misstep from Frosty, it doesn't matter. Loud was committing a lot of resources into top lane. They sent multiple members out there, and they find absolutely nothing. Just the presence of Frosty at level 6 with the solo flare is enough to dissuade them. Kaze being run down by Robo, it doesn't really matter though. Kaze just needs to hold this top lane, and he'll be fine. The threat of the dive from the Cho'Gath isn't as big as the Scion dive. Cho'Gath has to poke you down first. If he doesn't land a couple of ruptures, as long as you're above, I'd argue maybe like a third of your health, you're still kind of safe.
Yeah, I just find it funny because we're just talking about Frosty, you know, being able to hide in the bush, steps out of the bush. This time, it's Kaze that walked into the bush and immediately regretted it, stepped out of the bush. So there are some differences. Root, though, regrets even looking at the mid lane bush as they have to leave with only 20% HP in their pocket, and Rebello sitting going, you don't want to test this Triforce.
Yeah, you know how Orbital were saying that this series, or this specific matchup between Red and Loud, it feels a lot like win lane, win game. Like whichever team gets an early lead knows how to snowball it. Red have an early lead, and they are winning 2 out of 3 of their lanes, and their one lane they're not winning is kind of net neutral, because Kaze can hold there infinitely long. Well, Lost Chapter has been converted into Archangel, so he might run into a little bit of mana issues, but generally speaking, he's happy to sit there. Whereas the threat from Rebello onto Root is very real. And Jewel, like you said, is homeless right now. He needs some help. FNB is threatening dives onto Jewel repeatedly. If FNB has mana, yeah, Jewel is getting proxied at times under his wave. Look at that bot lane turret. Like, FNB can ignore Jewel and just chunk that turret. And now even up here, somehow, there's a bunch of turret damage. Kaze, I don't know how he got that damage.
I think Kaze is just like, well, I don't know either, but I got the damage, guys, so we're good. It's like, listen, we don't know how it happens. It happened, and we're happy about it. Right now, Red are in that comfortable position, 1.6k, which will flip one way or another. It's not the end of the world, of course, but it's nice to see early on as we crest into that 15-minute mark. We haven't seen an extended objective fight or anything of the sort just yet. No aces, no multi-kills to come out. That might change, though, as everyone is bottlenecking here in the mid lane.
I actually don't know what to expect from the fights. I'm looking at how tanky people feel right now, and there's like a Trinity Force on Rebello. There's a Static Shiv on Root. Root's just going to tickle. And Jewel hasn't completed first item either yet, so I don't think Loud can fight. And if there is a fight for it to come through, it doesn't feel like it'll be a fast one.
Well, if it's soloed out, yes. We just saw Root flash away to safety, be like, I can't deal with that. But I agree. It's going to be a long, drawn-out battle. It'll give a lot of time. It's reminiscent of the days of just massive beef balls, you know, all day long. Actually, that's what this is. It is just a beef ball battle where we saw, what was it, fighting for like a minute and a half straight, no one really falling because backline couldn't be accessed, but frontline wouldn't die. So you're at a stalemate between the two teams.
Okay, Herald being picked up by Doom, but Red's still looking for a fight here.
And I didn't expect Redbird to actually jump in, and maybe I was right. We're seeing a TP come in, though, and Griffin right there to challenge.
Okay.
Nice seismic shove, though, straight into the bodies, but it's a twist right back.
You don't find Rebello.
Loud answer back with one, but a stun on the back end, plus a knockup leaves Root completely denied. Down you go, over the wall goes Kaze, and it might be in a different way than we thought, but it's so back and forth. It's a 3 for 3 so far, and Kaze has no damage, so you're gonna run away. Robos stacking on stacking, kill in the bank for the Cho'Gath, as it's a 4 for 1 for Loud.
Well, I'm glad somebody's eating good in that fight, and the start of the fight, as you call it, Orbital, was fast. Squishies went down real quick, but the rest of the fight, I know fat meatballs going at each other. Yeah, and it was kind of an unnecessary fight as well for Red.
Yeah.
Doom already picked up Herald. Things were done, but they thought we're stronger right now, and it looked that way in the beginning. But Rebello, Griffin had that lock onto the Corki, and sure, Jewel didn't get the burst. If Jewel got the burst on Rebello, that fight swings heavily Loud's way. But because Griffin got the lock onto Rebello, it still is a minor win for Loud to make up for the loss of the objectives that they've been suffering from.
Now you get to turn those eyes over towards that dragon once again. We get to take a look at the pro view, though. Oh, we're watching.
Look at Robo's face.
I don't ever. Like, this is so. Look at it. He doesn't care. He's not even worried about his team. He's like, bro, who's the next lowest target? Who can I feast right now? It's just on a cooldown. I love this.
Look, I know he's probably saying important things to his team. That's like the most excitement you saw at the end there was like fast moves. Other than that, it just looked like he was going, nom,
yeah,
nom, and just slowly chewing through.
What happened?
Hello? Kaze?
It looks like Jewel got a bush camp on him, multiple pink wards. This is the vision fight that we haven't mentioned that much, but every so often we'll catch an opponent unawares. Very nice pickup, leads into Dragon for Loud, which means they have stopped the Dragon stacking for now.
Fun fact, Frosty actually has the highest vision per minute in the entire league. So I'm actually kind of surprised that Red just randomly got caught out there when Frosty normally does such a fantastic job warding out danger spots. Rebello!
Oh, well, they know wards in mid, but there's plenty of vision.
Okay, this is really weird, though. I don't understand why this is happening, Orbital. Red were winning the early game. They were doing really, really well. So what changed? How did they get picked in bush, in mid lane for absolute zero? Loud are just finding the right angles. And okay, we get the replay on it. It's a rupture. Out of nowhere. Robo, the Brazilian championship GOAT, managed to find just what feels like an over-the-wall rupture that was blind as far as Kaze was concerned. And Rebello here, I think, was just overconfident. He had flash. He tried to use the Vulcan instead, refused to build the flash, overstayed in the mid lane, got punished, and just like that, Loud converts what was a 1.8k gold deficit into a 1,000 gold lead. That's almost a 3k gold swing, and not something you want to see. If you're Red Canids, Loud is a team that knows how to swing, that knows how to roll with the swings, to roll a snowball, and to crush you out if they start getting advantages.
And if I can go on a little bit of a tangent, I want to say Root and Redbird played it so well. Well, I can't, no, because Redbird has to cleanse away and flash. But using that shroud that has been so optimal in camouflaging a lot of movements, I almost wonder if Rebello didn't even know Redbird was in that shroud at that time and just was surprised like, hey, there's a hook coming out right now. But again, I digress. We're looking at a little bit of a shift here as Robo, looking to TP in to help the rest of the team, comes in just as the tower gets chunked out, but allows Jewel to pick up a lot of that solo gold tower on the bottom side, which now puts the rest of Loud into an even more comfortable position while feeding Jewel more gold to get that Annie on board faster.
I feel like that's when we needed the 3-lane view. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure the way it's set up, it just shows kind of like the middle of the lanes. But F&B got topside turret. So despite the fact that Loud stopped the mid from going down and find the bot side turret, Red answered back with the top outer. And that keeps the game nice and close. We're still within a 1k gold differential between both of these teams. And I don't know what's going to change. I don't know how the next fights are going to go, Orbital. It's a nice, slow, well, not nice, but very slow grind. Muramana soon to complete from Rebello. Maybe that'll make the difference if he doesn't get tagged out early.
I mean, this is just the wandering of the Forest Giants right now, too. This is Knowing Robo's around the corner is horrifying. Look at this. Doom is like, ah, boy. But you got a lot of the recalls off. You saw someone recall in mid, and
Oh
now
my
it's
goodness.
a 5-man dog battle. This is the way you take down a legend, by slapping him with reality, all 5. And now you get a catch on the back end. Of course, Griffin, very nice to get out thanks to those Merc treads. And with the Crescent Guard, you stay alive for a little bit longer, but there's a shove. Denied as you knock back in. No hope for your life. And the slow, methodical picks are leading to results. But guess what? Jewel's here to help out. Loud might have a chance to rebuttal, but there is none. Remember, very little damage output. So Red, go ahead and take 2.
What is this game of meatball baseball, man? Like
I don't know.
the back and forth are so odd. Like Robo took forever to die. Great catch from Red to invade, by the way, as 5. Beautiful. But like Griffin dying was unnecessary. That was them overstaying. And now Red starting up Atakan. Like, yeah, you got a lot of tanky members, but you aren't the fastest at doing this. And the shred is slow, but it's steady.
Oh, and now they're going to turn it around. They say, look, this was just a bait for the damage, but they're so low HP. Remember, Otacon was doing some work. Jewel trying to run away. No flash available. Is going to get stunned up by Frosty here in a sec. Xenoblade actually dodged us, so you're surviving. And the Otacon bait did not work as they wish. Everyone trying to recall here with low HP. Jewel, though, about to get in their faces. There's a hook that you wanted. Kaze is going to get stopped, and there's no mana behind you. Still live. Kaze lives. Double-digit HP. Red get away with daylight robbery.
That's crazy. But at least Loud stopped the Atakan. Is this over yet? It might not be Robo.
No,
okay.
because Robo's stopping them, because guess who's starting Otacon this time? It's Loud instead. They said, hey, you took the kills. No big deal. We're going to start it. And guess what? We may be a little bit slower, but we have a smite plus the better smite behind. Almost 2,400 damage, and it's gone. FNB about to be tossed through the blender, made into a meatball sandwich. But Red are there to stop the machine. Loud to go ahead and back away with their just rewards of the auto combo.
Oh, this ain't like some sort of fast meatball. Like that ain't no bones in this one. They're not going to be able to quite find threat, and it's a little bit tough there. Yeah, you can see that they're just not melting right now. And Loud, yeah, like you said, it's a heist. They just pulled away with the fact that they lose the fight, they lose the bodies, lose the turrets, but they get Atakan. And Atakan buff is good. That's a lot of Spirit Blossom going their way. 29-4. That makes up for quite a lot of AD and AP across the entire enemy team. Loud with the help.
Okay, that's the fight that you want. Everyone's dogpiling in, and this is Red's playground action. Look at that. Griffin trying their best. Will be a sacrifice. Flash forward as well, as FNB dances on the bodies as well. Says, I am the better meatball on this day. Jewel getting caught a little bit on the back, and with that slow seismic shove not going to land, but Jewel running for their life. In goes Rebello as well. And Red are starting to play with their food.
Well, at the beginning of the day, you asked me, and you left the question hanging. Am I hyped for this? I was hyped for this. This game, though, gotta give credit to Red. I think Red is playing this really, really well. And props to Rebello specifically. Because we highlighted right from the draft that Loud's game plan is kill Rebello. If you kill Rebello, you can grind through the rest of this fight. But as you saw from the damage charts there, they're not killing Rebello. And so it's Rebello grinding through Loud instead. Loud don't have enough damage. Senna is not doing work. And this TP was just highly questionable to come through from the side of Loud. Because they were trying to defend Jules' teleport, everybody to step up. And big questions as well on Root's positioning. As a Senna, why are you frontlining? Like, why are you anywhere near the front line? Sure, granted, I don't know how many stacks he has. Let's take a quick look. 67 stacks. Okay, the range is not amazing, but you still didn't have to be in that front line. And when Root's going down, when Jules being forced out, and when Rebello is not being touched, that's a problem. When Griffin gets caught out, this is what, the third time this game? That's another issue.
Yeah, but this time you're able to stay alive for a little bit longer, but in comes Rebello, who's like, no, I won't let you live this time. And that was a choice, by the way. Griffin had an out very slightly where you could have backed away. Granted, FNB was on the pain train and like, yeah, we might take you down. 15 seconds before Baron comes up, 30 before Griffin comes up. This is going to be Red looking at that big purple worm.
Yeah, the zone control coming through. So for Loud, it's pretty dark in the area. They don't know what is there, who is there, and they're going to try and brute force this with Robo as a tank. But as we've seen right now, especially once the Rupture goes down, a lot of it is more on Jewel to be able to somehow find backline access. And with just the Malignants, it's been real tough. No flash to enable Jewel to just flash Tibbers on the squishies.
I'm also kind of surprised here that Red have actually peeled off of the Baron, instead opting to stop this mid lane push. I know you don't want to give up space and gold. I feel that was a very easy Baron take. That would have been nice to have, but they opt not to, and this goes back to their game number 2, where they opted for a much safer option, but this was just downright, like, the safest of don't do the Baron. Like, that is 100% that call kind of deal.
Yeah, 3 items for Rebello. I do feel like they could have shedded it fairly quickly. To be fair, they're playing into Robo and Griffin, which is, I think, part of the problem. Griffin had respawn, and the speed of taking it, okay, like, it's decent with Rebello, but it's not the fastest, and they're worried Griffin just gets there. And between Smite, Feast, and a potential Smite on Redbird, Loud technically win the flip. So Red playing it slower this game, I think, is actually the right call. They want to facilitate another pick and then blitz on the Baron. Ironically, they were actually too fast onto the pick onto Griffin. So because of that, that 15 seconds ahead gave Griffin time to respawn and become a threat again.
You know what? I'll agree with that one then. 100%. Very nice job. Either way, Red's still in control a bit. You can see the vision now being pushed in. We go back to that at even. Go back to the lane state, try and prep those lanes and make sure everyone's in good position. Vision, though, Rebello sitting on top of a ward, so still information going into Loud's pocket, but they aren't able to do too much with it. That only shows the mid entrance from mid lane. Other than that, it's Ward City for Red Cannons. They know exactly that there are 4 members of Loud roaming into the mid lane at about, 13 clicks per second. That's actually really fast. I shouldn't say that. And Jewel underneath the topside tower.
Oh, they are recalling a ward.
Wow. Oh, wow. That was a lot of... Okay, never mind. I take it back. Loud got all the information in the world when Red recalls on one singular ward.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Red that they were clearing everything out and just happened to miss that particular bush. The ward coming in later, I guess, or they just didn't sweep the area properly. There's still the ward there, by the way. The control ward's kind of bait.
Yeah, and I like that bait as well, as now they're going to try and turn it around. Right now, everyone bottlenecked here. Kaze trying to keep Griffin off their tail. The rest of Loud trying to look for extra engages, but we talked about this meatball situation. Not much damage. No one's really going down. Of course, the Feast cuts right through that. And Loud looking for some more. Doom now walking away. Not going to step far enough. And that will be Root to take that finish with no one in the front line. Your jungler down. Loud will look at Baron, and Red will not contest.
3,000 go down. And Loud don't kill Rebella, but they win the fight, and they are going to get Baron uncontested. What on earth? How is Loud pulling these comebacks over? I do not understand. And Rebella was getting zoned out by the threat of engages onto him. He wasn't even really chunked whatsoever in this fight. Look at his positioning. He's spending half the fight just trying to stay away from people to make sure that he's not being punished or caught down. Kazuya as well initially gets chunked, but he does a good job kind of disengaging. The problem is how split Red is on this fight. They don't have enough of a front line for Rebello to want to step forward. They don't have enough of a front line to protect Kaze. And so Loud, they're just kind of waiting to see which side can we really go on to. And then they recognize that, okay, well, Doom's a little bit further out, we can get him. Frosty's a little bit further out, we can get him. Snap, remove the front line, and now Rebello and Kazi have to walk away.
Now let's go ahead for round number 4, 5, 6. I don't know. Loud say we want the tower in the mid lane. We push the 3 towers to year 4. We're cutting that gold lead even further. That superficial lead that we've already shown doesn't matter much in the weight of our tanks. Over the wall, FNB trying to slam down. As you can see, the multi-pink wards making sure that corner choke doesn't happen one more time. And they're even trying to play for their own, as that's going to be a draw in. Good silence as well, as FNB is starting to get chewed through, but Robo also watching the HP go down. Dawning Shadow goes across everyone and allows the follow through as Redbird finds the pick on Rebello, and that means almost all your damage is gone yet again. Loud find a pivotal pick and can do whatever they want with it.
Yeah, now with the Baron buff, with that turnaround, with the gold they got, Loud feel a lot more comfortable about being able to approach that fight. They take it nice and slow. The patience they displayed, I think, was really, really nice to see. They get the dragons. They still have Baron buff as well, so they're going to slow push into this mid lane and then rotate into the bot lane, where Jewel has already started this push alongside Robo. Very, very efficient to come through from Loud. And that gold lead they had, narrow as it was, is now going to triple at least.
You said something back in mid-game is like, you don't know what's going on. This feels so weird. I love it, though. I am loving the fact that, like, Loud are pulling this victory off, and I had questions. The previous series, it looked rough, it looked weird. They had a game where It was a 0 gold lead in difference. It was perfection in that way. Now we're going to see the fight again, though.
And I want to highlight Jewel, because look at when Tibbers drops. He waits all the way till after Griffin goes in and they're clumped, and then he drops Tibbers. Why? Because they're looking for Rebello. They don't care about catching an AoE Tibbers. They did get an AoE Tibbers, which is nice, but that's the bonus. And Jewel had Flash available, and it does feel like the early game struggles Jewel had into Kaze, into Doom, into Frosty roaming up, a lot of that has now been largely nullified, and now Loud can actually play the game plan they want. Remember, the game plan was always take out Rebello, grind through the rest of the fight. And now Root, 99 stacks was 91 at that fight. He's starting to come online as well. And his job is just sustain his tanks through, pop out that damage from absolute safety. And that's only going to get better for Root. So the skilling from Loud starting to kick through. And Red don't seem to quite have the answers yet. I do think they need a bit more damage from someone else besides Rebello, someone else besides Kaze, maybe FNB picking up something like a Titanic Hydra to help out and be a bit more of a threat onto Root, onto Jewel.
I'd also like to point out, we are 1 boot shy of all Merc Treads in this game. I just look down the row, and it's understandable, don't get me wrong, but I love pointing it out, because I always say, tenacity is the way to win games as well if you try. It's just funny to see almost everyone getting one outside of Root. Root's like, if I die, I die. That's the end of the game. Right now, we're looking at this topside push here, 31 minutes into the game, and they're looking for a base break if they can. Meatball Robo stepping up to the fray, down to about 50% HP, but still holding on as the tower gets chewed. And there's another catch. This time it's on Kaze, though. Rebello is still alive, but it don't matter when you can't cut through everyone. Crescent Guard to keep everyone healthy and alive. Redbird flashing in for the hook. Rebello's still alive, though, and Griffin says, please, no, you gotta go down. A final strike of the Talons brings about doom and gloom, and FNB can do no more. Root turns for the tower, and it's Loud to break the base.
FNB has to watch as his base goes down in shambles. He's probably tankier than his turrets right now. Hyun back up, going for one last try, but Root's just lasering through these turrets, and don't get distracted, Griffin.
Nope, don't get distracted, because this could be that push. One more step is all you need. Early game, mid game, we're a little bit dicey, but by the end, Loud gets Loud for their 2nd game victory in this series.
And that right there, Orbital, that's how Loud wins games, despite being down kills. They have their eyes on the prize, they know what their win con is, and they know how to execute it. Also, explanation on why there's no Merc Treads for Root? Because plated steel caps hurt that much more when you're kicking them in the face or kicking down the turrets.
Yeah, that is true. If I ever get kicked in the face by a boot like that, yeah, I cry as well. Root, amazing job making sure to stay on top of the farming aspect. Robo as well ended the game with, I believe, 12 stacks on the feast, plus the heart seal stacking. Did their job as a tank. You really hit it on its head. RMC allowed, they knew their win con. Yes, it was dicey, but their win con was always wait for that late game, full on through. Will they get that option again, though? I don't know.
Yeah, and in the first place, I think this draft was a little bit uncharacteristic from what we've seen from Red. It's not the explosive drafts that we're used to seeing. It felt like, okay, it was a much slower front-to-back style fight, especially with the sheer amount of meatballs that were in both sides of the draft. And look, we talked about how after game 1, Peter Dunn posted saying, like, this is how Red likes to play. This is the sort of the talker's way of doing things. We give over a lot of these OP picks, and then we kind of come back later in the series. Well, you don't have any more space. You're down 1-2 right now. There's no more games you can afford to lose. One more win is all it takes for Loud to punch their ticket, move to LA, move on to sort of the semifinals here, the lower finals of the elimination phase. So Red has to show up, and I think they look best when you give Kaze carries. Go back to game 2. Give him the Aurora, give him the Akali, give him the Silas. If you want him something tankier that can still have agency and kill things, that's Silas in a nutshell.
Well, tell that to Loud, who banned out Akali last time. Poor Kaze wants to play it, not allowed to this time around. We will see if Kaze does get it, though, in game number 4, and if Rebello is able to have such an impactful game like they had in game 2 once again. Either way, though, we are going to go to a short break, and when we come back, LTA South will continue with the opening series of the weekend. Before we head to the rest of the rounds, please don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
reaching down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last light.
We are back yet again for game number 4, and you know, the streak might be broken, but Loud are still applying their game sense and game knowledge and game experience here in this series. So far, following their game plans yet again, and one step away from victory.
And we knew it was going to be a close series coming into this one. I mean, the way the teams play. In fact, we mentioned last game, during the game, about sort of the objective control that both of these teams have, and we actually have their stats from this season in terms of how good they are at objective control. They're both objectively good, I suppose. Okay. Anyways, they're point drugs. They're kind of tied for that. But the Dragon percentage, these are actually the top 2 Dragon teams in the game right now, with Loud currently edging out Red ever so slightly. At Atakan, ironically, it's kind of flipped, where Red seems to prefer Atakan a little bit more. But that's not been the case this series. In fact, Red have been flubbing their Atakans. They're going for it at awkward timings, and then Loud's just coming in, sweeping it up at the end. Sure, Loud sometimes loses the fight resulting from that, but the Atakan is worth a death or two. And then at the Baron, I think this stat, if anything, tells us the best story about it. Despite the fact that Red came in as first seed into Elimination Phase, Loud has a much better Baron control rate, actually. Second in the league throughout this entire split, both pick and play as well as Elimination Phase. And Loud's ever so slight advantages feel like they're very magnified right now. We've seen Loud have a much better control over the mid to late game objectives. And normally against any other team, it's like, okay, that's a side lead. But when Red is playing for objectives as well, these objectives fights seem to be where Loud is turning all the games, and Red keeps playing into it.
It's a rough station to be in, I think. And for Red, I mean, even that last game you were mentioning before as well, it felt a little bit outside the wheelhouse. And so the fact that we were watching a lot of these global objectives go down, it did feel a little bit as an outlier. I don't want to say completely, though, because the gameplay was still there, but it did feel a little bit like an outlier. Looking at this game number 4, though, the question is still posed, do these stats hold up? We have seen teams actively fight for it. We've seen one Otacon, at least on screen, go down over a little bit of a jumble, which was a weird toss. Do we see this happen yet again? Do we see the game plan followed, or do we get yet another game number 3 where kind of all that is thrown out the window and teams have to kind of play by the seat of their pants?
Yeah, and with this game 4 as well, suddenly I think side selection becomes much more important for these teams. Up to this point, Blue's been so powerful because you're getting all the first picks and you're getting power picks to come through. But going into this game 4 now, I feel like most of the meta champions have kind of been played out. Pantheon's been permabanned this series, and so is Nico, so I don't think those are coming through anytime soon. And that means Red side might actually start getting advantages in counterpick. Something that we've not really seen utilized in a lot of these matchups. It's been, okay, my comp wants to do this, your comp wants to do this, we're just picking for our comps. But going to game 4, counter picks might matter, especially Kaze. We keep coming back to him because we've only gotten to see him play the Aurora once this series. He played the Azir, he played Talia in games 1 and 3 respectively. On control mages, it's not the same. I want to see his Akali, and if you're scared to be blinding it, pick it R3. Right? Pick it when you can pick it and then remove the counters on the other side. I do think this is when Kaze kind of needs to clutch up for his team. Robo's already done the same for Loud multiple times this series.
Yeah, I mean, more ways than one. Not only that, I will give credit to Jewel. You know, game number 2 and 3 has looked, you know, in and out there. I mean, the Annie didn't exactly have great prowess, but remember, we talked about this. Kaze, as you just mentioned, maybe not as hot, and Jewel has taken advantage of that. Game number 1 on the Rise looked amazing, and is starting to just kind of fill that role. I give a lot of credit to Jewel. You knew you were going into this against a fairly tough matchup. You are doing your best, even if your best is maintaining a steady, even baseline. I think that's something that that Jewel has done very well this time, and I hope to see them be able to pull something else out as well that's outside of the wheelhouse, because everyone on that side of the field, and I have to add this as a caveat, has started to chew through their champion pools.
Sure. And with Jewel, that's sometimes all you needed to do. When Jewel came in, he wasn't hyped up as, quite as much as, say, the likes of Romer was, the likes of Miru. He's not supposed to come in and just smash everybody as a Korean import. He was coming in from the TCL. And he was specifically picked as well, partially to match Tinone's style of play, where it's not necessarily about lane dominance. Tinone's was good in lane, make no mistake about that. But he really shone in the mid to late game in team fights. And Jewel was that style of player as well. So I think now that Jewel's not losing lane, he's doing the job. Loud brought him in to do. Now, that said, he does have a couple of champions that can still do well in lane. And specifically, I'm looking at his Yone now. He was known for his Yone play back in Turkey when he was playing in the TCL. And that's a champion that, sure, you lose early on, but you come online a lot faster. Blade of the Ruined King, and you're pretty much good to go. It's also a good pick into a lot of the assassins that Kaze likes to pick. So, if anything, Kaze hasn't played the Yone, but I know he can. He's also played Yasuo in the past. And so I feel like the Yone might become a bit more of a contested pick, or at least so I hope, between Kaze and Jewel this series.
And it would draw a lot of eyes there as well. I think the eyes have so far been on Rebello, who has shown up a little bit, at least in this series and in the last few games, has really put a higher spotlight almost every single time. That Kaisa game just made him stand out like crazy.
True, yeah.
And then this time around was a little bit more hammered in a lot of those scenarios. So I am curious if those eyes are going to be drawn to that mid lane, just overall, the Kaze and Jewel show. And then, if Robo and FMB decide, hey, we're going to play tanks to the top side again, and we're going to go stack for stack, band for band, and figure out who has more, that'll be a whole story of its own. Last position to talk about, though, Griffin and Doom. These two have had such amazing highlights and sometimes awkward moments, specifically because of that beefcake in the last game. Griffin just tried to engage in all that. Either way, though, I'm done talking. I'm done trying to figure out what's going to happen in this draft, because I have been wondering what happens here. Loud is back on that blue side, and Red Cannons have opted to stay on red.
Okay, so I like this from Red in that they did go for the red side. That's something we discussed. But Loud obviously has a plan. Looked at what they dropped. Pantheon is open. Loud's been banning it every single game prior to this, but now they're on blue side. They say, okay, we don't want the Silas, which we should have talked about, being one of the Kaze specials. We don't want Callista, something that Rebello can definitely carry on, and is the only AD carry to have won with a Callista game in the South so far. And now they're saying, Red, ban Pantheon, or we'll pick it. And it is a very Griffin-style champion who has a lot of impact early. And I love the fact that Griffin now has a pseudo-global to get all around the map and make even more action happen.
And not just that, maybe save the day in more ways than one. Superman into that scenario. And Red Cannons recognize that, well, I hope they do, that, hey, we knew the Pantheon was coming out. We decided to opt into a topside focus, considering that's an Mbessa plus the Gwen. And they go for a little bit of a denial. So maybe not the pseudo-global as well, but that overgrowth, that ultimate coming out from a Maokai can be devastating to slow down a battle, to kick off a fight, either way.
It feels like a bit of an answer into the style of Pantheon a little bit. Pantheon wants to go in, Maokai wants to just disrupt the fight and slow things down. We do see Rebello with the Lucian pick as well, something that they were denying away from Root prior, and now Rebello is picking it up, a very strong early game champion, so Red kind of indexing that way. I'm a little bit concerned though, because I think Pantheon is a very good matchup into the Lucian and can definitely mess up that lane. I'd love to see Griffin spend some attention down there if they can get Root and Redbird some sort of lane that can actually match threat with that, maybe something like a Jhin to come through, or I should think like maybe a Misfortune or a Caitlyn as well.
Yeah, there's some fun in here now being drafted. So I was almost expecting this a little bit later. Robo coming out with one that Mini understanding this is also going to lead into Jewel maybe having a little bit of fluctuation in here. Now going, which is another mix because we've seen Galio in the top side before get a little bit silly in there. But this is now leading all of a sudden to a focus into that top side of the map if the Galio is locked in as well.
And as a Pain fan, I still have PTSD or Pain TSD from watching Robo pull off the Jax. He has literally 1v5 teams with that champion before. So
auto lock into Cassante. Were they baiting the Jax play? They baiting the Jax play?
I don't really think of Cassante as like a Jax counter. In fact, for a while there, we were actually seeing Jax and Gwen being picked into Cassante because it's a free scaling lane. Now, Cassante isn't that bad. Like, he does have threats, and FNB was one of the best Cassantes in the region. But yeah, I'm not worried about that. I don't think Robo is worried about that. He's done this matchup many times before, and he's probably comfortable with it. It does put an emphasis on the top lane though for both junglers, and that might mean that Griffin has to split time. If anything, I expect Loud to actually kind of change the draft strategy a little bit. Maybe we don't try and match hands with the Lucian early in the bot lane. Take something that can kind of be left on its own for a little bit. I think Ezreal is still open for, as an example, of something that you can just leave in the bot lane, or heck, maybe even a Ziggs, and then play for the top side instead. Get Robo snowballing into FNB, and if you can shut down that Cassante, if the Jax outscales, it'll become a massive issue for Red.
Yeah, it was just I think the fastest pick that I've seen so far was that Cassante. It was almost immediately locked in once you saw Scally. So even if it's not a great matchup, it's just very surprising to see. But as you called out rightfully, and even Red saw it. Hey, we can't let those scalers sit in that bottom lane. We know they're going to try and stall it out. RMC, the Prophet, once again, seeing the Aphelios and the Ziggs band away here, I think is the appropriate call. Now, what's the last band, though, on the other side? We saw the Nami band away. We see where Loud is also focused into that bot side. Do we see another utility band away? The Lulu is still active here. You can ban that one away if you wish, if you want to hard focus that bottom side. But it's going to be the Milio. Okay, so they leave the Lulu open. So the Milio, that CC negation, is much more destructive.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I think the Milio is more worrying than the Lulu, and the range extension is actually massive as well. I was thinking Braum potentially to be removed, because Braum can mess up the dive threat that Loud has right now. All three champions from Loud want to go in, and Braum can absolutely cause chaos with that. The Zoe, he played that back in CD, and his Zoe was an actual nightmare. Into a Galio would be interesting. Oh. No, Kasi, don't do Victor. No! It's a control mage for Kaze in a critical game 4. I see our chat, like, Lizard dying as well. She knows, like, it's just, this was
a bait and a half. That was a bait and a half. Like, I feel even Red knew that. I feel Red even knew that was a bait for all
and
the
why
fans
do
out there.
it?
That hurts.
Why do it? Okay, the Victor is good as an idea into the dive threat that Loud has, but I just don't think that it's like Kaze's bread and butter style champion. Like, it's great to deal with dive, but here, Loud just go, okay, bet. Well, you've picked a Victor. We know your top lane. Where's your dive threat? You don't have a dive threat. What are you going to do? Vi support to go after Jinx? Like, it's a thing, but it's not a good thing, and especially in the current meta. And then they go with the Braum that was left open, which would have been a great pairing with the Lucian, and now suddenly Jinx has a massive meat shield in front of them. Loud, once again, with the composition that feels like it outskills, puts a timer onto Red to make early action. And in this series, we've seen, sure, Red can get leads, but can Red close out fast enough before the insurance policy of Loud pays out?
And not only that, there was a little bit of a cover there. There were not a glasses picked up at the very end, and a lot of people that play and understand the bot lane, Braum versus Renata Glass, Braum is one of the best at dealing with Renata Glass at a lot of points. And so the fact that Red have opted for this does show, I think, hopefully, at least, I say that, we don't know what the players are thinking, hopefully a lot of confidence in their lane matchups. As we said, there was a hover of the Zoe, swapped into the Victor. This is giving Kaze a lot of, hey, you're in control, bring the fight. And then the Renata Glass for Frosty, who historically has had some amazing moments here in the series, but knows that the matchup is going to be tough. You are looking out for very key aspects of the Braum. I'm liking Loud's draft by a mile here.
Sure, I think it's the sort of safer draft to come through. Now, Red has their strengths as well, and it's a very interesting one because we harped so much on Kaze being the bait carrier for the team, but in this critical draft, it feels like Red has said, okay, you know what, instead of giving Kaze the ball, we're going to give the ball to Rebello and FNB, players who have stepped up in this series at time. I think back to how FNB's been laning against Robo and actually winning most of his lanes. Well, Cassante should win out early against the Jax as well. Maybe not level 1, but, you know, level 2, level 3, up to those level 6 regions before Jax starts to get his first item. FNB can win that out. And in the bot lane, Rebello. Rebello has been doing arguably the lion's share of the damage for this team in this series. And you give him a pick like Lucian, you're saying take it and run with it. Sure, Renata into Braum is iffy. It's not, you know, the best lane to try and pair with, but Lucian into Jinx, that is a lane where Lucian can truly abuse and just run away with the game. If you can shut that Jinx down, if you can get fed enough, we've seen Lucians take over mid games. We've seen Lucian scale into late games even with a big enough lead.
Well, that lead should come very fast and hard as much as they hope, because they got to be stronger if Red Cannons want to take victory and move to a game number 5. For Loud, though, they can hold on. If they can deny a lot of that scaling, all of a sudden, they got that mid to late. They got the comp, they got the players, they hope to have the game. So let's dive on into game number 4 as teams are already getting cheeky with it. A lot more aggression, a lot more extra fighting in these lane startups.
Yeah, and exactly expected. It would be Red to be aggressive in this critical game, and I love that Rebello and Frosty are just stepping up. They do have to be careful, though. I think Braum is actually really strong on level 1. If he tags you at all, the slow alone allows his team to dogpile in. And while Griffin probably doesn't want to start with stun, I have no doubt Griffin would start with stun if it results in an early kill.
Griffin would absolutely flash stun to possible death if it meant getting a kill back, I feel like. Like, that is... Maybe not die, but if, like, hey, I died for 2... they'll take it all day long. I appreciate that all day long. You know, salute to Griffin on being willing to throw down their life for the team.
Well, he hasn't done it just yet. I'll salute him when he actually does.
He's done it in the previous games, though. Let's be honest. Griffin and Doom have done so, but Griffin just stands out as the, I'm going to send my life if it means the team wins.
I would rather he just send death. That's more fun to watch when, you know, we have more kills in general.
True.
For now, though, both junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. I hope to see ganks, both Maokai and Pantheon, have point-and-click CC. And with how volatile these lanes can go, it actually interests me a lot to see where we see these early games spent. Doom starting on the top side suggests we might see Red focus on that bot lane, which we expect with the Lucian. Whereas Griffin starting on the bot side gives me hope that maybe he goes for that Robo early gank, get that Jax skilling. I don't expect to see either of them gank mid lane, especially when Jule's taking this much damage. Jule is barely able to step up in CS right now.
Might be a time for them to kind of take advantage, and maybe that's the thought process, right? Hey, Kaze, this is probably the best time that you're going to be able to play a mage right now without having to full out aggress. It's the Galio, you know you're going to get a good lane matchup. Maybe that's what you play for, but it's going to be slower. It's going to be much, much slower. On the bot side, though, it might not be as slow. Rebello and Frosty, of course, playing with the powerhouse of the Lucian, run out of glass, get the damage down, wait for a time before we get to see the junglers, which both Doom and Griffin starting on their red bus, moving in opposite directions for, if I'm not mistaken, one of the first times here in a quiet early game, I should say.
Well, we've had some decent jungles as well, right? Like last game where was it Doom invading onto Griffin?
Invade and all that.
Yeah, like that kind of messed things up. So kind of watching them go opposite, unfortunately, just means less chance of jungle interaction. FNB with a perfect freeze just outside his turret range right now. Robo took great advantage of the level 1 advantage with Counter-Strike to take control of the lane from the get-go and actually get that CS pushing in his favor. It does make a gank somewhat less likely unless they think they can get the dive off. Is it possible? FNB is taking a lot of damage, yes. Do I think it's safe? No. Does Griffin think it's safe? That's the big question.
I would say negatory on that one. Jewel, though, having recalled and teleported back, went back to pick up the Dark Seal, which we see a lot of mid laners do nowadays, just to get that extra oomph in case not only the extra kills come through, but getting the trades out. So we're just waiting for Kaze to get that first recall off for themselves as well, with some deep boards in either direction. Kaze dropping one over the Raptors, and of course Griffin laying one and wait to see the jungle pathing from Doom himself.
I actually don't know if the ward from Kaze spotted Griffin. I saw a lot of blue pings coming down, so Griffin obviously knows, but Griffin also did drop a ward of his own, so I don't know if it's the ward that caught it or whether it was Griffin that caught it. Either way, Griffin's just going to back off. He's not going to do anything too crazy for now. We're not going to see that top lane dive come through. Instead, we're just going to see the lanes continue. Top side again, pretty even. Jewel has equalized the mid lane. He's walking into turret range right now. Bro, the wave is cleared.
He's going to take damage. He's going to take damage, and he
It's
has
a flash.
to... Okay, you remember how Frosty kind of inted on Kaze last? That was just Jewel kind of inting whatever position that was.
I feel like I got in Jules' head that, hey guys, I'm winning lane for like the first time ever. It goes way too deep and ends up taking a turret shot. That actually hurts Jewel a lot though. The fact that he had to burn flash there. He's already used his TP as well. So he doesn't even have, like, he can't just like come back to lane that easily. Like, he's just gonna lose a lot of pressure. Kaze can go back TP and come back with, you know, good items and full control over the lane as well. Mid lane just feels ripe for the ganking right now.
It hurts because... like, Jewel also knows that. He 100% knows all that factor as well, so that's why he's trying to push out, but meets Frosty right in the way and isn't able to push. So you can see Kaze willing to kind of freeze out here, say, I'm not worried. Of course, the other side of that is Rebello's about to get run off this wave. The wave is pressing in, so you're going to be okay, but no big deal. For Root and Redbird, though, starting with that Cole, picking it up very early on, or at least the best he can. 7 minions down, 93 to go.
Yeah, Rebello just sidestepping everything, playing this Lucian beautifully. Like, yes, on one hand, it is a 2v1, but it's a jinx. Root just doesn't have that kill threat whatsoever, and Root Rebello just able to sidestep everything, dodge it perfectly. If none of the skill shots land, there is no kill threat here. So Rebello more than happy to allow Frosty to kind of roam out and still maintain his CS advantage. He knows as soon as Frosty comes back or as soon as the wave hits his turret, it's going to bounce anyways. Root and Ribbert can't actually lock him under his turret safely without losing or having a risk of getting ganked and losing a lot more on the other side.
Seeing Doom, still level 5, but more than willing to kind of dive on in for a battle. You saw tag number 1 come out with the taunt. Jewel looking for yet another, but Griffin walking over a ward saying, I see at least one. It's fairly fresh, so I have an understanding, but Jewel goes a little bit too far. No flash available. Now it's a duel of the junglers and the mid laners in respective positions, but Griffin's left far quicker, meaning they are going to have to leave with a massive chunk of their HP gone, alleviating opportunity for Red to take Dragon.
Yeah, just kind of getting zoned out. Doom not even really worried too much about chucking all his CS or his CC, pardon me, onto Griffin to lock him down. If that was level 6, I think that fight actually goes much more in Red's favor. And with the scuttle being picked up, Doom is now 6. I think Red should take this advantage while they've got pressure bot side, while they've got a level lead to really go for this dragon.
I actually got scared there for a sec when Jewel started rotating down, and I was like, wait, it's Jewel. He's on a Galio. No one's in position. Who's actually going to contest this dragon? And Doom said the exact same thing, but like, I know I'm slow, but I'm not that slow. Back off, let me take my dragon. There it goes. Took about a minute. You're good to go. You're happy. Griffin has to back away and say, I'll wait till level 6 before I get a little bit cheeky.
Okay, so it feels like we've been talking a lot for 0 kills, Orbital, but we should highlight as well, it's because Red is trying to make some action happen right now, and Jewel's been pressuring up a lot. Loud is actually not under any pressure to make moves. While we love to see Griffin get active on the map and get some kills going, they're fine to sit back. They massively outskill Red, so they can kind of take their own time. And if anything, Jewel being this hyphy is actually putting things potentially in jeopardy. The fact that he hasn't died, though, is huge, and his flash is going to be coming off cooldown shortly as well. So that early aggression that caused the flash to have been wasted, it's fine. The mistakes didn't cost them anything. They're good to go.
And now we get something that is very signature that we actually have seen a fair bit, but this is the most obvious one, is the lane swap position. We get to see Root and Redbird head to the top side, look for a grub battle, which we haven't truly had. We had a semi-grub fight previously in game number 3. This time in game number 4, it does feel like we are getting an excess of aggression. Level 6, level 7 for just about everyone. Griffin ready to go with the jump in, smite away on 1. Good grub take. But Red want nothing of it. As you mentioned, RMC, Red making the moves, but don't want to fully challenge Loud. At the end, it will be 2. For Loud's favor, they will have the extra tower pressure for themselves.
And it's really interesting lane assignments actually that came through from Red, because I actually do, like, I was calling for Red to go for these early fights while they're strong, while Rebello has a massive lead, pickaxe, double longsword, ready to go. But at the same time, it was Red who opted for the lane swaps, which sent Kaze into the top lane and Rebello Frosty into the mid lane. And while that's good for Rebello Frosty in that they have higher kill threat onto Jewel, it also meant that Kaze couldn't join the fight because Root and Redbird would kill him in rotation. Whereas Jewel doesn't care about who he's laning against. He just presses R onto his team. And that's why we saw Red actually back off that fight, because while they technically had 4 bodies in the area, only 3 of them were going to reach the fight alive.
About to say that at the same time. Gotta agree with you. Take your positions, play it smart here, and we go right back to the very quiet farming aspect. Both teams still yet again taking their time, building their momentum. The chatter is good though. I like seeing the chatter in all the players. Everyone very communicative, and I will always say I hate whenever you see it always feels bad whenever you see teams not talking, because then you know the mental might be shattered and you're like, okay, this might be in a bad spot. Kaze, of course, meeting with Jewel once again and being like, all right, that's normal.
I don't know about that one, Chief. The last time we heard Root talking a lot in English, he got shinny dropped. So just
Oh no, bad memories.
Hey, brought Griffin in, so I personally ain't complain. I just feel bad for Shinny, man. But hey, Root really wanted to win. We got to remember too, this is Root's last split, right? And we think about how Croc played his last split last year. They bombed out. They did not feel good, and Root does not want to leave on a low note. This guy has won 3 back-to-back championships on Loud. He was part of the dynasty, which is something that had never been achieved in Brazil up to that point. Brazil was the last region to get a 3-peat for any champion of any region, and they literally got it like the year Well, they technically got the 3-peat in 2023, but the 4-peat ran until 2024. It was literally the year before they got merged. So props to Brazil for doing it. Props to Root for being part of it. For Robo for being a part of that as well. And heck, even Redbird was a part towards the end of that particular dynasty.
And he gets to be, not only that, to maybe leave a legacy for those up and coming. We've mentioned the fact before, and it is shining here, by the way. The fact that we got so many rookies or rookie-ish players joining on in and showing their skills, making sure to step up to the plate to take the positions of those that might be leaving, those that are gone currently. It's a big hole to fill, and I think they're doing it quite wonderfully.
Yeah, especially I feel like Doom has particularly big shoes to fill. We're talking about rookies, right? Like Griffin coming in for Shinny is like, okay, yeah, Shinny is a bit of a legend in Brazil, but at the same time, Shinny was having a really rough split. So that rookie is kind of whatever. For Rebello, filling the shoes of Brunsey, Mr. Botgap himself, I think he's done phenomenally well. He's stepped in and, done the magic. But Red specifically as an org always felt like they belonged to one player. Like there was Titans Red for the longest time before Titan went over to Pain Gaming. And then after that, it turns out it was Aegis's Red because Aegis and Titan went, well, it's him or me. And Red went, okay, well, we're going with Aegis then. So it was Aegis's Red for the longest time. And now Doom has to fill in on Aegis's role, and Aegis was such a big voice in the team. I think Doom has done well to be able to do that, but is it enough as Frosty gets melted and caught, turned around?
Well, yeah, that's going to be a great turnaround as well. In goes the hostile takeover, and it's enough to get everyone on top of the stasis. Burn, baby, burn. Kaze said, yo, control mage, I control it all. Even tried to chase for an extra underneath the tower, but first blood comes explosively in the mid lane.
And Doom barely limps away. It should have been a 1-for-1, but that gravity field catching Jewel on the wind-up for the Justice Punch to get out meant that everybody was just sitting in the Chaos Storm, burning away, and this is what Red needed. Even with that kill, they are dead even in gold. And for Red, being even in gold is being behind. That Jinx is taking away. Root is becoming a bigger and bigger threat. Robo is becoming a bigger and bigger threat. The fight starts out kind of funny too because they go for Frosty, and great pick from Redbird to make that happen. But that's why you pick the Maokai in the face of all this engage, because the moment that Nature's Grass comes across, the entire fight gets really wonky. And Jewel right here. Oh, it wasn't just a handshake from Frosty, who actually pulled him into the gravity. Oh, okay, that is even nuttier. Frosty, the mechanics to not only save himself, but to kind of turn what should have been him getting picked into Griffin getting killed.
Yeah, I also love the fact that for the gravity field and hostile takeover, you saw the windup from Redbird, like, I want to hit you, and then got stasis as well. So it was a layering of the CC where Red are just like, yeah, you're not moving. We are going to take control, and we are going to win this battle. With that amp up, Kaze has gone ahead and finished up the Rod of Ages. That'll be stacking very cleanly. I believe it was stacked already, but building much faster into that Leandries and going to get that burn down much faster means Kaze is going to be real happy about the current state of this mid-game. Jewel, of course, looking towards that possible mid-game a little bit later, getting a couple more plates into their own pocket, and FMB kind of pissed off about it, but not too worried. Gold still within like the 100 to 200 mark.
And it's really good for Kazi as well because he's going to be the late game carry for this team, right? We talked about why the Victor was being picked up. It was more for the team for the later game when Loud is diving in. You've got all that AoE damage, just melt them as you're diving in. But I don't think we're quite at the stage of the passing of the torch just yet. The Rod of Ages still has to stack. Like you said, Leandri's not built either. So I'm still looking at Rebello to make something happen. 0-0-1 right now with the Essence Reaver. Hasn't been able to really get that pressure onto Root whatsoever. This is still the time where Lucian is strong. Arguably, with the one-item power spike, this is one of his strongest moments. So I'd love to see Red able to leverage that a little bit more, get a bit more leads. They have been stacking Drakes, which is really big for them. It is unfortunately a Chemtech Soul, and I don't know how impactful that is.
Well, you know what also
Okay.
is a little bit
There's the
toxic here
damage.
is this engagement turnaround. As it's happening yet again, Red say you bring the fight, but we finish it all day long. Rebello giving the feat of warfare to Red here at 15 minutes.
Perfect. Exactly on time as we ordered. Rebello gets the pop-off in that small skirmish. You see the damage that Lucian pumps out. And most importantly, they get Root killed. They continue to slow down the Jinx. I think that's the most critical thing. And now with Herald, Red can really accelerate the game. It was pretty much dead even. They got about 500 gold lead from the previous fight, and now in this fight, they get a bit more gold. Rebello gets to just pump out the damage, completely uncontested. Frosty, unfortunately, was the sacrifice, but it's one they're willing to take. And even with getting excited, Root just can't get out. The all-out angle from FNB with the teleport was spot on. They're going to get the Herald, and that's going to lead into a turret of some sort. The big question is exactly how much can Red get from this Herald? Is it just a turret, or could it be turret plus drag, turret plus inner?
Right now, it's HP plus a lot of extra damage. Robo tried to jump on Kaze a little bit, but the answering Redemption, which has been the bread and butter for one of these supports each time, Frosty as well as Redbird doing it,
Yeah.
and just constantly laying it down. It's been so useful, and I love the fact that we've had multiple offensive ones as well, but held on well. So, as you called out, where's that gold going to go? Who is going to use that, and how well is it going to, kind of steamroll into the rest of the game? Robo recognizing that, hey, probably don't want to be here. Frosty was in the vicinity. Nice, back off. Loud, have to go back, kind of lick their wounds and figure out what to do next.
I love how Frosty is an enchanter, and usually when you see an enchanter roam, it's just to cover a lane to make sure they don't get dove. But Frosty is so intimidating that it felt like he was there to gank the lane. Like he was just daring Robo to step up ever so slightly, and then I'm going to handshake you into turret. And Frosty as well, 0, 1, and 4 right now actually has 100% kill participation, has more kill participation than Doom. Frosty has been just omnipresent on the map. We attributed some of that to Rebello, the fact that he can hold 1v2 with the Lucian. But it also just speaks to Frosty's mindset, I think, that regardless of the style of champion he's on, he's going to make moves. He's going to try and impact the other lanes as well. And it's been working fantastically.
I think it's only going to continue. Whenever you looked at the Bard play in the previous as well, I think that was yielding a lot of results for, for Red Cannons. Very, very macro heavy in that one. Frosty, of course, this time joining in with the rest of the team here in the mid lane. Dragon is coming up in about 30 seconds, so you can see a lot of that action. Not only that, early TP, way faster than I was expecting from Kaze to reach the lane aspect right before Jewel, clear the wave, and prep with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, it just feels like they're making the safer play right now. Rather than have Kaze up there and trying to threaten that early turret, he just cleared the wave. They really want to sack these dragons. And I don't hate it, considering that their comp wants to accelerate as fast as they can. Getting those dragons cleared is kind of key, because you want Elder more than anything else. Like you said, the Soul is kind of not the greatest for their composition necessarily, but Elder will definitely help them to win fights. So that's another 15 minutes away if they clear this on spawn, which they are doing right away.
And it feels like Loud are more than comfortable about letting it go to the side. They're saying, okay, we know we can't really contest. We still have Jax pushing on the bot side, and we're just going to try and take this mid tower as much as possible. We got to feed gold into our carries as much as possible, but there goes Nature's Grass coming out, catching 2 more, and Griffin and Redbird do not have the HP for this. The shield might be able to hang on, but it only is able to save 1, so Griffin goes down yet again, and it's space for Red to push the mid tower in revenge.
I actually really appreciate the way they're trading off shields there. They almost got Griffin out. The wave is being cleared though, so Red won't find the turret. Are they looking for the turnaround as Robo hops in?
I don't know about this one. Robo saying, I got some HP. Nice rocket, though, to drop another 20% off. So with that combined power, it works. But again, there is another move being made, which this time is FNB on the bot side tower.
Okay. He is doing this very, very slowly. I actually don't know. I don't think he gets this. And that's fine. There's no plate. So it's turret or bust right now. Robo is able to get back down here and answer. The turret shot actually kind of equalizes the trade. Throughout all of this, I still want to highlight Herald is still in the pockets of Loud, pardon me. So I'm curious to see where they kind of go with that. This play happens because they're just focused on taking down the turret in the first place. So if you're only losing Griffin off the back of this, it's kind of a win, and you're seeing the defensive strength that can come out from the Loud team when they're engaged upon. The shield into Redbird hopping on into Unbreakable. Yeah, it almost got Griffin out. Redbird, I think, flashed a little bit too preemptively. I almost feel like it's better if Redbird just traded his life and kept Griffin alive. But it's kind of minor. Griffin can't find anything else on the back end of it. Red, as you mentioned, with Herald in pocket, where are they looking for with this Herald? Like, I would normally call for a mid, but they're not grouping up in the area for it. The sooner they can open up the map, I feel like the faster they can accelerate this game.
At this point, they are looking for maybe a Herald drop, but also just more kills. They've done very well in accelerating that. 5 total for themselves. And Dragons available. They have Otacon to look for as well. You take a look at the vision that they laid down, and originally we see Loud sometimes looking indifferent in their warding, just consistently on top of it. And this time it's Red to go ahead and pressure. Hey, RMC, I've seen this position before. I've seen this situation before on the top side of the map. I wonder what might happen. All right, it's not going to happen. However, there is an all-out on the bot side as FMB punches right through Robo, and top side tower will fall as well, as it's a two-pronged attack from Red Cannons.
Yeah, Flash is being traded. I don't know about that one from Robo. Unfortunately, he won't have that available. He's dead. And FNB probably won't join the fight immediately. Just going to go back to base before he gets up there. Loud, they don't want to fight this, but they kind of have to, it feels like. This is a really rough position from them. FNB in a very forward, aggressive TP over the ledge.
That's also just to deny, as Jewel recognizes that, hey, I can't really be here. But Otacon, that main call down that you mentioned before, Rocket, just to see if he can get something. We always appreciate a good attempt with a Rocket. Poor Root, though, is like, all right, I'm not getting that one.
I've been watching Pain Titan pull off his rockets. That one feels a bit more like a, I don't know, 4 out of 10.
Not enough water.
Yeah, you saw the notification go down too for Otacon take, so it's gonna, that feels more like a, you know what, I've got nothing better to use this rocket on. Which is really unfortunate, because Root's actually at the 2-item power spike for the Jinx. This is when Loud kind of needs to turn it on. But Robo getting caught out in the bot lane meant that they couldn't look for the 5v5, that they needed to look for. And now, Loud's backs are up against the wall. In a minute and a half, Dragon spawns. And like I said, it's not so much about the soul itself, as Loud kind of need to fight that to show that they're still in this game, that they're not just going to lie over and take it. If they just give this Dragon up for free, in 3 minutes when Baron spawns, it gets really dicey.
You know, it also spawns whenever someone decides to ult in. It's teammates, as I was talking about Loud, but the rest of Red came under the wall like the Avengers out of a movie. That was a wild save and a half. Now they got to go save Doom, though, who's in a little bit of a battle with Redbird. Not really that scared. Instead, is trying to turn it around. Redbird is hauling butt to try to get to safety, but will be sacrificed to the gods, possibly to Rebello's pockets.
Yeah, nobody's even trying to get in there to let Redbird kind of hop onto them, and this is just going from bad to worse for Loud. They, like we said, just are lying down and taking it right now. Yeah, as you said, Rebello's pocket's going to be padded with the corpse of Redbird, the mustache of Braum. It's a nice mustache, very luxurious.
Yeah. I don't know. That was... I'm watching... Man, I watched Griffin, who we haven't really seen that Grand Starfall, right?
No.
It's been utilized, but never to that aggressive stance. And to have it countered almost immediately by Red Cannon, it just shows that their constant awareness of the map state. Yes, you get to see it again. Watch this. Like, Robo's like, yes, I'm calling it down. Look at the minimap, though.
Yeah, and the thing is, even without the minimap, just the Chaos Storm alone was already burning them really badly. Like, this play felt like a bit of a Hail Mary from Loud, but I don't know if you should be making the Hail Marys without Jinx. You've invested so much into trying to get Root fed. You kind of need to play around Root. So if anything, I'd have preferred to see the play trying to be forced into the mid lane instead. But instead they went, okay, Robo's the one lane who's kind of been doing well for himself. We'll try and do that. This is just unnecessary to watch Braum go down again. I swear if they play the death animation as well, okay. Oh, we're right back into the fight.
No. This is the only reason. They would have if they had the chance, as Doom is about to go down here. But you got the rest of the team here just in case. Rebello getting a little bit of healing back on the top side, while Robo is still doing Robo things. And this goes back almost all the way back to game number 1, where you were talking about Red Cannons having a little bit of a side lane pushing action. Let's see if we can do that. Robo's doing the exact same and might be sacrificing his life for it. No vision on the map, but saw his board get taken out. Trying to recall. TP is available. You're going to go down here. You understand that fact. Counter-Strike, though, is going to slow things down a little bit. Trying to get to the wall. You're drawn right back into the battle. Over the wall, Rebello is waiting. Okay. No. It is going to be, though, a killing spree to FNB, who is also 3-0.
Yeah, the thing about FNB getting fed is it's Cassante, and unless you're a showmaker, it's fine. Like, you're not gonna die from PTSD just looking at that. Whereas giving it to Rebello at this point, I think is a lot scarier, or giving it to Kaze as well. But again, this is fine. This is how Loud plays. Robo knew he was going to die on that push, made the play. It was up to the rest of the team to try and make something happen elsewhere. And that play actually starts with Root soaking the pressure in the mid lane. That was a 4v5 situation that gave Robo time to push up. And for Loud, that's okay. 2.7k gold lead at 25 minutes. Playable for Loud. Very, very, very tough. And so far, I've not seen too much signs of life from this Loud team in this particular game. But it's playable, Orbital. We saw this last week against Furia, where they were down further in their game 3, where they came back to win it anyway. So until Loud is dead, until their Nexus lies in rubble at the feet of the teams, I'm not counting them out just yet.
I might be putting a little bit further caveat in that though, because Loud might not go down without a fight, but they might just be dead or be dealing with zombies. Because Red, at some point, I didn't even recognize it, had gotten the soul so far, so they have the Chemtech soul, which makes battles even more drawn out here. It feels like Chemtech of old, where you actually stayed alive longer after you died, and Robo's like,
gosh,
dude,
Robo.
this sucks. This absolutely
He's
sucks.
dog
Guess
power?
who's coming around the side? It's the Coaling. It's a never-ending wave of damage and HP in your face, and Red are taking advantage. Tower goes down, you dropped Robo, and this is going to be the base looking to be broken.
Oh, Zap doesn't land, but Griffin does. Can he get the stun?
Nope, not just yet. Rocket from downtown not really going to land, so it's a finish. Into Griffin's pocket,
sheesh.
the FMB is given time. Inhibitor tower goes down. Red have started to crack the base.
So Loud, you got your second kill. What did it cost you? Everything. Because here's the thing, it's not just the bot site turret going down, it's also
Oh my
that,
gosh.
okay, I was going to say, it's also that you've lost pressure on Baron, but never mind, they're able to rotate fast. They melt this pretty quickly.
Well, but it's also spotted, and you remember how fast Red already got to the map, so Kaze is going to reach there first. Now remember, this isn't an assassin or anything like that. HP bars are dropped a little bit low. Jewel is going to try and run interference. There's another TPN, and they got to focus.
got
So
it.
Jewel will be the sacrificial lamb.
get out.
Baron goes down. It is stolen away. Who is going to keep it? Looks like Redbird will go down too. That is a 2-for-0 so far, so it's a piece of the puzzle. Now Griffin, if Griffin falls, I'll be very sad, but the slows are enough.
Oh!
Frosty around the corner, not going to get the tether thanks to the zap from Root, so it's 3 Baron busts up. Loud get away with a very dicey heist.
It's a clean 2-for-0 for Red, but it's the gold gap dropping another 700 gold. Loud. Find that. And there is standing gold. Bot side outer turret. There's an objective bounty on that. If Robo can walk up here, if FMB is not answering, I think Robo can still handle Kaze. He can still handle Robello. It's really only FMB he can't deal with.
There's a very big if at the end of that, but I'm not going to say it. Look, let's. There's some other options behind. Name thing though, in about 2 minutes, we're looking at the Elder, and that's something that you talked about all the way at the beginning of this. The Dragon stacking, right? For Red, we're looking at that Elder, and the Elder is going to come very, very quickly. In about a minute and a half, we're going to see those wards get dropped down. We're going to see Red. Oh, they're already doing it. Thank you. I was wondering about that. Already dropping a lot of the vision, saying we don't want to wait for a minute and a half. We want to get it set now. Highly appreciate it.
Okay, can Root actually complete the Mortal Reminder in time? If that armor pen comes through, it's doable. Again, it's still very, very playable for the side of Loud. Rebello has a lot of gold in pocket, but trying to leverage it in these fights is tougher than it is for Root to leverage it. The other big gold differential is in F&B on that top side, that dive threat to come through from Red. I know when I saw the draft, I was like, I don't know if Red have dive threat. Well, I was wrong. F&B is enough of a threat on his own.
100%. Very, very dangerous. But I like the fact that you called it out. Loud have done this before, and they're looking to do it one more time. I love the zoom in on the top side. We were looking at Jewel, who just hit level 16. So that grand entrance that you're going to have, if given the opportunity, which we've seen it used as a very defensive warding tool, we haven't seen it be on top of an aggressing opponent. So maybe this is that big chance. Opportunities are abound, but they only come once in a while. If you get wiped here, Red cannons are going to force a game number 5. So even they know they want to do this by the book.
30 seconds till Dragon spawns. Loud can take their time kind of farming up this way for now. Mortal Reminder was indeed completed for Root, so it might come down to one big fight if Robo doesn't go out of the whimper first.
Oh no, and Jewel has to be looking for that if you can save Robo, if you can buy some time, that might be huge. Robo gonna get a double counter strike here, be able to slow everyone up, but no, they leave him to the wolves. Poor Robo will be given a dishonorable discharge from this squad right there as they leave him to fall, because the rest of Loud are saying your death will not be in vain. Maybe it's an honorable one. At the end of the day, they're gonna give Elder, and I don't know about this one, but they just want the gold. Root says, I'm getting excited. I have 3 items. I can shoot through these towers very quickly.
You got Baron buff.
and it's a race. It's a race right now. No way they fully base race this though. Elder is down to about 2.4. It's gonna be sprinted away. Rest of the team is here. Loud trying to get this nibber, but no, it's not gonna go down. They have to run away. In comes the redemption. Hostile takeover, not gonna hit anyone. Nice exclusive vision to slow them down. Rest of the team though from Red are coming around the back side. Loud on the top side trying to cheat away. Recalls being called in, but
Somebody's
Nature's
gonna die.
Grasp will
Sacrificing.
catch one. Roots is looking towards the top side. Hasn't been spotted yet and might
They don't know.
get away. What a blast over, and ADC gets out. Root is alive, but there's the Elder burn. Griffin goes down yet again for the rest of the team.
Robo's about to respawn, and Redbird is running from bush to bush. FNB needs to stop to actually check everything. Dude, does Doom know? Doom could cut this off. Doom is farming!
What? So for all that went down, Red get Elder, but you know what? Loud get 2 towers that gets a little bit extra golden. Now, is that going to be enough? No, I don't think so. I don't know if the Elder is going to be that game breaking, which I assume it is. We talked about it.
Yeah.
But Loud opted for this.
It's a huge win con, and thankfully for Red, Loud did manage to get the inhibitor, so you're not dealing with super minions, which would slow down this push. For about a minute and a half, Red have the absolute advantage. Griffin respawning in 5 seconds, but he's not going to want a Grand Starfall into the midst of this team. He will instantly melt to the Elders. So Red, what can they maximize on this? A 5k gold lead already, and I don't think the push is finished. Topside inner still standing, even though FNB has kind of traipsed off towards the mid lane.
And another part about this, we have known every time Red in their victories or when they get a lead, they tend to be very cautious. They love to play safe, and this is well in line with that. They don't try and force anything further into the lane. They don't go for the inhibitor right away. They go where the massive wave is. They set up the nation scraps. They're going to allow FNB to try and get into the mix. Very nice hold out by Jewel. Jewel is going to try and run frontline, but there's a hostile takeover on 4 members of Loud. Loud are going to melt like hot butter here, as Red cannons rush down and execute their opponents here. It is well thought out. It is an easy clap of 4, but they still need to get these inhibitors. They'll chew through the top side with minions above. And Red cannons, they made their statement RMC. And in yet another controlling game, 18 kills, only dropping to Elder, Soul, and more. And would you know it, an ace on top, we get our game number 5.
Well, Orbital, it was hoped for. It was expected. It was foretold. These 2 teams are going the full distance. The happy look on Kaze's face. Frosty is rearing and ready to go for a game 5. And honestly, for Red, I think this is a big win, not just in terms of getting to a critical game 5, but the way they won as well. The fact that they finally won a game with Kaze on a control mage opens up a lot of options. The fact that they've stopped the root insurance policy from coming through again is huge. Sivir now off the board. Jinx now off the board. Root doesn't have that much more skill, and Xayah just isn't it right now. So I think we just see an Aphelios ban and call it a day as far as Root is concerned. So Red going to be very, very happy coming to this one with momentum and Loud. That was a lackluster performance from Loud. I don't know what happened to the mental that game. Maybe they got too into their own heads about, okay, we're just going to scale up, but you can't play like this in game 5. I don't care what Red draft. They could draft the most solo queue champions, and if Loud play like this in a game 5, they are going to get smashed.
This is the quietest I've seen either team be. That was Loud being the quietest. I mean, even Red, in their loss in game number 3, we were mentioning, they're still going down with the fight. They're still battling it out. They're still willing to throw down. There was no fight in there. I love the fact that you pointed it out, because we really can't. Loud have one more chance. They know their back is against the wall. They drafted a little bit iffy. You know, Robo didn't get off the ground. Questions are abound, though. As you call it, solo queue or team play or whatever you call it, it's going to be a treat. I'm going to make sure that we have time to fully dissect what's about to... It's game 5, baby. It doesn't matter what the stats say, even if Cassante doesn't do great into Jax, even if the Braum can block a Renata Glass, because red cannons have shown that it's all about the plays. And when we dive into this game 5, it's all about how you play the matchups, because quite honestly, the champ pool's starting to look thin here, RMC.
Yeah, and the thing too is like it's the individual players who kind of need to clutch up right now. This is what the LTA South is about. Macro is nice. I'm glad we've learned it, but it's always been about sort of the individual players and what they bring to the table. And once again, we highlight the carries of these teams. For red, it's Kaze. And last game, we questioned his Victor. He stepped up huge right alongside Rebello. But a lot of the plays were Kaze, finding huge Chaos Storms, huge, gravity fields to lock people down. On the other side, it's Robo for Loud. And we had a graphic that flashed up earlier today. I'd love to bring it back up. Looking at these two players, because, yeah, Robo is right there with Kaze. His DPM, though, is not showing it. That Jax was not relevant that game. Where's this GD at 15? FNB's been manhandling Robo in lane, and sure, Robo has impact outside of lane, but it's not the carry potential. Where are the solo kills, Robo? And now if Robo wants an 8th championship, if Robo wants to go to North America, he's got to show up in this critical game 5. I don't know what he's got in his pocket. This guy's played weird things before. His Tristana top comes to mind. If we're looking at current picks that he's played this split, that's kind of weird and wonky. He's at the Gragas he's pulled out. He's still got Olaf in his back pocket. Something, anything, please, Robo, if you want to win. Because Kaze's already showing stuff. And Kaze still got Zed. He's still got Akali. He's still got Ari. He's still got Silas. Kaze's got the entire champion ocean ready to roll in this game 5.
Yeah, a fun little fact that I had to guess on, and then you reconfirmed for me, which I am so amazed at. Kaze is 5.1, 2.6, and 6.0. That is across, I believe, the entire split of 12 unique champions. The highest, I thought, in just a series, number of unique champions played. You confirmed for me, RNC, that this legend in the making has the highest number of unique champions played across the entirety in 12. Following up behind that, Doom has also had a very nice time with the champion pool. 10 unique champions there as well. So if we're talking about unique champions, it really is, maybe the Kaze show, which got to dive into that too, because we've seen the Akali start getting banned out. We've seen these, possible unique champions that are like, we don't want to deal with it on Loud side. We just can't let Kaze get these specifics that'll run us over all day long.
And it's kind of funny because on the podcast, Gringos Liberados, we were talking a little bit about Doom and how he's been whipping out some weird picks. Anytime so far in this elimination phase, when they've had more than 3 games, when they go to game 4, he's been whipping out some weird stuff. He had a Dr. Mundo in the jungle in one game up against Pain. They lost that one. He had the Nidoii last week. He had the Nidoii last week, which, popped off with the Z mid from Kaze. So I'm curious if we see in this game 5 Doom kind of reach deeper in the pocket for something odd. If you want something standard, Vi is still potentially on the table. Nocturne would not be a bad shout, especially with how this series has gone. I feel like if you can break Loud's mental a little bit, turn off the lights, they're going to just fall to pieces. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a little bit more prio on something like the Nocturne to come through.
And be willing to throw down. I think not just the fact that Doom plays unique, but the fact that we're seeing FNB. If we're talking about the carries, FNB has done so well to be kind of that stonewall. And whenever you get lane matchups and laners specifically that can hold their own and confidently do so, and you almost have that in your back pocket, it does enable you to go a little bit crazier. It does enable you to have that mentality of, I can do more. And I think across the board, it has come down. I mean, you said it repeatedly, talking about Kaze, all these individual players, every single one of red candidates does have that potential to just hard carry the game. I mean, Rebello, even in the bot side, Frosty from that support role. I would agree. I want to see Crazy, just not too out there. Let's not go to D tier just yet. We don't have to drop down to D tier. We don't got to pull out, the Fiddlesticks or anything like that. Sorry to all my Fiddlesticks lovers. We don't need to do that just
What yet. Even is D tier? Orbital, Volibear jungle, Ambessa jungle? I mean, if Griffin were to whip out like
is
Hecarim or Shyvana at this point, I'd be willing to let him have a shout,
No, we're not doing that. Let's go ahead and see what they say, as the bans are so drastically different than we saw before. The Volibear and the Gwen makes sense, but the Olaf call out saying, Griffin, you're not going to get a hyper carry. Nico still banned away, as that is such a terrifying pick to deal with. The Ambessa is still there to play, though. So these are focuses on either end.
I don't even think that's at Griffin. I think the Olaf is at Robo. They're trying to pinch out his carry champions. And it does double duty because you know what? If there was a jungler who'd play Olaf, I feel like it'd be either Tatu or Griffin. So great bans, I think, coming through. We see the Yorick being removed away from FNB, a champion that he's very good at kind of pressuring on with the Gwen. So we might actually get to see some weird picks come through in the top lane, and we called it. I was saying text, Shen or Ornn, and FNB gets the Ornn, and that changes things a lot too, because up to now, it feels like a lot of the games have favored scaling on Loud's side of it. But the moment you have an Ornn, it just messes with all scaling. You have an early game comp, no surprise, it's now a mid game comp. You've got a late game comp, surprise, you've got Thanos now at 30 minutes. Like basically, it just messes everything up.
Oh, okay. Bringing out another pick to play with, which is that Camille. So this is I wouldn't say old school, but it is one that we don't see too often anymore. Camille used to be the powerhouse of the top lane, locking down a lot of things, chewing through with max HP damage and all that. Also having the Hextech ultimatum. I love it. And then the Ziggs right after as well. And there's the turn off the lights that you called out, RMC. And we're getting this Fast and Furious. We're getting a silence right after. What is going on? They're speeding through this draft.
Okay, it seems kind of weird. It's a lot of comfort picks, I think, coming through from the side of Red. But it's also actually just really good picks, and they do work synergistically together so far. Sylas steals away a whole bunch of ultimates, and now suddenly Loud can't really play teamfight-oriented compositions, because then you're giving that to a comp with Ornn, plus any sort of AD carry, and you're going to have problems. So Loud, they pivot away from that. It's Griffin, it's Viego, it's him tryharding, saying, okay, I'm going to put the team on my back. And it works well with Camille and Ziggs because there's a lot of burst damage to come up from that combo already. If it doesn't finish the fight, Viego's Heartbreaker will.
I love the fact that we have the entire champ stealers combo in here, is what I love to say, on opposite sides. You know, you steal the ult and then you steal the rest of the bodies. I will always laugh at this because it is such a unique factor to the game. And Tangent, once again, I love going on tangents, by the way. Tangent, love the idea of being able to steal opponents and work against them. It brings a unique flair, especially with a comp like this, that on both sides has been so different than we've seen through games 1 through 4. It has been a little bit of a shift, mindset change as well, that has now impacted our second phase. You can see the Zeri focus and ADC that we haven't seen the entire time, but because we're looking at 4 champs, 8 across the entirety of the ADC role, you're getting pinched extremely hard. We're also seeing the Pike that Frosty or Redbird can use.
Yeah, that tells me that Red probably actually wants to tip towards Hypercarry plus Enchanter support. Most of the tanks have been taken out at this point. There's really not much left in tank for the bot lane, unless you want to kind of go something a bit weirder like a Gragas support, or I was going to say Galio, but even Galio's been taken away at this point. So it makes a lot of sense. Blitzcrank being removed. They really want safety for Rebello and Frosty, and I don't blame them. Rebello's been popping off and Frosty's been enabling it.
Get the Thresh. Screw it. Get the Thresh. Go down to the other hook champion. Just whatever hook champion is left. Just go for the Thresh. I don't know how well it meshes with Ziggs personally, but Thresh has seen some prio by some people. It's the Old Faithful, right? Like, this is the Old Faithful champion of days where nothing else is on the table. You want a little bit of everything. There's Yone that you called out, though. This Yone hovered and locked in, and that'll go... not locked in. Okay, there it is locked in. I said lock in a little bit too early, but it is, and this time it's not blind. It is a known matchup against the Sylas.
Yeah, and that's an interesting one because I actually do favor the Yone side of the matchup, but ever so slightly. Sylas is one of the few champions that can go toe-to-toe with Yone, especially after he picks up the Blade of the Ruin King. If anything, that one's going to be spicy on that first item power spike. It does mean Ziggs is going to root in the bot lane, though, so they already know what they're playing into. Ezreal being picked up for Rebello, I don't know how I feel about that one. I actually feel like Ziggs is a counter to Ezreal because he outranges the Ezreal, but it does give him the safety to allow Frosty to go something like a Poppy and just roam out and do something else. Bot lane might just become a farm lane where both Ezreal and Ziggs are just power clearing as much as possible, and that does mean that Redbird will want something that roams. But the Pike's banned, the Blitzcrank's banned, the Poppy's picked. I think that's literally all the tank options. I already forgot about the Poppy.
Oh.
Okay. That's tanky, I guess. Okay.
It is tanky, but you can see how tanky it is with the 0.0% pick and ban rate in there. Man. That is like ultimate. We're dealing in the books. This would have been even more understandable if that came with the Senna, the old school Senna and Tahm Kench matchup. But it's not there. Instead, we got one of the most offensively laden drafts I think I've seen in this entire series. We had double tank games, double just consistent. You got to chew through the front line. This is pop for pop. I love the fact that I don't know how you call the psychic moment of seeing the Nocturne. People are going to die very quickly, and if you are not careful, the hands will completely wreck you.
Call it a nightmare, or maybe just call it paranoia. I just kind of knew that Nocturne was going to come out at some point between these two guys, especially in a game 5. Well, both teams do have comps that kind of want to full send it. We should highlight a couple things. One, Tahm Kench. The reason why he's 0% pick rate right now is because he's really good defensively, but offensively he lacks a lot. And his engage is also his sort of hard CC until he gets a Devour off. And this game, you're not going to use Devour defensively. There is nobody on your team you want to keep alive to pump out damage. Like, okay, that sounds really bad. As I'm not saying I don't care about you, but it's more that
poor Ziggs is crying in his back pocket right now.
Everybody's kind of burst oriented. So, like for example, Ziggs, once he gets the Mega Inferno Bomb out, that's like half his job done. Rather than keeping him alive, like you're better off using Devour to kind of lock down an opponent and CC them and remove them from the fight. So, because of that, Tahm Kench doesn't fit in meta unless you've got hyper carries right now. Also, Camille, we've not been seeing her too much. She's good into tanks, but her laning phase is kind of rough, and she doesn't have a good first item anymore. Trinity Force just doesn't hack it. It's not as good as it used to be for her, and it's not Divine Sunder by any means. So even late game, I'm actually not sure how strong this Camille will be into the likes of the Silas and whatnot. So Loud, very aggressive composition that needs things to go right. If they can snowball, that snowball will be huge. But if all things are even, I think Red can afford to play it a little bit slower and have a little bit more of an edge into this one, especially with the ability for Nocturne to just kind of pick off anybody on split pushes or anybody who's isolated.
Which is terrifying to think about considering how suppressed Loud looked in Game 4. If that same playstyle comes out, I gotta agree with you. Like, it's not gonna look good, but that other side of the coin, as you said, they gotta be aggressive. So I really don't want to see the attitude of Game 4 come out here in game number 5. We'll see how it goes. We're into game number 5. It is do or die time. No BO5, no BO3. It's a BO1. Carries in a lot of these players' pockets, and a lot of action soon to be seen, but it's a quiet start, at least in the aggression. The actual vision, though, very overwhelming. You can see wards down in both sides of the jungle.
No, bro, I'm willing to go on a limb and go even further. Not just to be one. This game is going to hinge on one fight, and I'm going to call it a Baron fight.
No, don't do that. All of our prep for 25 minutes out the window, man. All the prep in the world doesn't matter.
Honestly, that's the best way to end this series for me. Like, bring it back to the old school Brazilian way. Like, bring it back to the LTA South is about blood. Orbital. Forget macro. Macro is just a way to get you to the fight. So I'm down for it. And the comps are down for it, right? This is massive team fighting.
Yeah.
We talked a lot about Loud and sort of the this is CBL. These are CBL teams. Like these are old school CBL teams too, Red and Loud, from back in the franchising era. But okay, so we talked a lot about Loud's composition and sort of the high damage comp with the Viego, and we kind of didn't touch on the Yone either, but it's really strong team fighting. There is one sort of fly in the ointment for them, though, and that is Frosty on this Poppy. That champion can single-handedly screw Loud. If it stops the engagement coming through, it keepers Riddicks and breaks everything out, Red can win. So I'm looking at Red, and sure, I'm looking at their lanes to be fine, but I'm really looking at Frosty later on to be the MVP of this game, and heck, maybe even the match, given the stakes of this particular game.
For right now, we are watching. What is that train conductor Orn, or am I think that's train conductor Orn.
That looks like it, but I think it's the purple chroma that makes it look like an alien.
Oh, it is a chroma. I forgot they gave chromas to that one. I don't know. I was looking at that, and I don't know why that threw me so hard. Of all things to throw me, that was it. We're already seeing the hands check, though, that you were mentioning here in the mid lane. Kaze and Jewel having a bit of fun. Robo and FNB also looking to lock it down a little bit. Deep ward and vision. Frosty, though, running a little bit of interference, already looking to scope out the enemy side jungle, but was spotted in the tri-brush ward. Root as well as Redbird looking to try and punish that roam out. So far, everyone testing the waters, recognizing that their HP bars are a little bit less malleable and can be within kill threat if they're not careful.
Yeah, sadly, unfortunately, the Romont really doesn't matter bot lane. You can't punish Rogello because you're Ziggs and you're Tahm Kench. And remember how we said Tahm Kench doesn't have that many offensive skills. Griffin, again, rolling through the mid lane, trying to assert dominance. I actually don't know if I like that. I do feel like you're giving away a lot of information every time you just kind of roam through that mid lane like that. And unfortunately, it's not really yielding anything either. I don't even think the speed up as you're running across is that significant.
Well, this could be big. It's not. It's pure confidence that you are going to a specific spot and the opponent can't do anything about it, which is what we're seeing here as well. This is a straight up, I am going to dive you under tower. FNB able to flash away. Robo's currently taking a lot of the tower damage, and FNB Liz. but that was a dive that no one died at. So Loud, hey, step number 1 done.
That BM emote, I love it. And Red is going to capitalize on this with the lane swap immediately as well, because both AD carries are both bot laners, have teleports. So Roberto is able to answer back immediately, give F&B time to get into that bot lane in exchange. And Robo, he's low on health from that dive, so he has to be very, very careful. I'm curious to see if Roberto tries to delay the back. No, he's just going to push the wave for now. And Root doesn't look like he's willing to move either. He really wants to finish chewing up that wave before he leaves.
Jewel, yeah. This is a treat. Nice little catch out though. We're starting to see that jungle invade, that ability to try and mess with the opponent as much as possible. Redbird watches the smite goes down. Kaze's coming around the corner. No one's really messing with it as far as that. Deep pink ward though. Frosty making sure to get multiple lines of vision in. And Dragon is going to spawn. We do go ahead and Common Duke 8 melee. Good luck, have fun, right? This is I wasn't sure if that was going to be a big point, but that is true. Just everyone right in each other's faces.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say that if this was Tidons instead of Jewel, that would have been a Swain angle, 100% to deal with all these melees.
That would have been brutal to see, honestly. This is also one of the points where, like, if I'm playing, I would have played like Veigar or something in the mid lane, and it's just like that's easy cages all day long, and then I die. You know, that would be.
Well, Tidons I think is like 100% win rate on Swain, so
that's terrifying to think about. I did not know that stat, and now I'm scared. Just overall, like, no.
I'm trying to remember if he lost one game last split with it, but he has pretty close to perfect, if not perfect KD or perfect win rate on that particular champion. For all that we talked about skilling the Orbital, this game's actually been pretty active early. No bodies hit the floor, but Griffin was willing to pull the trigger early, and he's doing it again, this time around the Dragon, sneaking it away with Jewel. And Red are just caught flat-footed. They don't know. Now they drop the control ward, but I think it's too little too late. Did it finish the drag, guys? Are we not finishing the drag, guys?
No! Griffin got left by Jewel. Jewel left. Griffin wasn't able to have the damage, and Doom gets the freest leash of his life.
That's a yikes for me. That's a massive yikes.
Wow. Jewel was there, right? Well. Like, I'm not crazy. Yeah. Oh my god, top lane as well. We're seeing a little bit of fighting as Rebello not enjoying this two-piece matchup here, but I swear Jewel's there, and then Jewel just left.
Yeah, he went back to mid lane to try and catch CS, and that just left them in a really awkward position. And now Jewel being left up to dry as well.
Such an easy pinch. Fate sealed first by Kaze means no out for Jewel, and that's first blood to red cannons.
And you know why that happened, Orbital?
Why?
Because Jewel abandoned Griffin, so Griffin had to abandon Jewel.
That's such a solo queue thing to hear, by the way.
No, but okay, to be fair, Griffin did just go, shop my mid laner, you didn't help me, I'm never ganking your lane. But because he got left alone, because he couldn't get Dragon, Griffin had to base, and that left mid lane exposed. Sure. Jewel should not be pushing up. And then Kaze using his ultimate to shut him down, that just feels like a lot of just desserts, a lot of revenge served cold. And what to me stands out the most, though, is Frosty's roam. Because we talk so much about how Frosty's going to be critical to this composition, how it operates. To see Frosty once again still be so proactive and to be roaming out, making map movements happen, to use that keeper's, or pardon me, the steadfast presence so proactively is huge. Again, Frosty, their steadfast presence stifles Robo, and that's not his laning partner. That was F&B, not Rebello.
Perfectly done, and it leads into this factor of, when it comes to R5 or B5, you want impact on the map. You want heavy impact. It is not just a pick. You want to be the shining light whenever you get that B5, and it does feel like Frosty is getting everything that you could possibly ask for. Doom is now pushing off in a 1v3 with the rest of the team now collapsing and trying to fight for the grubs here. Rest of Loud cannot compete because Jewel's on the far end, not with the rest of the team. In comes the TP as well. This is going to be a punch in, level 5 on the Poppy, but setting up the rest of the team. You are going to burn away, but look at the damage source. It is a collapse of Loud as they are silenced in this top lane battle.
And the rivers are running red, Orbital kills are running red. Red cannons are taking over Summoner's Rift here in the Sao Paulo Arena. And the way they're doing it, this is red at its peak, at their maximum, when they're playing really, really fast and they're baiting you into fights. And I say bait because Red didn't care about grubs. They wanted the kills, and that's the whole setup in this area. Doom doesn't care about the leash, and for Frosty, again, I love that he's going in, making this play happen because it sets up for this. I will criticize FNB though. I would much rather he went for Root. Ripbert was dead to rights. He's on the wrong side of the tracks. He's never going to make it out. They could have gone for 3. Instead, they just kind of go for the guarantee 2, pick up the grubs as well, and they are snowballing. They are accelerating. Red is terrifying. On a comp that will scale better by virtue of Ornn, they are ahead in the early game.
And it reads right back into the fact that they go for that 80 to 90% success rate on the play. They go for the secure kills, back away, and all of a sudden, Loud are like, dude, we didn't even have a chance to fight back. Yeah, we got baited in, but we don't even have a chance to rebuttal. Are you kidding me? It is going to be stifling. Jewel now coming in to try and help out, but plays going down across the map. Red feeling so dang happy about this current state of the game. In a minute and a half, they're going to have another fight for Dragon. Remember how controlling they were about the Dragons in game number 4. They got Soul at what? 26, and then Elder right afterwards. They're on track to take not only that, but the grubs, but everything else on the map.
So here's the problem for Loud. I don't think you even want to contest that Drake. You had a minute 30 as when we started talking about it. That's 2 waves plus your time to back and get there. I don't think that puts you at first item for your entire team. Whereas you take a look over at Red, and their first item pretty much everybody except the bot laners, which means that if you take that fight, you're going to lose horrifically. So I think this is one of the ones where Loud just says, okay, you know what? Forget it. We'll give you that Cloud Drake. We'll fight for 3rd Drake. We'll fight for Herald instead. Instead, try and power farm. Their 1-item power spike with Viego and with Yone is very strong. And even with the Ziggs, 1 item is not bad, as long as you're not kind of going for one of the sort of hyper-scaling items like Seraph's Embrace or Roa.
Right now, though, we are seeing a little bit of punch over the side. Hextech flash over the wall. Jewel recognizing, and it immediately snaps onto Frosty's body. He tries to turn it around, but of course you only get a little extra damage behind. Doom was in the area for a paranoia, but Jewel is way too healthy to look for a follow-through. Well done by Jewel to stay alive.
Loki, I feel like Frosty didn't know the interaction between Steadfast Presence and the Fate Unsealed, because...
True.
Yeah,
it's considered a blink at the end of it. It is considered a blink. You are correct.
Okay, I thought it was just because of the way it buffered. Interesting, though. I apparently didn't know how it interacted either.
Well, what we do know about the interaction with Devour is it keeps your jungler alive, but the Fate Seal this time collapses on so many, and Kaze says this is how you do it. Griffin running for his whole dang life, but is knocked down by the final claw of shadows. Frosty saying, I know this interaction, that's a flash for my ult, and I'll take that all day long. Red Canids say thank you very much.
And the snowball just keeps rolling for the Red squad. A beautiful gank up into the top lane where Loud thought they could get away with it. And for Redbird, if you're having to use the Devourer defensively, you're behind. And you know it.
Yep.
And it's going to be a problem. Because in 3 minutes, well, Dragon's up right now. Red might not be in a rush to take it. In 3 minutes, when that Herald comes up, that's when as Loud, you're getting really, really worried. The snowball just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And it's Kaze, it's Doom picking them up. It's these people who can kind of make picks before the main fight happens and create a 4v5 situation instead of the 5v5 situation where Loud, or the 5v5 hope that Loud is praying for right now.
You want to know something else that we haven't seen all series either? That is a 5-player gold advantage across the entirety of the board. We haven't seen this, at least early on, pre-15 minutes. Every single member of Red currently hold a gold lead over the lane opponent, which just shows that it's not a one-man army anymore. It's not just Kaze or Rebello doing so well. It's not just FNB or Doom doing so well. It is the entire team. Yeah, you let a dragon go by, but Loud get that as a consolation prize. They are losing, it feels like, so much on other ends of the map. And guess what? Red knew it was going to be a Hextech Soul. Red are like, dude, we don't want a random Cloud. We want 3 Hextech Dragons and the Soul right afterwards.
Fair enough, because you look at the odds, right? Like, what's left after you've taken a Mountain and a Cloud? You've got Infernal, Ocean, Chemtech, and Hextech. So the only one, actually, you want all of them, because Chemtech actually works out well for them this time because they have a Silas and they have like shields as well. They have the healing to come through, so Chemtech's actually useful for them. So literally all 4 of those Drakes are better than a single Cloud Drake. Or so we're going to keep telling ourselves, because I'm going to be honest, they didn't really find much else in the back end of that one. They didn't get pushed, they didn't get plates, they didn't get anything. They do get set up on Herald, but that's something that they'd always have gotten anyways with the gold lead they have.
Yep. And it continues in. This is a squad both teams do like to play for those objectives, and they're setting up to make sure that the other team doesn't get that prep on top of it. Highly appreciate that one. So Red say, cool, thanks for the blue side vision. Look at that, lit up like a freaking daytime noon moment Ain't no way Loud are able to walk on through without triggering something in there. For FMB and Robo, though, it doesn't matter what happens on the top side. Everything's about this bot side. FMB looking to hit that level 13, 14, start building out some items for the rest of his team.
Okay, the goal, as we get to see, the plates generally just favoring red across the board, which is not ideal when you've got Ziggs on your team. We're used to seeing Ziggs kind of just take turrets really quickly, get a those early plate advantages for the team. It hasn't panned out. Good news for Loud is we're starting to approach, I believe, the objective bounty point soon enough. So maybe they're saving, or they can recoup their, I'm not going to say saving, they didn't want this, but they might be able to recoup some of their gold losses on objective bounties. Meanwhile, Jewel has completed his first item. Blade of the Ruin King is picked up. That's normally where, as Loud, you want to start looking for team fights. Yone is fully online, effectively full build after one item.
And they need to start pushing now, I feel like. You mentioned this timer of that 25, which is now probably pushed back to closer to, like, you know, the 27, 28 mark. Loud need to get their butts moving. I'm sorry, they need to start, you know, moving. Whether a team fight or like pick potential, Robo needs to be jumping on in with the rest of the team. You gotta find something. You gotta stop waiting for that opportunity. It looks like it's gonna be right here, right now. FNB caught in a 1v1. There's a Hextech ultimatum. It is gonna be underneath the tower. And yes, you do get to see that combination play that we've been waiting for almost 15 minutes.
Hey, better late than never, Orbital. And it's a start of something. True. They're going to kind of race this down. I don't know if they can get it faster than Kaze does, even with... Yeah, because Root isn't there on the bot side, unfortunately. So first brick, the feats of... Oh, what is turret destruction feat called?
I have no idea.
Brick
I like how we only know like feats of strength and feat of warfare. No one knows what the first tower is. It's feat of, I wonder, like siege? Siege of Brick is what our producer just said, which I thought would be hilarious to hear.
Feet of Brick. Legend feet. Yeah, whatever you want to call it there. It's going to be red picking that one up. Good play from Joe, though, to not stick around. We've seen in this series alone a lot of solo laners kind of overstaying their welcome when their turrets are going down. Joe doesn't do that, so they're able to kind of answer for now. And red finally get to go to that Herald that we were looking at to be able to speed up the game. It's particularly important, I feel like, for Red to kind of continue snowballing this. You don't want to let your foot off the gas and let Loud back into the game. Paranoia being used. I don't know if Doom actually has a target he can reach.
No, I think it was just an attempt, and I like this. Again, an attempt. We've always talked about it for Red. I will say our producer was right. Literally, it's just called the feat of first turret, which is so anticlimactic.
So it's not me.
It's feat of warfare and feat of monster slaying. Like, the others hold so much weight. Feat of warfare, feat of monster slaying, and then it's just first turret. And you're like, what? Why? Like, you couldn't come up with a fancier name to that? Like, come on, man.
I just had several names come across my head when you were saying that, and none of them are broadcast friendly. So we're just going to move on from first brick going down there, because no other feat's been... feats of warfare has already been killed anyways by Red, because they did get the feats of the feats of warfare, so they get the feats of strength. Pardon me. They're going to be fine. Up top here, Kaze losing the trade to Jewel very heavily, and Redbird wants to convert this to an actual kill.
Nice prediction, but it's a little bit slow and not enough range, so Kaze gets out scot-free. We like the attempt once again as we see positioning move down towards the bottom side of the map. We mentioned before that the dragon is up and available. With Kaze losing that ult though and no TP available, you do have to recall, get back with the rest of the team, whereas Jewel does have a TP option if they wish to join in a little bit late.
Do they want to team fight though? Red's actually been very leery about pulling that trigger, and I understand it, right? You've got the Nocturne. Team fights aren't actually your strongest part or necessarily the safest way for you to play, but it's letting Loud just start up this dragon. And as much as we joked about giving over the Cloud Drake to Loud, there is truly no reason why Red should be giving this one up. They need to be fighting with the gold advantage. FNB looking to get in there. You know,
well, they couldn't
step back.
They did. To reality, the reality is a 4v5, but the damage is enough to make it a 4v4. Now it's a 5s Kaze enters on into the fray to randomly pick up Griffin's life. That is a wild turn. As that's a punch out, Redbird denied the dive. You are forced to battle in a way that you do not wish. Trying to flash a safety. Rebello going to pick up that last kill. Meanwhile, Root is in the mid lane saying, all I want is farm. The rest of the team bleeding. But of course, the global objective did go Loud's way.
Loud in a desperate fight for their lives across every single lane. You had Redbird trying to survive being devoured by Kaze. That's just straight up BF under a turret. You had Jewel being hunted down by Rebello in a reversal of order. And then you had Root struggling for his life in the mid lane trying to save his turret against minions. Because Shelly crashed in. But he did manage to save it. Problem is, Loud gets Dragon. Good for them. Genuinely actually good for them. But that's a lot of gold going Red's pockets. And at this phase in the game, gold is more important. The lead is going Red's way. Now, if Loud can get Hextech Soul, things flip. But that's 2 dragons away. And if this fight ended this poorly for them, surely next time Red actually just crushed them in the fight before the dragon even gets taken, right? Fate Unbound here was actually really funny. Or Soul Unbound, the snapback from long distance. Redbird had to use his Devour to keep Jewel alive initially, which, I'm going to be honest, didn't really change the course of things. And if anything, came back to bite them. Robo now running for the hills, but Frosty...
Oh, Robo. Frosty just taking advantage of that low HP Robo after a duel with Kaze specifically. Opens up the bottom tower as well. We're starting to see this game accelerated. And RMC, welcome to yet another almost broken record moment. Red likes when they're ahead.
Yeah, they've certainly, well, and we've seen Loud aren't quite able to come back from the massive deficit last game. To give credit to Loud, this is better than last game. They are fighting, they are finding angles to make plays happen, even if the scoreline doesn't reflect it.
At least they are, you know, fighting. And I think this is one of the things that does come with understanding that there's no more backpedaling that you can do. If you backpedal one more step, you're falling off the cliff, right? You're out, nothing to play for, and you just have to wait until the end. Like, you do not get to play the rest of the rest of the playoffs, the rest of the regional conference. It sucks, really. And so to still have that fire, and that makes me very, very happy. The problem is how big is that flame? You can see here the rest of Red are already consistently around this kind of this Otacon, and they're forcing it. And I love this call because it's a little split. It's 2 on top. They know they're on top of Ward, and they set the other 3 as a little bit of pinch fighting. Of course, the Hextech Gates are going to be tried to use to help out.
Oh, the turn!
Call because you just put yourself in the wrong spot. Down goes Jewel in an instant. So do the rest. A Loud Redbird turns beat Red in death, and Root is routed in more ways than one. Quick catch by Kaze as you jump on in with the Kingslayer, and Jewel says, "My gosh, what did I TP into?" Red once again claim everything they could possibly want.
Yo, high key, LTA North, take notes. This is how you do an Otacon. They say up in the north that they've been throwing at Otacon. We throw at Baron, but we know how to do our Otacons. And Red just put on an absolute clean. I want to see the replay before I break into that. Meanwhile, Griffin and Robo. Robo was in the bot lane just chilling with FNB, watching his teammates just die around him. And Griffin hoping for a last hope, but not even able to walk through the mid lane as Kaze zones out too.
This is now the second time as well. I believe Red Canids do not have everyone present for the battle. I want to point out the dragon, but yeah, let's go ahead and watch this back.
Okay. Yeah, so right here, the call onto Otacon was done in vision because they were baiting. As soon as they saw Kaze with the superior vision they have around on the approach, immediately they pull the trigger. Immediately they collapse onto Jewel. Why Jewel? Because he's the most mobile. And the moment Jewel is down, it's so much easier for them to just chase through. Root is not going to get a hit, get out. Griffin's barely able to limp away because he wasn't the focus. And just like that, Red guarantee themselves Otacon, guarantee themselves the kill, and will guarantee themselves now another pick and push.
The confidence to now pull that paranoia pretty much off cooldown will only continue. Loud are starting to recognize they are not in a good space. This is destructive, to say the least, and at most, you have no other options. Loud are on their back doorstep, and they really need to pull it together. We got Dragon up in about 20 seconds, and guess what? This time, Red Canids say, it's perfect. We have no other notes. We have all the gold. We have all the upgraded Ornn items starting to come in. We can do whatever the heck we want.
And for that, I don't know where. I'm not quite sure I see the comeback angle. Up to now, I'm still thinking, okay, they've got the Yone. Maybe at a major objective, they can try and turn things. But watching the way Red played that at Otacon, Baron's going to be the exact same play. You'll just set up vision in different spots. And in terms of poke, like they do have Ziggs, but Root is so far behind right now. He's not getting through the tanks whatsoever. Griffin with the sort of cross-map play to try and match. Objective bounty off the turret, that's good. It's some golden pocket, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. And Red, they just kind of take the answer with the turret. They go back, they take Dragon, they're going to reset. And I want to see the massive push come through in the mid lane and then fall right back to Baron for the actual game-ending push.
I mean, that will also allow the unleashing of more enemies than one. Red have done so well in terms of the battles, and it's also led off the fact that Kaze has had amazing hands so far. By the way, unkillable pretty much across the board, but Kaze specifically 6-0 and 4. After that game number 1, we were all kind of shocked that I think Kaze kind of went down like that. Throughout the entire series has pretty much just went, nope, I know that I'm the carry. I'm going to continue to be the carry, and I will show you I'll be the carry. Every game has progressively looked better and better and better, and then overstepped even our expectations.
Yeah, just the best games I feel like the series has played, Aurora and Silas. Like, look, talkers, I get it. You've got your game plan for drafting, but can you throw us viewers a bone and let him play as Akali and Silas, please?
It's true. The man's a legend, right? And not just that, also Rebello. 4-0 and 5. Let's give credit where credit is due. But really, it's just like, it's the terror of meeting Kaze right now. Look at this. It's so dark everywhere. Kaze's in open battlefield, and he's like, it's fine. It's okay. I'm not really worried about that. I'll take 2 tower shots and still take the tower. It is the terrifying fact that if Loud walk in anywhere, they need like 3 to 4 bodies to even just stay alive. Not to get a kill, to stay alive, and yet they're still losing so much on the table. Baron is up. We are at the 25-minute mark. The world is their oyster for Red Canids.
And it wasn't quite the mid push I'd asked for, but the top lane push works just as well. They're opening up avenues towards the Baron, and I think that's the call that they need to make right now. Just get some vision down, go for Baron. And Loud simultaneously can't contest, but need to contest. If you're not fighting on Baron, where are you going to fight on? You're talking about how they're at their doorstep, basically, at this point. Yeah, like, if you literally wait for the Nexus starts to fight, because that's the next place you fight if you don't fight a Baron, you literally are at a do-or-die situation where you're half out your house at that point.
At this rate, that golden ticket that they have been waiting for, 1 of 3. 2 that have already been taken, but this one could be theirs. And say they could go to LA, and not only that, one more step closer to the domestic championship. And then third, of course, a little bit in the back of the mind, a chance at revenge against Pain Gaming. There is so much to be played for by Red Canids, and they are excited as right now Redbird is getting chased out here. I don't want to say it's a victory lap just yet, but it does feel like Red Canids are offering a very measured pace, even though they're 8.6k ahead, even though that gold lead looks like a mountain being made in days. They're taking this step by step. 8.5 in the lead, still playing the 90% success rate option.
You know what the problem with mountains being made here in the South is?
What's that?
There's usually a cliff at the end of it.
Don't tell me that. Don't, no, I don't.
Okay, to be fair, I don't think Loud can do the cliff, but just saying.
It's true. It's true. I'm digging the grave right now. This is like the most caster cursing I think I've done in a single series in a game 5 right now. Of course, this one may not be so cursed, but Griffin has an option. Blind, but there's going to be the Mega Inferno Bomb. Get some extra vision. Griffin walking around the side, but in comes the hammer. Not going to be landing. In comes the Ornhorn as well. This is the call down. TP possibly coming in, but Paranoia cuts off information. And once again, it's a bait and a half. Fade Seal does nothing but ply for the inevitable death as Red Canids split Loud like the Red Sea and says goodbye to your bodies. Baron is torn away. No one else falls, but the chase is on for Robo. True shot barrage from downtown.
Frosty
sets up Frosty for his 4th kill of the game.
That's twice now. Frosty sniped away Robo when he's running. I don't know what Robo did to Frosty, but yeah, Frosty seems to play better a little angry, I guess. Really well played. And just like that, again, like we said, it's going to be picture perfect exactly what they did at Otacon, which is we start up the Baron, we make it look good, but the moment we see anybody from Loud split, we turn, we kill. And they did just that. Now they go right back to Baron. And now this time, Griffin, Rude, Redbird, they can't walk away. They have to be there. And being there is kind of serving yourself up on a silver platter. The fact that Redbird's walking away isn't because he escaped. It's because Red finally decided, guys, we've killed them a lot. Let's finally take the objective and actually end the game.
Yep. There's no need to be so conservative about your play now. You quite literally have the gas pedal, you have the steering wheel, you have everything. You control this game, and look at this once again, a very nice split around the corner. And yes, it wasn't a lot of kills, but it just exemplifies and amplifies the fact that Red can do whatever they want.
Yeah, you called it the parting of the Red Seas. All I'm seeing right now is a red dove. A big fat red dove.
Oh, it hurts, Robo. That's
I don't know
mean.
what's funnier
That's
to
mean
me,
do.
like the snipe or Frosty just stealing that at the end.
Okay, well, who else was gonna get it? Like, let's be honest. Who else was in range to get it?
You don't remember who was that? Was it F&B running alongside
No,
Frosty?
FMB
or-
was like half a screen away. It was only Frosty. Frosty has every right to take that kill. Frosty has been playing amazing, by the way. We talked about
Yes.
other members that are stepping up. Frosty deserves a few kills for themselves.
And we talked about how Frosty was going to be integral to how this composition
Yes.
runs. I think he's done his job phenomenally well in the early game. We're seeing Kaze now run the show later on, but a large part of that was because Frosty stifled them so much in the early game. That's why Kaze gets to get ahead. He's 2 levels up from Jewel, from his counterpart. Even Robo is a level down right now, and a lot of that was due to the early roaming. Keeper's Verdict being charged up, threatening Loud, and it's actually causing Loud to have to hide behind their turret, which is not going to be up for much longer.
I love the paranoia going down, but they call the team fight and say, if you're not going to team fight us, we will team fight you. Devour still disengages and Loud are like, no, we don't want to team fight. Take our base, just don't take our lives, which I don't know if that's the appropriate answer. Quick knock-up once again into Redbird's favor. Fate Seal goes a little bit wide. Bakaze says, no worries, I got the HP, I'm level 17. I will kill the rest of you. And Root says, yeah, please do not kill me. A quick slam of the chains, though, brings one to Rune. Inhibitor number 2 falls, and the rest of the team as well will skedaddle out of harm's way. Red Canids have an open pathway to the Nexus Tower's one last fight. It's all Loud can manage. HP bars are a little bit low, but they're still healing up quite well. Jewel gonna try and annihilate the backline as Kaze has to run away, but the snapback doesn't mean anything. You could see the chairs rocking. You could see the voices screaming as Red Canids take down Loud Gaming and move on in the LTA South playoffs.
In a banger 5-game series, we see the seal of approval, the lock for the final top 3 team that will be going to NA, to LA, and potentially to Texas if they can pull it off. And Red, with this win, they've also locked in a date with their exes. It's Pain Gaming tomorrow up against Red for the 3rd time this split. Current game record is 3-3, and winner will go on to face Cade after tomorrow.
The amount of weight that is off of these players' side. You can see it, the dances, the memes, the dabs, it all. They know they have just done something so significant for Red Canids. They knew the weight of what was on their shoulders. You mentioned it, right? In comparison, it feels like this was the highest weighted matchup of the weekend. There was so much riding on this, and the fact that it went down to game number 5 could only put more pressure on their shoulders, and I think they showed up at the end of the day. Amazing job by them.
Yeah. Fair enough. That game 5 showed just rock solid mental coming through from all of the Red Canids players. There's not a single lane that went poorly. All of them were absolutely crushing it. I just find it hilarious that Frosty's, the one leading that dance when it's F&B who finally gets his first international. The guy's been playing since what, 2018, 2019, something like that. Pre-franchising, never made it to an international, and this will be his first one. He finally makes it out of Brazil and into North America. So huge props to Red Canids. The team's wonderful. I do have some concerns. This 5-game series, I think, has showed a lot of what they have up their sleeves, and I'm hoping Pain, actually takes note of it, and preps to handle this. Whereas Red's last vision of Pain was them just randomly crumbling to Kate Stars in one of their worst possible performances. I don't think you take a lot away from that particular game. So we'll have to see how tomorrow goes. And for Loud, unfortunate for them, they weren't able to make the magic comeback despite the amazing showing they had towards the end of the split. But it was still a good show, and I think Jewel especially showed that, hey, he's starting to be able to hang in the mid lane against some of these people. I think Griffin and Redbird had a really strong series as well. Ironically, it's the old heads. It's Robo.
Yeah.
It's Root. It's the dynastic winners who kind of didn't show up in the day.
Is it, that begs the question, is it time for the old guard to retire? Is it time for those to step down, make way for the new? Or can you show off in the offseason? That is a question that only Loud can answer coming into their next seasons. But for now, they got a very long time to think about it. We are done on the day for the LTA South day number 1. Because remember, we will crown a champion of the LTA South by the end of this weekend. The next matchup, as we stated here, will of course be Red Canids going up against Pain Gaming, a rematch from the upper bracket tomorrow, same time, same place. So please make sure to be there. It'll be a few new faces, but the same old energy. RMC, I gotta ask you, because I will always ask you this question because there's so much fun to it. What do you think is going to take that series?
Well, I already made my prediction on Gringos Liberados, and I'm calling for Pain. And for those of y'all, yeah, I saw some people saying like the prediction's kind of biased. Guess what? Pain's actually deal with it. I don't do it on broadcast much, but I'll do it on Gringos Liberados all day long. So I'm calling for Pain. Rose is calling for Pain. I think all of us called for Pain actually in the match tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. There have been upsets before, and you know what? Super Bren and Far will be on tomorrow. Brendan predicts, so maybe he'll go the side of red. But either way, regardless of our predictions, I am looking forward to a series tomorrow.
Oh my god.
That's a deep cut,
you know
Rose.
what? Here's the deal. I'm gonna vote from what I watched today. Red, Knids,
Okay.
I'm voting for you tomorrow. I want to see you come out on top, and I want to hear the fans as well get loud and watch their team play tomorrow. Same time for me. It's 11 a.m. CT. Please go ahead, set your timers, set your calendars, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Of course, for today, my name is Orbital. With me has been RMC, and on production was VermilionRose. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you want some more catch-up, though, go ahead and check out that podcast that RMC was talking about, and we will catch you all tomorrow. Thank you so much. Have a good night.